just a huge thank you again for everything that you've done, the service you provided, and done it always with a smile on your face. And you know, to leave after 50 odd years and nobody will have a bad word to say about you is testament to what a great man you are.
Thank
so
you,
from everyone at the Bears around the world, we love you, mate.
Thanks, mate. It's been a privilege and a pleasure.
Don't go, come on.
April 1882. Queen's Hotel in Coventry, Warwickshire County Cricket Club was formed. Over 140 years of wearing the bare and ragged staff, the triumph,
people swarm onto the field here at Edgbaston,
the ecstasy, the agony,
disappointment for Warwickshire, who can't secure the domestic double.
but throughout we've been together as Bears. We're now ready for the next chapter. History will be made. Are you in?
When I play cricket, I feel unstoppable.
This is our turn to be in the spotlight.
When I look at myself, I see this.
I can tell by the looks on your faces, some very special memories.
They really were. Really special.
Really good days. Hard work, but enjoyable. And I think it was, you know, we really were quite a close team as well, weren't we? You know,
the team sort of formed in 1999, but you played your first ECB competition as Warwickshire Women in 2001. Take us back to those early days, and maybe I remember you told me the story about how you turned up for selection day at the indoor school.
It was very much self-selection. If you could breathe and hold a bat, you were in. It was a little bit like that, wasn't it?
It was a little bit, yeah.
Because it was the start. They wanted to pull together a team to work with.
You know, I came back from university, which was in Liverpool, and there was nothing, no women's sides anywhere in the Midlands. And the first club side that I actually ended up playing for was Wootton Bassett, which is Swindon. So I used to travel 75 miles for a home game, never mind the away matches.
I think that's what made it special, is the fact that they pulled together a group of sort of 13 people who had played cricket, you know, literally from beach cricket or something in the garden, through to Louise, who played some boys cricket, and then obviously women's cricket at university.
I mean, we didn't really have our own pitch to call our own either, so even our home matches tended to be whatever you could,
whatever I could,
club or schools as well. We played at school pitches, didn't we?
School in Halesowen.
Yeah,
King Edward's Five Ways.
So it never felt like we had a home ground. And obviously, you know, teams do get a bit of an advantage of playing at home because you get to know the pitch, don't you? But we never had that luxury, unfortunately.
You've obviously had a look around the facilities here for the Bears women, who'll be making their professional debut in 2025. How does it compare to your day?
Poles apart. It's like a different era.
It's like a different world, isn't it, really?
Because this is so different. It's absolutely fantastic. It really is.
Yeah. I think just the fact that the ladies have got their own space is really important as well, because I think we always, even the clubs that were quite good and accommodating of women's cricket, you always felt like you'd been, oh, they can have that room there, or we'll put them in this changing room. But I mean, on many occasions we'd get to a ground and we'd ask where the pitch is, and they'd just point in into the distance. The pitch sometimes looked a bit like it had been grazed recently. So,
and I think it's been recognised now that the women's game is just as important now as the men's, and what's the point in having club cricket and developing that if there's no extra tier to go. There wasn't that opportunity. Now they've got that, and it's fantastic. I don't think that they've got it easy, because I think we looked in on the gym when they were doing some core stuff, and we just both stood there and said, hips are starting to hurt just looking at it, you know.
Yeah, definitely. The last 10 years has really seen it kick on, because I think if you go back to sort of 2015, it probably hadn't moved that far forward from when, from 2000.
Meeting, sort of bumping into Georgia Davis and Wongi, the last time I saw G, she's actually an adult and she's had a job and everything. And Wongi, I remember coming across them when they were probably 12, 13 and thinking, they're pretty good, aren't they? And I think that they've become sort of icons to younger girls that are into cricket.
I think that was part of it. There was nothing that was visible to the younger age groups. And I feel as if we've contributed to it, because there's always got to be somebody that goes first, hasn't there? Somebody's got to try and lay the foundation for those that come after them.
Would a Louise Campton and a Natalie Williams in their prime been knocking on the door for Bears women these days with the right support and coaching?
I'd like to think so, I'd think so. I'd have risen to the challenge.
I think there's probably a handful of that team that we played in that if we'd had the development from the younger age groups and the support and the coaching, then I think we could have challenged them quite reasonably for their places.
Yeah.
Given them a run for their money.
I think so. I think so.
Get the flag out.
Good as it gets from Hassan Ali. There is simply nothing that the Bears cannot do. Oh my goodness! Oh yes! Oh
yes! Cookie, the big day's getting nearer. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a challenge to get my head around it all, but I think I'm looking forward to it now. It's going to be very different, very much something I've not experienced before, not been at Edgbaston. But I think I'm ready to go.
You sure you're making the right call?
I suppose only time will tell with that, mate. Yeah, I think so. I think 51, touching 52 years is enough for anybody now. You can't go on forever, can you? As much as you're enjoying it, I think your body starts to tell you when it's time to give it up. But yeah, I think I've about judged it right.
What are you going to miss the most?
Obviously, apart from you, Ed. But,
right, yeah.
Yeah, I think the team spirit, being part of the group in there with these boys, That's the thing that you just don't get in any other walk of life, and I've been really fortunate to have that for so many years. So not having that chat in the morning, the banter, and just that fun that you have in a dressing room, I think that's really hard to replace in your life, really. Won't be quite the same up in the allotments, I'm sure.
Mate, you've done most jobs since you've been here, haven't you?
Yeah.
Tell me something that stands out from the 52 years.
Cool. I suppose I've been lucky because not just domestically, I've also worked for the club when we got international matches on the ground. So, you know, being part of that setup as well with England and all the international teams, I mean, that's always been a real thrill. But, you know, being around the group when we've had big successes and going to finals days, things like that, those are real special memories. Trips to Lords, winning county championships here, and actually being able to walk out and hand the trophy over to the captain at the time, that was pretty memorable.
Oh, you've done well. So I was worried then. You were basically saying when we get lost and the big dogs come in and you do the international matches, that's the highlight, is it?
No, that's definitely not the highlight, mate. No, but it's one of those things that sticks in your mind because it's so different. And then, you know, there's a complete flip around. The Warwickshire move out. There's international matches move in. That does push you quite hard. It's a lot of hours and a lot of days.
So more importantly, from a selfish point of view, who am I going to call when something goes wrong?
Well, you'll always have my number. You know, I'll always be on the end of a phone for you. But I know we've got some good guys in there. They're really looking forward to getting stuck in, and we've got a great setup. You know that. There's not going to be anything that they can't deal with. You've got it covered, I know, Wes.
You're too kind, Cookie. Look around, mate. Changed a bit.
Yeah, well, this is a bit different, isn't it? I mean, it was a two-level porter cabin, I think, when I first arrived. There was nothing on this side. It was the old Hillbank stand. This was the Raybank stand. We didn't have floodlights, so it was all a bit different. It was in the days when they used to play cricket in black and white, I seem to remember, in my mind anyway.
Uncovered wickets?
Uncovered wickets. We've had it all, haven't we? 3-day cricket matches and 4-day games, playing Sunday cricket in between. There's been a lot of changes, not just on the field, but off it as well.
You must have seen a few characters pass through the gates over the years.
Oh yeah. I think those are the things you'll take with you. The memories of the people that you've worked alongside. They'll be something you cherish. Been some real characters. It's hard. I wouldn't mention names, but there's been a lot of very interesting. Let's leave it at that.
So I mean, I feel like I've been here a long time. You looked a bit different when I first turned up. Who's been the main culprit for all this grey?
I'd put it down to probably our physio, Mustard. No, I think it's just a combination of things. But I mean, yeah, we've all changed, haven't we? I probably didn't have any grey hair when you turned up. Maybe it might have something to do with you. You never know.
Yeah, could be. I did hear a rumour. Was it your first day that you were late for?
It was, yeah, it was. I came for the interview August 1973, just after I'd finished school, and came along, and I thought this is a great place to at least start and try and get a job. And I was fortunate; they gave me the job pretty much straight away. What I didn't realise after the interview was that we didn't have email in those days. It was they posted me a letter.
Carrier pigeon.
Carrier pigeon. It didn't turn up till quite late in the day, but the letter asked me to start on the Monday morning, which was was the Monday before the England-West Indies Test match in '73. So I headed into Birmingham, jumped on the bus, but it heads out along Bristol Road, and I said to the driver, "Could you drop me off at the point I need to get off?"
Smith. Alongside me, I've got Dave Bracegirdle, Grace Bollinger and Phil Britt. We'll be bringing you ball-by-ball commentary via the BBC Sport website and app through till the close of play. 104 overs for us today as we're making up time and wearing his Easter bonnet, all celebrating the joys of spring. It's good morning to Dave Bracegirdle.
Very good. Good morning, Adam. Good morning, everybody. Happy Easter, everybody. Hope you're having an exceptional Easter Sunday. There we go.
That was excellent. You've got to make an exit in a minute as well to do an update on BBC Radio Nottingham. Yes. Where are we, Dave? What's the position of the game, so to speak?
Well, at the moment I'm looking up rather than looking down because I'm not too familiar with the shade of blue when we're looking up into the sky. It's been a fairly dismal couple of days in the second city here. We only had 9 overs on the first day. Rather more cricket yesterday, which has really got this game moving. But even then, we had slate grey skies for much of the day. But it's quite pleasant this morning. A scheduled 104 overs to be squeezed in between now and 7:15ish or whatever. Hour late in the day. I wonder what the score will be then. Nottinghamshire start the day 204 for 5, leading by 111. Horrible forecast for tomorrow. Don't think Nottinghamshire would let that forecast come into the way they play today. They will try and get as many runs as they can, and there will be obviously natural wastage through the course of the morning and beyond if they've still got wickets intact at lunch, which will be taken at 1:10 today, just to mark your card if you're slipping out for a glass of something refreshing in the luncheon interval. 1:10 till 1:50, the lunch today. So Notts 204 for 5. They got into that position largely thanks to a terrific knot from their skipper Hasib Hamid, plus the assembled support cast. Ben Slater got off to a good start, made 40, but Warwickshire kept pegging away, and I think they will feel that 5 wickets was the very least they deserved for their efforts. Hamid was put down twice, 2 difficult chances on 45 and 47, but he's still there ready to make them pay as we start day 3, the second part of this game. Ethan Bamber's going to bowl from the Birmingham end, and for my money he was probably the pick of the Bears bowlers yesterday.
Agreed. It is going to be Bamber then from the Birmingham end. He's in. It's James on strike, right arm over, and it's played into the leg side. Well fielded at cover, so no run there off the first ball of the day. 204 for 5 is the score. It's just gone 11 o'clock. Warwickshire were all out for 93 in their first innings. Hamid at the non-strikers end is 75 not out off 136 balls. Bamber starting his 16th over, 1 for 55 is his figures so far. He's coming in now, he's past the umpire and he's bowling. And this is left alone this time by James, taken by the wicketkeeper Smith. He does a little clap above his head and encouraging the bowler on what is a cold but dry and sunny day here in Birmingham. Not looking too bad so far weather-wise. Should get a decent amount of those 104 overs in. The forecast looks good today, not so good for tomorrow. If you're joining us here at Edgbaston, 204 for 5 Notts are in their first innings. It's James on strike as Bamber's in, and this is smacked through the offside. That'll be 4. Flew off the bat, out towards the Hollies stand, through backward point. No point change in that. First runs of the day off the bat. It's 4 of them as well. So just gone 11 o'clock. We'll be updating BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM. Wherever you are, if you want to get in touch, I'm Adam_PS on my social media on X. It's probably the easiest way. That comes straight through to me here in the commentary box. Dave Bracegirdle just nipped away for a moment to do a bit of an update on BBC Radio Nottingham. As I say, we'll be updating radio listeners as well soon as Bamber is in again, and this time it's defended by James, who's moved on to 19. Hamid doing a bit of gardening at the non-strikers end, having a little chat with the umpire as well, as James just wanders through to the, well, just the next strip along really. They're playing sort of quite over towards the Hollies stand. Very bright, warm day here in Birmingham. 2 balls to go in the first over of the morning. It's Ethan Bamber once again bowling. He's in now, and this is, oh, there might be an out. No, it didn't take anything on the way through. Bamber was fairly sure of an inside edge, but James stands there staunchly, and the keeper Smith now tosses the ball back. So a half-hearted appeal, but would have been the perfect start for the Bears this morning, but it wasn't to be. And James is still there on 19 not out. Looking like a bit of ball polishing going on at mid-on at the moment by Alex Davis, the skipper. As Bamber back to his mark to complete the first ball of this over. In comes Bamber now. The last ball of the over is on the front foot by James. So a dot to finish. 4 runs off the first over. 208 for 5 is what Notts are.
I don't think I've covered a game for quite some time, where there's been so many confident appeals that have just been totally brushed aside. It's been an extraordinary number where clearly the bowler keeper and slip cordon feel they've heard something, and the umpires have just stood there and resolutely shook their head. Not out, and there was one in that over. 208 for 5, lovely square cut from Lyndon James to get us up and running. Just a 53-year-old's in the ground, sending the first photograph of the day on X, at Brace Cricket, if you want to get in touch. Here's Michael Booth, who picked up a couple of wickets yesterday. Did praise Ethan Bamber at the start of the last over, but Booth, equally impressive, comes in, and first ball to a Seabermead is defended.
So we're going to go and update BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR listeners in just a moment. Good morning, this is Adam Pinder-Smith at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are in the field on the third day of this county championship match between the Bears and Nott. So far, just 4 runs have come the way of Nott so far. 208 for 5. They've moved on to James there, moving to 19 not out. Hamid alongside him on 75 not out as the ball comes through and is left alone by Hamid. If you want to listen to us today, BBC Sport website and app for full ball-by-ball commentary. This is Adam Pinder-Smith at Edgbaston. And we're at 208 for 5. I'm going to hand over to Dave for a second whilst I just nip away for a moment.
Yeah, the usual early morning gremlins once we try and get connected on all formats. Here's Michael Booth. Leaves behind a pile of sawdust from this pavilion end and bowls, and that's nicked. Taken at first slip. Felt it was off the pad. Once again, the Warwickshire fielders animated, and why wouldn't there be if they could have appealed and got the positive verdict against a Seabermead? It would have certainly brightened their morning up, but it did look from here as if the bat was nowhere near it, and he just lunged the pad at it. It flicked the pad, flew to first slip, and was comfortably pouched. Lots of celebrations, but again turned down. But good from the Bears to see they're all appealing as one. They're right on it this morning. They know this is a really important phase of the game. See if they can get an early wicket or two, try and get into the lower middle order of the Nott side. This goes past the Mead and through into the gloves of Kai Smith. Mead 75, yet to add to his overnight score. Lyndon James with the boundary. The only runs of day 3. Should be a long old day, and hopefully we'll get them all in. Lunch 10 past 1 till 10 to 2. Tea 4 o'clock till 4:20. Scheduled clothes, they say 6:30, but guarantee it'll be 7 o'clock or beyond. Next ball is just guided with that familiar Seabermead open face down to third for a single. So the Nott's captain is away on day 3. Moves on to 76, 209 for 5. Means Lyndon James can take a guard. Umpire at this end is James Middlebrook, the former spin bowler. He had a spell at the start and end of his career with Yorkshire, also played for Essex and Northants in between. Booth will run past him now and bowl. Pitched up and hit through mid-on. They'll get a couple of runs. It was just a gentle push in truth rather than a fully committed blow down the ground to reach the ropes. So Lyndon James gets a couple of runs. Moves on to 21, 211 for 5, and that lead will continue to swell this morning. 118. Interesting to see how this day goes. Certainly when Warwickshire get to bat in their second innings, they're going to have to produce a better performance than they did yesterday, clearly. But you just wonder if there'll be as much response for the Notts bowlers. Hutton and O'Neill absolutely outstanding, taking 5 wickets apiece. Josh Tong was the enforcer. Plenty of high energy bowling from him. Lots of short pitch stuff. Bowled at a decent lick. And they were the only 3 bowlers used, so the spinning fingers of Farhan Ahmed yet to be used in this match. Here comes Bamber, former Middlesex player, bowls, and Hamid chops it down into the ground. It runs out to point, and there's no run. So this one of 9 matches, and just quickly scanning down. Yes, we're underway in all 9 matches. The 5 in Division 1. In fact, it's a delayed start at Chesterley Street. Bad light has delayed the start at Chesterley Street. Next ball edged along the ground to second slip. No, that one hadn't been updated. They are playing at Chesterley Street. So yeah, underway everywhere in the county championship. We'll keep you fully posted on the comings and goings, the fall of wickets and so on. Get commentary on all the games, of course, via the BBC Sport website and app, and also the live text service, which if you go on there, it will tell you instantly the fall of each wicket around the grounds. Next ball from Bamber strikes Hamid on the pad. A flamboyant appeal from Ethan Bamber. Not too much from behind the wicket in terms of support. 210 for 5. We are now coming out on the BBC Sport website and app. So we'll just quickly get rid of that. There we are. There's Bamber. We're in the 3rd over of the morning. It'll be a long old day at Edgbaston. Bamber past umpire Lungley. Huge stride from the Notts captain as he gets to the pitch of it, pushes it into the covers, and there's no run. 211 for 5. Lovely morning. Can see right into the distance for the first time this week. Lots of seagulls, or whatever you're supposed to call them.
Birds.
Circling it. Well, yeah.
I'm not an ornithologist, is that the right word?
I don't collect stamps either. Next ball on its way, and Hamid has left the bat out there, and it goes through to the keeper. 211 for 5. Or is that paper folding? I'm not sure.
You really are asking. No, that one's origami. That one I do know.
It always gets me, and it shouldn't. Why there are seagulls here, but bang slap in the middle of the country. But people say it's they come with the rivers, but I don't know.
You can't be much further from the sea.
No.
Than Edgbaston, really, I'm afraid.
Next ball is bowled to the Notts skipper, and again a flamboyant sort of crouch forward as he blocks it, and then he grounds his bat as over is called and goes down to have a little chat with Lyndon James. So very good morning to you if you're just joining us from Edgbaston. We've got play. We're underway on time, which is absolutely great after day 1, which was restricted to only 9 overs, and yesterday where we got a good chunk of cricket in. I think we lost 8 overs at the start of the day. We didn't start on time, and then we lost another 14 overs either side of lunch. But we got through till about 7:10, and we've really got this game moving on. 211 for 5.
And Booth in from the pavilion end, and he bowls, and that's left alone by James, so he's still 21 not out. 211 for 5 is what Notts have moved on to this morning. 204 they began the morning on, so a few added so far.
Definite shortage of Easter eggs in the commentary box. I'm as guilty as anyone.
I can pop to the corner shop in the lunch interval if that was quite the hint, was it?
Well, it wasn't a hint, was it? It was just a fact that there wasn't enough love spread around the commentary box for us all to bring one in.
Booth in once more. It's a fuller ball that's defended on the front foot by James for no run.
We should have done for Grace, really. We should have looked after young Gracie. I mean, she's still wet behind the ears. We should have brought her an Easter egg in.
I could give her an Easter bottle of water. That's about as far as my gifts go.
Should have been out clubbing last night. I think an Easter egg is the last thing she'll want.
Well, you were on Broad Street, you were telling me.
I was watching the snooker all night last night. I've got my alibi, Your Honour.
Slightly different context. In once again then comes Booth from this pavilion end. It's a full delivery I should say, which was left alone by James. So another dot in the book, 211 for 5. James 21 nut out. Hamid doing a bit of gardening at the non-striker's end and a bit of shadow batting now. Is on 76.
I thought, we'll have a little bit of the snooker. Apologies for those of you that don't follow it or know anything at all about it, but switched it on and BBC 4, there it was, Kyron Wilson, the defending champion, in a bit of trouble, and lo and behold, got hooked, and he got knocked out at about 11:15. I thought, oh crikey, where's those 4 hours gone?
Played off the back foot this time is James into the bowling of Booth, and it's fielded in the covers for no run. You like your snooker then, do you, Dave?
Yeah. It's the start of the tournament. Let's put it that way. Highly unlikely that I'll probably sit through 4 hours tonight or tomorrow or the next night or the next night or the next night or whatever. But last night it just suited a purpose. It was a long old day in here.
As Booth is in once more and once again left alone by James, and 211 for 5 the score remains.
Regally looked after by the Warwickshire catering staff yesterday, and a nice lunch with Gracie. We had the fish chips and the peas, so that went down very, very nice. So I got back to the hotel last night and scanned the menu up and down, and just have a cheese toast. You know, you have to have something because it's a long day between 1 o'clock and 11 o'clock at night. Yeah, essentially. So I had the cheese toast. He took that back upstairs with a glass of something fizzy.
Last ball of the over is left alone by James. So Booth there with another dot in his book. So 15 minutes gone on this third morning here at Edgbaston. A lovely sunny day wherever you're listening to us around the world here in Birmingham. 211 for 5, Notsar.
So that was the day. I mean, the plans were, looking at the weather. We'll get back and be able to watch the Grand Prix qualifying and the Aston Villa Newcastle game. But they'd both been and gone and done before we even got out of Edgbaston. It was a late old finish last night, but wouldn't have it any other way. We like to come and watch the cricket, and it was great to have some yesterday. And as I've said, it's not a dig at Warwickshire at all. It makes a nice change for Notts to do well here. This goes through to the keeper from Bamber. A wretched record on this ground Notts have got in the Championship. In 150 years, they've only won 10 times at Edgbaston, only twice this century in the County Championship. But and I'm not saying Notts are going to go on and win this game, but the two things that link the two wins, 2005 and 2010, the 2 times that Notts have won here on this ground, are the 2 years that they've won the title. So let's, I hope you'll give me a bit of leeway to say yesterday was one of the better days. 211 for 5, bowled the Bears out for 93, and we're in front by the end of the 19th over. It doesn't happen very often.
I've just been sent a picture of what one of my children is having for lunch, Dave. Do you want to have a peek?
Is it? That's my sort of lunch. You better describe it.
I'll tell you about that at the end of the over. So it's Bamber bowling from the Birmingham end. He's in past the umpire now to Hamid, and he's trying to get a single on the leg side. It's worked through. Just backward of square, so 212 for 5. The score moves on to
Jacob. Here's one. Let's go controversial Notts. We've got a lot of friends here, and there's Jacob getting me to fall out straight away. This is Jacob, folks. This isn't Dave Brayscale. This is Jacob. Dave, is Edgbaston the worst attended ground in the country for Championship cricket? Never see anybody there.
No comment.
And the case for the defence. I know the case. Well, the case for the defence says there's no comment.
Bamber in once more then from the Birmingham end. It's James on strike, and it's worked out to mid-on for a no run, so the score stays on 212 for 5. It certainly is.
What I can say, Jacob, is I've been in many times for the Championship, and the ground has been absolutely rocking. Not quite T20 Finals Day atmosphere, but the last 2 days it has been absolutely freezing. It's a little bit warmer today, and hopefully they'll pop along once they've been to church and help to swell the crowd. But again, it's a big ground, and it's sometimes misleading.
Bamber in once more, and a play and a miss this time from James. It goes through to the keeper Smith. 212 for 5 the score.
Heath's been in touch. Good morning, Heath. Morning, Dave. He says, with tomorrow looking like a washout, do you feel Notts need to be aggressive on a declaration, considering today we should get a full day in, or have the batting conditions improved and it's odds on for a draw? I think there'll be wastage in terms of the wickets, Heath. I'd be surprised if Notts are batting after lunch. It'd be great if they are. I don't think they'll declare. If they can get to 253, 354 with the points, they'll take it.
Play and a miss to complete the Bamber over then, so just a 1 run from it. 212 for 5. We've been playing, or coming up for 20 minutes. So
I'm fully expecting tomorrow to have to sit here watching it rain and no play, and everybody telling me they should have declared yesterday earlier. They should have given, that it would be great in a sense if Warwickshire were 8 or 9 wickets down tonight. But I know what the backlash will be if tomorrow morning we come along and we can't get any cricket in tomorrow. But I don't think they'll declare. I don't think they'll naturally just look to push on recklessly. They'll look to get what they can, and if they've still got wickets in hand at lunch, they'll go a bit further. They want to get out of this game with more points than Warwickshire, to emphasise the difference in first innings. I'm sure this is run to backward point. Need 38 more runs for a first batting point. At the moment the points are 3-1 in Nottinghamshire's favour, but another wicket to go down. The Bears would have a second bowling point, but on what we saw in the first innings, Warwickshire put in after losing the toss, bowled out for 93. There's been a huge disparity up to this point between the performances of the two sides, as Booth just jags one back and strikes Asib amidships, and it runs out on the offside. But as ever, as I always say with a day of county championship cricket, you just never know what's going to happen. Alex Davis just having a natter to the umpire. Not been able to get any confirmation on what happened late on last night. Primarily because I've not spoken to clearly the right people as Booth bowls. That's a good delivery. Extra little bit of zip goes through to the keeper. There was an instance last night, Adam. I know he was travelling back from far-flung places, so won't have seen it, where Kyle Verreynne pushed the ball back at Oliver Hannon-Dolby, and it'd gone forward to play it, potentially leaving his crease. Hannon-Dolby took it, threw the ball back towards the stumps, not with any great aggression or power, and struck Verreynne on the pads. This is pushed to backward point. There's no run. Well, you'd thought that Ollie had stolen somebody's kitten, because the umpires got together and they called Alex Davis over, and it was clear they were making more of an issue out of it than really there seemed the need to be. Both myself and Mike Taylor thought it was a little bit of nothing. He didn't throw it hard enough to hurt anybody, and it was one of those where he just felt there's a little bit of an overreaction as this goes through to the wicket keeper. And we both said, if you're going to make that much of a deal of it, you deserve to spend an extra hour here tonight filling all the paperwork in, because it just really needed. Just be careful and move on. But it was
and it hadn't been a feisty game up to that point, really, had it? It wasn't like tempers were flaring from...
And like we say, Ollie is now the chair of the PCA, the Professional Cricketers Association. He sets the standards. Michael Booth, who continues to run in with good energy as he did last night in the gloom, bowls outside the off stump. Hamid has only added 2 to his overnight score as he lets this go. He's on 77. Lyndon James has added 6. A quiet start to Day 3, Notts 212 for 5 here at Edgbaston. Phil Britt and Grace Ballinger will be with us before too long. I'm Dave Brace-Girdland. Alongside me, representing the home county and all the good folk of this parish, Adam Pindersmith.
Yes, and just to complete what my kids are having for lunch, they've currently got an Easter egg sandwiched with either side by 2 slabs of white bread.
So an Easter egg sandwich.
Indeed. Bamber to continue then from the Birmingham end, and James is forward and defends. It's a no ball that's been signalled, so he probably overstepped. Did Bamber, so 1 to the score will go.
Two for the
Sorry,
no ball.
2 to the
for
score.
the no ball, 1 for the wide.
Yeah.
It's just in the county championship. Would only have been 1 in a test match.
So can Bamber get his footwork right this time? He's in again, and this time it's played off a rather thickish head down toward third, so they'll get a single and scamper through for that. So another 1 to the total, 215 for 5. Hamid now on strike, 77 not out. How's he started the season, Hassim Hamid? I'll be honest, I haven't seen anything of him yet. You're going to tell me he was injured and this is his first game?
No. 20 odd and 20 odd not out in the first game, 92 and a low score in the second game.
Well, he's on strike now to Bamber, who's in and worked in the leg side by Hamid. There'll be at least 1 here. He might fancy a second. Yes, he's coming back for 2. Square leg round to do the fielding, so 2 more to the total. 217 for 5 now. Hamid on to 79.
I think this. What do they say? I can't think what they're saying is now. There's 3 certainties in life: death, taxes, and something else, isn't there? But you can also throw in there the fact that Hassim Hamid will get 1,000 runs in a county championship season. Him and Joe Clark, you haven't got to worry about. They might get a low score here and there, but come September, Hamid 1,000 runs, Clark 1,000 runs. I'm pretty much inking that in already.
Hamid on strike again. He's forward and defends this time off the bowling of Bamber. So 217 for 5. The score remains. Yeah, they're your bankers, aren't they?
Yeah. They're your Sam Hain.
Absolutely.
Your guaranteed runs. Although having said that, mentioned it yesterday when we looked it up. Hassim Hamid on this ground in red ball cricket. His top score's only 41. Has a century here in List A cricket in 2021, but 41 is his best here.
Bamber in once more, a fuller ball that's fielded at second slip. So for no run.
So this is a ground that's not been too kind to him in the past, although he will have memories of a century against Warwickshire, his first century in 2016. A young lad. Bushy-tailed young teenager playing for Lancashire at Old Trafford. His maiden century came against the Bears, getting on for a decade or so ago now, 2016.
2 balls to go in the over. This one left alone. Quite a wide-ish delivery as well, actually. Hamid just wanders away and just gives himself a second as a bit of shadow batting on the next cut strip along.
Yeah, it's just all familiar trigger movements, both in the lead up to facing the ball and once the ball has gone dead as well. There's always those 3 or 4 steps towards the square leg umpire.
Last ball of the over then as Bamber is in once more, and it's a play and a miss this time by Hamid. That gets an applaud actually from Smith behind the stumps. So 217 for 5. The score is, I would say, drifted onto this morning, Dave. I think that's it. It's not exactly rattled along, has it? But it's been an okay start by Notts, and the Bears will be happy with this as well. The Notts haven't sort of put their foot on the gas and come out of the traps this morning, and Hamid there on 79 not out, so added just the 4 to his overnight total.
Yeah, it's everything in contrast to the warm-ups this morning. We've seen both sides playing football, kicking balls about, throwing frisbees and rugby balls. We've had the music booming out of the, what do they call them, the beatboxers down there as Booth continues, balls wide of the off stump. A really high, energetic warm-up as always by both sides. Lots of throw-in and catching practice and whatever. Both teams pumped up for action, and then we'll go out there and we've got sort of the traditional Sunday morning, just ease into the day that most people would like to do if they possibly could. Just work your way into the Sunday slowly.
Some bangers on that playlist this morning, though, wasn't there? You were bopping away. I saw your pencil tap at one point.
It's Booth bowling. Runs for Lyndon James, working it into the offside out to our left as we look from high up in the pavilion, and they're going to come back for 3. There's some used wickets over there. There's some parched areas of the outfield as well. It's actually quite bobbly down there. I was talking to Gary Barwell, their groundsman, on the first morning, and it's been a particularly difficult spring for groundsmen up and down the country. A lot of dry weather and A lot of frosts at night, says Gary. That's made it quite difficult to keep the outfield nice and flat. 220 for 5. Hamid back on strike. Lyndon James with that 3 has gone to 25, and Hamid on strike gets himself off strike with a shot I've seen him play 1,000 times or more. Just opens the face and guides it down to third for a single. 221 for 5. Knott's lead is 128.
Real confident sort of shot, that isn't. Well, it's not a shot, is it, from Hamid, that, but it's that oozes confidence, isn't it? Just opening the face and guiding it on its way down towards third. A good sign for Notts fans listening to us this morning. Hamid moving on to 80 not out. He's at the non-strikers end though at the moment.
Michael Booth bolts to Lyndon James as goes through to the wicket keeper Kai Smith. 2 slips. We've got a third man in. They've got a backward point, an extra cover and a mid off, and 3 on the leg side, mid on, and then 2 out on deep square leg and 1 at long leg. Oliver Hannon Dolby. We're in the 61st over of the innings as Booth comes in and Lyndon James works this to mid wicket. No real power behind the shot, just a easily accrued single, and we've got the Richie Benno on the board and the 2-2-2 double Nelson, feet off the ground and all the rest of it.
You don't strike me as a superstitious man.
Oh,
Dave.
I am. Oh, I am.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've got to salute the magpies in the morning. Don't walk under ladders and all the other nonsense.
I won't bring a mirror in then, just in case.
There's Booth in once more. Bowles, good shot, no run. He's laced that up to the captain at mid-off. There's no run. We've been going for about half an hour. We'll have a bit of a rotation in here. Don't know who's going to slide into my seat, but I'm sure Adam will tell you more.
So we've got Phil and Grace standing by. One of them will come and join me, and then I'll make way for the other at the end of the next over. Good to have you with us. Coming up to 11:30 on Easter Sunday morning. I hope wherever you're listening to us, it's as glorious a day as it is here at Edgbaston. 222 for 5 is what Notts have moved on to this morning. They were 204 for 5 overnight, so it's been steady, but they have made some progress as Bamber gets ready from that Birmingham end once more. He's in now and he bowls, and that's left alone by James, so another dot into the book. It's a very good morning to Grace.
Morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's a bit of a nicer picture to look out of than the gloom of yesterday morning.
Well, I had a picture from Mike Taylor said to me at about this time yesterday morning, and he said, if it's anything like this when you wake up tomorrow morning, don't bother coming to the ground. So I was glad when I drew the curtains this morning to see some half decent sunshine out of the bedroom window. I was going to get a good day of cricket in. Bamber in once more, then he's past the umpire, he bowls, and James is a bit of a play and a miss as it goes through to Smith. So another dot in the book. 2-2-2 for 5 the score.
Looks like Bamber's getting it through nicely this morning. I think he bowled really well yesterday. Been pretty aggressive, finding a good length. I think he bowled mainly from the pavilion end yesterday, but he's in from the Birmingham end today. It looks to be going well for him.
Yeah, it's been steady. I think that's sort of, the Bears will be happy with this. The forecast tomorrow looks not great, so I think the Bears will be happy that Notts haven't put their foot on the gas. And James just works this one into the offside. Fielding done an extra cover for no run, so another naught. He's 26 off 70 deliveries now. The partnership edging towards 50 though. They're on 45 if my eyesight doesn't deceive me. I think that's a 5 and not a 6.
45. You're right.
Your eyes are younger and clearer than mine, I would think. I'm sure. I'll get the binoculars out if I need to in a minute. Back to his mark goes Bamber, halfway through his 20th over. He's in now and he bowls, and there's a chance, it falls just short. There may have been a bit of bat, and then Bamber follows through by nudging the ball with his foot towards James's stump, but it misses. 2-2-2 for 5, the score remains. 26 not out. Yes, that is definitely a 5, the partnership. I think we're in agreement there. So 45 is the partnership between these two for Notts so far.
Yeah, just starting to build a decent partnership, aren't they here? Hamid and James. James had an excellent start to the season. He's already turned up in the opening 2 games, well, one of them at least, and yeah, I mean, they'll be very happy, won't they, with their performance, especially with the ball, but they haven't had a decent partnership yet. It's been Hamid on his own with some small contributions from the other top order, so they'll look to build a decent one here, the Nottinghamshire pair.
In once more comes Bamber, and it's just edged into the offside. Fielding done at cover, no run. James doing a bit of shadow batting in the West Midlands sunshine. Costa del Brum at the moment out there, isn't it? It's looking really rather pleasant. Cold. I can see lots of coats still on, but no woolly hats. I was expecting a couple of beanies or something in the crowd, but I can't see many. If you're wearing a beanie and you're listening to us in the ground, give us a wave. Last ball then of the over. It's being bowled by Bamber, and it's quite a full delivery. It's driven on the front foot by James, but no run. So a maiden there from Booth. He moves 17 overs bowled, 2 for 42 with 5 maidens in there. A little bit more from Grace, and then Phil Britt will be coming in.
Yeah, another good over there from Ethan Bamber. He's found some pretty consistent areas. Hasn't bowled too many bad balls, which I think has been the main difference between the Notts and the Warwickshire bowling attack. The Notts attack yesterday, albeit in excellent seam bowling conditions, just gave Warwickshire absolutely nothing. No width, nothing to score off. But Warwickshire have started this session well. They'll want to keep that lead down. Already Notts lead by 129, and looks like it'll be Booth to continue from the pavilion end. And I've got Phil join me to my right. Morning, Phil.
Good morning, Grace. Good morning, everybody. Lovely morning. Gosh, this is the same place we were at yesterday.
It's different, isn't it? As Booth's in, and it's a full delivery to start. Hamid looks to drive through the onside, but cannot get past. Hamza Sheikh there at mid-on. Yeah, much nicer picture than what we were looking out at yesterday morning.
Yeah, it was horrible yesterday, wasn't it? And it was cold in here. We've also, in the last 24 hours, cracked the air conditioning because it's actually got a heater on it. And this morning, got it going. It's actually almost subtropical now in this studio as opposed to the freezing conditions yesterday.
It's the first time I've had my coat off in the 2 days. As Booth's in again, full and driven beautifully by Hamid. He doesn't even think of running as that races away to the extra cover boundary. A fine shot brings Hamid onto 84. He timed that one sweetly.
Plays that shot well, doesn't he? He played that yesterday, some lovely shots through that extra cover region, and he just stands, he plays the shot and just stands and admires it. It's a little bit like Ian Bell used to play that cover drive, and that's a high comparison, but a beautiful shot.
Booth in again. He'll look to rectify length there, and he does nicely. Pushes Hamid onto the back foot. Just pops that into the offside. There will not be a run taken. There's 3 fielders where the ring would be on the offside. They've got a backward point, cover and a mid-off. 2 slips in play, 3rd man out on the boundary. Then vacant space through the leg side, a fine leg, a deep square and a mid-on, so plenty space if they want to rotate the strike, but Notts just looking to go nicely here. It's Booth in again, and a decent delivery left by Hamid. He knows where his stumps are there. Just whistles the full stump flying.
Quite impressed with Booth, Michael Booth, yesterday, and again with his line this morning. He's kept it quite tight in and hasn't given too much width to the batters. 226 for 5 though. It's beginning to edge away into an appreciable first innings lead here for Nottinghamshire.
This Booth bowls again and back for length and cut on the up by Hamid, but can't get past cover fielder.
I think he was looking to cut that square, and it perhaps got up a little bit more than he had anticipated, and it was fired out in the end out into the covers rather than to the backward point area which he was shaping. And it was in the air for a while, but in the end it fell well short of cover.
Final ball of the over then's bowled. It's full, it's on leg stump, and it's just flicked away by Hamid, only for a single. Square leg gets round. A decent over then for Notts, and 5 from it brings Hamid on to 85. End of the over, Notts 227 for the lost 5 wickets.
So the lead 134. There's 5 wickets in hand. These two are pretty well set here. That they've 85 for Hamid. And Lyndon James has looked in pretty useful form. He's already got 100 this season under his belt, and settled in on 26, and they've importantly been able to pick it up again this morning. So quite often when they come back in, you get an early wicket, and that may have been what Warwickshire were hoping for this morning. We're into the second part of the opening hour, and neither Bamber has been able to get one as he bowls his first one, and it's steered down to Fernando down at third man for a single. That's all it will be. Brings James back onto strike. Yeah, Booth and Bamber have had bowled pretty tightly this morning, but with no success at all. And that assistance that the bowlers were getting on the opening day, that seems to be beginning just gradually to wear out. It's Bamber in, and this is turned to mid-wicket. There's no run. 2 slips. They've got the third man just protecting that boundary down in front of the pavilion. Then the cover point, an extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and man down at the long leg. And a bird in front of the sight screen, fielding out at deep mid-wicket, pecking away happily there, being ignored by everybody as Bamber comes in, and it's played away into the offside by James. Again, no rush.
Yeah, not needed with the ball yesterday, Lyndon James. Not his genuine all-rounder, but only the 3 seamers used, and wickets shared between O'Neill and Brett Hutton. 5 apiece, none for Josh Tongue, but he bowled nicely too.
Yeah, it was a really impressive performance, I thought, from the Nottinghamshire seam attack. They bowled as a unit really well. That's Bamber in. This is left outside the off stump and through to the keeper. Having to get through some work, Ethan Bamber. He's bowled 21 overs in each of the innings up at Chester Street last week, and then in the opening game against Sussex, it was again quite a lengthy spell he had on his debut. 30 overs in the first innings and 11, so he's getting through some hard work. He's into his 21st over here, so Warwickshire really making him work. This one is worked away down to third man again, where just opened the face of the bat, James, and ran it away through the vacant gully area, and he gets a single. 229 for 5.
It's a good sign of fitness, isn't it? Being able to bowl, well, just under 20 overs in a day and come back the next day and be straight on the mark again. It's really impressive stuff from Bamber.
Yep.
Making the new signing work.
Well, he seems to have settled in really well. He's had he's bowled very steadily. He got 4 wickets against Durham, and I think it was 4 in the first game. Yeah, 4 in his first match. This one is driven by Hamid, but straight up to a deepish mid-off end of the over, which Hannon Dolby does the fielding. Easy to pick out in the field. He's probably about, I would say he's probably 5 or 6 inches taller than anybody else in the Warwickshire side. There's some quite tall guys, but Hannon Dolby's 6'8", I think he is.
Yeah, I saw that on the down in the entrance where you can get into the stands. They've got a few of the players up, life-size figures. I saw Hannon Dolby at 6'8", much taller than his teammates. I think just on Ethan Bamber's fitness, I think, remember seeing on the social medias that he's got by far the quickest time in the 2K time trial, which is the fitness measurement that they use in cricket. I think it might have even been under 7 minutes. It was a ridiculously quick time from Bamber, but guess he's seeing the fruits of his labour come into fruition here, bowling long spells.
So they do a 2K. I'm glad it doesn't switch to the whole staff, that they just give it to the playing staff. I hope nobody gets the idea that the rest of us should have to do it.
Yeah, it's quite a hard distance actually, 2K, because although it's short, you have to run pretty quick the whole time.
Yeah,
it's a bit of a sprint middle distance. It's quite tough, but not for Ethan Bamber with the sort of times he's getting.
It's about a mile and a third, I suppose, 2K.
Yeah, I think something
in
like that.
In old money.
Change of bowling then from the pavilion end, the left arm seam of Fernando. comes in and first ball pushes James back into defence.
Is that what? So they don't do the sprints then? I've got some. When they used to turn up in the 50s, the side which won the championship in 1951, the Warwickshire side, arrived 2 weeks before the season started to begin their pre-season fitness training, and it was done. Just break off.
Fernando in and slightly straight. James looks to turn it into the onside. I think it might have been a bit of glove on that as they run a single. We'll see if there's an umpire single. No, leg by.
And they used to have a guy. During the 50s, they used to have a tie-up with Wolverhampton Wanderers, and one of their fitness coaches, used to come down and do some work with them. But they used to put some poles, put a cane across, and they used to make them run and just jump over the canes. And they'd all be standing there in their baggy shorts and their those tracksuits, which were really sort of floppy. And
It's Fernando bowled and turned again into the onside, comfortably by Hamid for a single. There was all sorts of fitness testing these days.
Yeah, there was absolutely nothing like, sort of heart rate or anything like that, or doing all the things which are taken today.
It's never ending, the fitness testing. Absolutely everything measured with all the best equipment. It's non-stop, Phil.
And then they went straight down to the pub afterwards, after their first training session to get together.
Maybe I'd have been better playing in that generation, eh?
I have to say, there was a lot to be said for the friendliness and the camaraderie of it. It may not have been 100% physical fitness, and I wouldn't advocate that's the right way, but there's something which is memorable about it.
As James defends.
And some of them, could still hit a cricket ball pretty hard and still bowl quite quick.
Well, last year we had a new, you do all sorts of fitness testing, speed, power, everything under the sun, capacity. Too many really, but they made us do one last season at the end of the season. It's cruel that after a long season.
What did you have to do?
I had to do the 2K time trial and pretty much everything, I think, because this one's turned by James. I think there was glove on that this time for a single. It might be. No, again, leg buys. I need to get my eyes tested, don't I? That's 2 in the over that I've thought he's got glove on, both off the pad.
Oh, that's pretty harsh, isn't it, at the end of a season?
It's not what you need after coming off the long run for 6 months.
No,
it's not what you need at all. It's tough going, but it's because we got knocked out of the 50 over comp. I think they were trying to punish us for not making it to the finals. Fernando's in, and that's just come off the pad. Diving stop by Kai Smith down the leg side. Doesn't take it cleanly, but a dot nonetheless to finish the over.
Yeah, just save four leg byes there, I think. 232 for 5. The lead is on to 139. And a bowling change. From the looks of things here at the... Going to be Oliver Hannon-Dolby coming into the attack. He's got that 1 wicket, 1 for 31 from his 12 overs yesterday. His first bowl of the morning. So the flag, the Warwickshire flag, which is on the old press box area, has hardly blown this morning. It's just flapping around. Yesterday it was being tugged off. Referee pulled off the flagpole, but this morning it's just fluttering. So much quieter morning. Quite a few people in. So here is Hannon-Dolby into James. He's in and bowls, and James is forward to this one, just running it away into the offside, and there's no run. I think there's more in this morning, don't you, than there were yesterday?
Definitely.
But at that point, I think Dave took an email about is Warwickshire the worst attended. One of the big problems is when you're looking at the pictures on the television screen. So many people are in the members area, which you can't see on the TV pictures. It kind of makes you confuse you how many are here. This one is driven away by James. That's going to run away towards the cover point boundary. It'll be pulled up just inside. Didn't quite have the pace on it. It sort of squirted it away through cover point rather than playing it with force. It gets a couple of runs for it, so James Smith's on 29, 234 for 5. And that normally, if you get any sort of strike on that ball there, Grace, it runs away towards the holly stand quite quickly. Alan Dolby in and bowls, and this is left outside the off stump. No shot offered by James through to the keeper. So yeah, so it is a little bit deceiving that we can't see from where we sit just how many people are in those seats. Although I have to say that cold as it was yesterday, I don't know whether I'd want to sit in the shade as well in the pavilion part outside.
No, absolutely not. I think the thing is with Edgbaston as well with the attendance, it can hold so many people that it's always going to look empty.
Yeah.
Unless it's got thousands and thousands in.
And Dolby in bowls and James defends. There was a good attendance for the first match against Sussex, but the weather was beautiful. I have to say, and it certainly brought the crowds through the weekend.
It's a good incentive, isn't it, that a lot of the counties have started doing, that the final session of the day is free, isn't it?
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I think it encourages people.
The other thing which I like as well is that a lot of the counties now have got this reciprocal arrangement with their membership, that you can go virtually any club, as long as the one you bought the ticket from or your membership from aren't playing. You can go and watch county cricket for free around the country. This one is driven up to Alex Davis at mid-on, and there's no run. So if you join, say, at Nottingham as a member, you can go and watch Worcester play Warwickshire. But if Worcestershire say we're playing Nottinghamshire, you would have to pay to go in. But your membership will allow you to go in around the country for free, and that means that the facilities are being used. They may not be getting any gate money, but they can use the bars, they can use the restaurants, so there's extra revenue coming in. This one is played out into the offside. Dolby's first over of the morning is not too eventful, just a couple of runs off it. 234 for 5, 87 to Hamid, 29 to James. The lead is 141. Do you get much chance to go and watch cricket, or I suppose with playing and trading, you don't get a lot of chance?
Not masses, no. Obviously, you get to watch a bit when I'm working, when I'm commentating, but not loads. When the boys are playing at Trent Bridge, when we're training either there or at Lady Bay, you can catch a couple hours, which is nice. With the double headers, those are on the rise. Means that we can watch the men play after as well, which is nice. After we've finished our game.
And do you, all of you, sit around generally and watch that game? Would you a lot of?
It depends
sort of
really.
Think, oh, right, we're going. I've had enough of this.
If you've got a golden duck, you might be off, mate. You might just want to get home and get to bed. But I think it depends on how far people are travelling. Me, I only live 5 minutes away from Trent Bridge, so it's easy for me to stay and watch.
You can have too much of a good thing, can't you?
You can definitely get enough of cricket sometimes. As Fernando's in back over the wicket now, and Hamid defends. Foolish delivery into the offside. No, it's nice to support the boys, especially Notts. See how they're going. They had a difficult T20 comp last year, and I mean they look like they were battling relegation at some points in the county championship, but they've looked excellent in the Open in a few games of this season. It's been good to see them firing fit, and
it looks a well-balanced team, this, doesn't it?
It looks excellent. It's nice to see at the moment as Fernando's in, and again Hamid forward and defence.
There's quite some depth there with the batting and the bowling attack. Well, we've only seen 3 of the bowlers so far, but it looks to be a useful bowling attack.
Absolutely. It was a shame to see Dylan Pennington. I think it was a hamstring injury, it looked like, when he went down last week at Trent Bridge, but it's nice that they have the squad depth that people can come in and perform straight away. It's Fernando bowls again, and Hamid happy to defend, but hopefully Dylan Pennington can rest up and recover, hopefully relatively quickly, because he's struggled a bit with injury, hasn't he, the last couple of years?
Yeah.
He's such an excellent bowler in both red ball and white ball. Be good to see him.
Well, between him and Josh Tongue, it's really been disappointing times for both of them, hasn't it, really?
Yeah.
Let's hope, as you say, that they can get a full season in, or pretty much a full season in. I'm going to bring the second slip, or slip back in and have a second slip, so 2 slips going in for Fernando.
This one's turned into the onside. They think of a quick single, but James thinks better of it. Last thing Notts need here is a run out. They're both going nicely. Partnership up to 57.
There's a nice big gap into the onside for Hamid if he actually does turn the ball, because there was only a mid-on and a deep square leg, slightly backward square leg. The whole of what I would call orthodox mid-wicket is completely empty, so there's runs every time there.
And Hamid listens to you there, Phil, as he just pushes that one into the onside. Can't quite get past mid-on. I thought that might have been a couple of runs to begin with. Came nicely off the bat, but just a single in the end. Brings Lyndon James back to face the left arm quick.
Whether it's inviting them to try and use that, and then hope they might just in the process get a little outside edge which goes through to that those 2 slips. The second slip is very forward of slip.
And that's down leg side to finish the over. Kai Smith sweeps that one up, stepping to his left, and end of the over then. Not 235 for the loss of 5 wickets. They lead by 142.
Kai Smith is in his 3rd match now, having made his debut in the match against Sussex, but he seems to have settled into this role as the main wicket keeper very comfortably. It's almost like a seamless changeover. Michael Burgess, a very difficult act to follow, both with his keeping, which I thought his keeping was first class, but also the run contribution which Burgess made. That's a big one. Warwickshire losing Will Rhodes with 1,000 runs and Michael Burgess with 800. That's a lot of runs to have to find replacement. Kai Smith started off pretty well, both with gloves and with bat. As Hannon Dolby starts a new over, and Hamid plays it back up to mid-off, and there's no run. But so far, so good from the young man. He impressed last season with the bat, particularly in the One Day Cup, which is a competition because of the 100 is giving a lot of people an opportunity, a lot of cricketers who probably wouldn't get first team experience, and I think Kai Smith has benefited from having that opportunity and that exposure. And Dolby in, and Hamid has a little sort of follow on that, where he pushes at it and then watches it as it goes harmlessly through in the end to the wicket keeper, but to Smith, but just could have feathered one through there, but in the end there was no real need to play that shot because he wasn't going to do anything with it. There was no force behind it. It was just an instinctive follow of the ball. Waits as tall Hannah Dolby is in and bowls. This is down the leg side and just turned nicely away down to the fine leg boundary. Thank you very much, says Hamid. 239 for 5. He moves it into the 90s. 92 he goes to, and that was just nice, easy pickings. It was fired in just outside his leg stump, and he just got lent into it, angled the bat, and it sped off, just helped it on its way down to the fine leg boundary.
Yeah, a bit of a freebie that, wasn't it? Just
from that.
Missed his line slightly, Hannon Dolby, coming back from missing the first 2 games of injury, and Hamid's not going to miss out there. He moves into the 90s.
Waits as Hannon Dolby's into him, and this is driven straight to mid-wicket, where Hans Sheikh does the fielding. There's no run. 239 for 5 it remains. Warwickshire no game next week. It's their in the early part of the season it's the week off, and then they're away at Headingley against Yorkshire. So I'll be able to have a break after these 3 games have been completed. First 3, this one is left. Comes down, takes a step down, and then takes the bat out of the way and watches it, covers his off stump with his pad and watches the ball then go harmlessly through to Kai Smith. There's no run. 2:39 for 5 it remains. So it's been steady progress this morning for Nottinghamshire in the first hour. From their point of view, main thing is that they've lost no wickets, and they've extended that lead on to 145, so 146 rather. So it's been a good first hour. As this one is dug out, that was hurried through onto Hamid. Good way to finish the over from Hannon Dolby, but kept out. Hamid's on 92, James is on 29, 2:39 for 5. Adam will be back on in a second because he's got to do an update for local radio. So I'm going to make way for him to come in here as we have an end of the over break.
Steady going then this morning. No wickets lost. Yeah, for Nottinghamshire, that partnership just creeping up slowly. 62 now between skipper Hamid, who's 92 not out, and all-rounder Lyndon James. 29 not out currently as Adam joins me in. There'll be an update shortly, I believe.
Yes, there will. Fernando in then from the pavilion end, and it's a full ball that's driven straight down the ground by James. That sounded good off the bat. Gone for 4, so 4 more to the total for Notts. 2:43 for 5 they move on to. James on 33 not out. I've polished my glasses whilst I've been off for half an hour, so hopefully I can read the scoreboard now, which always helps, yeah. I find, when we're commentating on cricket.
Useful.
Steady Eddie is how I would describe the first hour. Grace, do you concur?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Fernando then in once more from the pavilion end, and it's just played back to him by James, so another dot in the book. 2:04 for 5 is where the Notts total was when it when play started an hour ago. Fernando back at his mark. It's the left arm overseas player for the Bears. He's in and he bowls, and it's driven but not timed by James, and it just goes out to Alex Davis at mid-off for no run. Score stays 2:43 for 5. So nearly 40 runs added in the first hour. Not exactly rattle along, Notts, but haven't lost any wickets, so maybe they'll have a crack after the first hour as Fernando comes in once more, and it's a ball that's sort of on a leg stump, and it's just worked into the leg side again for no run. So zero risk cricket at the moment from Notts, just hitting the bad ball as and when, but aside from that, not much has happened in this first hour. As you're just joining us, whilst you're cooking Sunday lunch on Easter Sunday, Fernando polishes the ball in the Edgbaston sunshine, and it's in now. The left arm is driven once more, but it's straight back to Fernando, so a full ball there once again for no run. One more ball to go in this over. James has moved on to 33. Hamid 8 away from a century. He's on 92 not out, doing the teapot at the non-striker's end at the moment. 150 knots lead by. 2:43 for 5. As Fernando tosses the ball from one hand to another, then puts it into his bowling arm, his left arm, and comes in and delivers the ball. Now it's a straight one that's worked into the leg side, but again no run. Fielded at the end of the over, so 2:43 for 5 is the score. An hour played here on the third day of this county championship match between Warwickshire and Notts. The weather forecast for tomorrow looks mixed, to say the least. You'd have thought that Notts would have had their foot on the accelerator a bit more than this, but they've added 39 runs so far this morning, still for the loss of 5 wickets.
And it'll be Hannon Dolby to continue from the Birmingham end. He think that's his end, isn't it? I think he'll be one that called the Ollie Hannon-Dolby end at some point. He's taken a hell of a lot of wickets here for Warwickshire and his fan favourite. And rightly so, he's a good bloke, isn't he, and a very good cricketer.
The number of times I've seen Hannon-Dolby run in from the Birmingham end over the years.
As he's in, and this is ran down to third man by Hamid. He moves on to 93, just 7 away from the century. He's going nicely, and Lyndon James accompanying well so far. Really like Lyndon James. Think he's such a mainstay in this Nottinghamshire side. He can bat, he can bowl. I think he's just extended his contract as well for a couple of years. He's a good player. He's looked really smart here.
He has. I'll just dive in for a second because we'll be nipping to update listeners to BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR in around 30 seconds time. Hannon-Dolby in, and it's a full ball that's played on the up by James. A dot in the book again, so he remains on 33, not out. Hamid at the non-strikers end on 93. Nearly 70 overs bowled here at Edgbaston in their second innings. Notts leading by 151 runs. Updating BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM listeners in just a moment here at Edgbaston. This is Adam Pinder-Smith at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire haven't allowed Notts to get away. Notts have added exactly 40 runs to their first innings score to move on to 244 for 5 off 70 overs. Hassan Hamid is 7 runs away from a century. He's 93, not out. Lyndon James playing the supporting role alongside him on 33. The partnership is 67. So far it's been Ethan Bamber, Ollie Hannon-Dolby and the overseas player Fernando that has been bowling, but no breakthrough for the Bears yet. This is Adam Pinder-Smith at Edgbaston.
Just a break in play here. Maybe Hannon-Dolby and captain Alex Davis there at mid-on, speaking through a plan, but he's back on his way, steaming in, and that's a decent delivery there. Just James forward, just catches him on top of the bat, I think. Maybe a bit of movement off the pitch from Hannon-Dolby. I don't think we've seen too much this morning. Conditions haven't been as conducive for the Warwickshire seamers as they were for the Notts seamers yesterday. I mean, they bowled extremely well, but they also really had the conditions for it.
Got some news coming in from elsewhere in the county championship. Rayan Ahmed, the brother, of course, of Farhan Ahmed, who's playing for Notts, has made 100 not out for Leicestershire. Hannon-Dolby in there, and they sneak a single through. James just working it into the leg side for a single. So 245 for 5 is what Notts move on to.
Yeah, going nicely, aren't they? Just look pretty comfortable at the crease, this pair. I think they've played nicely. They've been relatively conservative, but still gone at a decent strike rate and just building that lead.
You say that, I just think Notts might have put their foot on the gas a bit more than they have done. They're, 152 ahead, 5 wickets in hand, looking at the forecast. But
it's Hannon-Dolby bowls and Hamid forward.
It just seems to me that Notts need to go all in a bit more this first hour. Dave's sort of shaking his head in the corner, is Dave Bracegirdle. No, that doesn't work on the radio, Dave, but it's fine. He is shaking his head, Notts fans. I thought they might have got a bit more on the gas than they have, but they haven't. 245 for 5 is the score.
Yeah, they can't really lose from this position, can they? Notts, they've played really well. I mean, they deserve a win, don't they? Might be difficult with effectively what could be just 2 full days of cricket out of the 4 days, but I mean, they've looked good. They're definitely going to get some points for batting and bowling, and even if they get a draw, it'll be a decent result against another side that's at the top of the table. But in honesty, they've played like they deserve a win.
You don't get very many chances to win a game of cricket, particularly a 4-day game. Anyway, it's Fernando in again from the pavilion end, running away from us round the wicket, and that's worked to the leg side by James. Him and Hamid think about a single. They're doing the okey-cokey in the middle, but eventually the fielding is done at square leg, and it's another dot in the book. 245 for 5. That was a proper all-in, all-out moment there, wasn't it? They couldn't decide whether to trot through for a single or not, but if in doubt, stay at home and all that, and 245 for 5. I just think there are so few chances in 4-day cricket with the weather this time of year that Notts would have gone for it a bit more than they have. But that's why I'm sat up here, I guess, as Fernando's in again round the wicket, and it's fielded at mid-off. Sorry, fielded at mid-on, I should say, for no run.
No, they've got plenty of time, haven't they? They're only 5 down, and Hamid's going to want to get to at least his century before they push on. The lead's only 150. They'll want to get it up to a decent lead. I reckon they want to get it up to at least 200 until they fully push on. They're in a pretty comfortable position. They want to obviously maximise the batting points they can get.
70 overs old is the Notts' first innings, and they lead by 152. Fernando in once more to James, and it tucks him up this one from Fernando, who just works it into the leg side for no run. Just checking where his foot ends on the popping crease there is Fernando. First time seeing this overseas player live here at Edgbaston, but he's certainly looked the part. The bit of ball polishing being done at mid-on, who just tosses the ball back to Fernando now. He's halfway through his 11th over, 1 for 31 his figures so far. There's still 86.5 overs to be bowled today as Fernando comes in, and that's hit on the up. That'll be 4. Lovely shot by James, just stand and deliver batting there, flies out to the boundary for 4. Umpire signals that, and 249 for 5 the score now for Notts.
Sweetly timed by Lyndon James out to that long boundary towards the hover cover, but there was never any doubt whether it was going to race away for 4 or not. Just perfectly timed, not a massive amount of foot movement needed, just, as you say, Adam, stand and deliver. And he's looked really good here, Lyndon James. He's just managed to compose himself and stay at the crease and accompany his skipper, which is all that was needed from him. And these two have looked excellent this morning. The partnership moves on to 72. James 12 runs away from a half century.
Fernando polishing the ball once more down in front of us, just tossing the ball from one hand to another before beginning to come in past the umpire and bowls round the wicket. Let's work down to fine leg for a single. So the 250 up for Notts. In 70.5 overs, 24 axes in that. So I'm not going to try and do the maths, but a portion of which have come off things away from the bat. Now, it looks like Alex Davis is having a chat with the umpire about the ball here. They're going to try and get it changed, the Bears. 157 Notts lead by. No, whatever it was, it's not been fruitful for the Bears captain. He's just tossed it back to his bowler. 1 ball to go in the 71st over. It's Fernando bowling to Hassan Mahmood, who's 93 not out. Round the wicket he comes, and forward is Hamid, who just defends that into the offside. So a dot to finish the over. 71 of them bowled now in this Notts first innings. They lead the Bears by 157. 250 for 5 they are. Hamid and James, the not out batters.
Yeah, pleasant viewing this for Nottinghamshire fans. It's been an excellent 2 days with both bat and now also ball. No, the other way around. Ball and bat also coming to the party. There was a few wickets yesterday, but early it looked maybe slightly shaky, but when they were chasing only the first innings score of about 93 runs, it was never going to be too difficult of a task. And Warwickshire teamers have bowled nicely. They've bowled relatively tidy areas, but they're just not looking overly threatening at the moment. Maybe a new ball a bit later on might help them out, but Hasib Hamid and Lyndon James both looking comfortable at the crease at the moment, and Hannon Dolby will continue. From the Birmingham end, they just don't look too happy with the ball here.
No, that's the second time now, isn't it? They've just had a wander up to the umpire and done. I mean, I'm very much the layman in this department, Grace, but I'm just taking a microphone cover in my hand, but doing this thing where they sort of look side by side at it and sort of, I assume some tutting is then involved, is it, at the umpire, and sort of lots of pointing and kind of, oh, I'm not sure about this, you know, can we change the ball, please? We want one that's hooping round corners, not this one that's going like a dart.
Yeah, they've got to try something, haven't they? They're struggling here. The Warwickshire seamers were not directly behind the bowler's arm, so it's always hard to tell from the comms box, but it doesn't seem like they're getting much movement either in the air or off the wicket. They'll be keen to get the ball changed, but the umpires are normally pretty steadfast in their views if they dismiss it once. I don't see what could have changed in the last couple of balls to make it then unusable.
No, it's not like it's sort of been belted to the boundary a couple of times and scuffed on concrete perhaps or something like that. it feels very much like it's another roll of the dice from Alex Davis, and I think he's come up snake eyes rather than double six, because it's been tossed back to Hannon Dolby at the far end. And we're going to continue. 250 for 5 is the score.
Yeah, Hannon Dolby into his 16th over, the 1 wicket for him so far. Relatively defensive field here from the Bears, just the 1 slip in play as Hannon Dolby into James, and good delivery defended to the cover region by James. He's on 39. Hamid at the other end, 93 not out. That's 250 for 5. Looking comfortable here in the 3rd day at Edgbaston, Easter Sunday.
It's like a Pilates class out there at the moment, isn't it? Guy there at the back doing the flamingo, and then there's a guy in front of us here in the field just stretching his calves. Slip, I think it's Sam Hain down at Slip has been doing the downward dog.
Few stiff bodies, long days in the field for Warwickshire. This is driven back. I thought it was past Hannon Dolby, but he got a decent hand on it as he tumbles to the ground. It was well struck by James. He's looked really good playing straight here. Gun barrel straight, that one back at the bowler. It's a good shot for none.
Yeah, I'm glad Hannon Dolby got his hand on that, because it might have hit him on the nose. It was going right towards the Warwickshire bowler, and he just sort of palmed it round the post, to use the football analogy, and the fielding was done at mid-off. Back
at the end of his mark then at the Birmingham end, Hannon Dolby, 20. His number in this one, good line and length. James forced to defend. Happy to defend, though, on the front foot, Lyndon James.
What was your lucky number? I assume that's his lucky number, that's why he's picked it. Dave's pointing a finger at me at the moment, number 1.
Yeah, it's not a lucky number as such, but yeah, my shirt number is number 1. I've always had that.
The Usman Khawaja number. He's number 1 for Australia. Why number 1? Just, it was the first free number?
Yeah, it's just what I went for when I was a kid. 16, 17. Pretty confident kid, I suppose, to choose number 1, and then I've just kept it ever since, and it's done me well, so no need to change it. And that's a good delivery again on the stumps by Hannon Dolby.
Yes, I never reached the dizzy heights that you have played at, but I was number 4. My son's number 11, so then my daughter decided to be number 12 so that she could be a higher number than her brother. They've got another season of Dynamo's cricket coming up and playing for their club, and they're all excited, been knocking their cricket bats in. It's that time of year, isn't it, really, as the club season starts to creak into life. Most clubs playing for the first time over the May bank holiday.
It's Hannon Dolby, and again it looked like a slower delivery, back of a length. James waits for it nicely, he's not deceived. And just a single there through the cover gap.
Did you get much stick for wearing number 1?
I've never had any.
No?
No.
Not a single sledge about being number 1?
You'd think you'd get some, wouldn't you?
I think you'd get plenty wearing number 1.
Especially when I'm batting, I suppose, coming in the lower order. But no, I've never had any about it.
I think Keaton Jennings wears number 1 for Lancashire as well. Well, certainly used to. Don't think the Bears have got a number 1.
It's Hannon Dolby in then. Final ball of the over, and it's a dot ball. Hasib happy to defend, so tight over from Hannon Dolby, just the 1 run scored. 255 for 1, not to lead by 158.
If memory serves, Nick Knight used to wear number 1 for England. I think that's right. I seem to remember a one-day international here where he was batting and teeing off against, I think, India, but it's quite a few years ago now, but I think he wore number 1. Last over from me, then Dave's going to come in and replace me here alongside Grace for a few overs. Oh, I thought they were going to try and change the ball again then. Alex Davis signalled something as if to say, shall we have another go at changing this? But maybe I've misinterpreted that and it was a change in the field that he was going for, because he's now busy chatting to Ed Barnard, who's coming on to bowl from the from the Pavilion end. 251 for 5. They're just going for a few looseners down in front of us. The Pilates class seems to have finished though, Grace. I can't see anyone doing any sort of manoeuvres at the moment. He's got 1 slip in And a bit of a ring field has Ed Barnard, and he comes in and he bowls, and that's worked into the leg side by James, who's moved on to 40. Hamid alongside him on 93 not out. So the partnership worth 74 now, 251 for 5. A bit more ball polishing going on. Are you surprised that they've gone to Barnard?
Guess they've just got to rotate their seamers, haven't they? They can't, obviously. The players are fit and they can bowl a lot of overs, but you've always got to be careful with seamers. You've got to give them a chance, especially when they could be bowling for the majority of the day.
He's in again, and there's a play and a miss by James. Half an appeal at most by the keeper in the slip. It definitely flashed past with no bat or glove involved. So he stays on 40, does James. 251 for 5 the score.
See Warwickshire coming in with an all-seam attack to this game. They've obviously got the part-time spin of Rob Yates, and obviously Dan Mosey can bowl a bit too. He bowls more in the short format, but all their main bowlers seamers as Taz Ali made way for Hannon Dolby.
Oh, playing a miss this time by James. He tried to hit that out of Birmingham, that one, and if it had connected, I think it would have flown up towards us. But a good bit of aggression from both bowler and batter there, but another dot. Yeah, I think it was a bit of an insurance policy for the Bears, really, going without the front line spinner. Yates and Mosley are better than part-time. I think that's maybe Yates is a part-time spinner. Mosley, as you say, bowls a lot in short-term cricket as Barnard comes in again, a straighter one that's defended by James. 251 for 5 the score remains. When you're looking at the rest of the attack that you've got, Bamber has looked good. Fernando, Hannon Dolby, Barnard. I've missed one.
Michael Booth.
Booth, there we go. I was trying to go through them in my head, through the 11, and I thought I've missed one here. Barnard on his mark and turns and bowls this time to James, and it's a straight drive. There'll be at least one. Good bit of fielding actually by Fernando there at mid-on, so just a single. Moves James on to 41, 252 for 5.
It's an enjoyable session this, I think, especially for the Notts dressing room. They'll be pleased with how they've gone. Haven't lost a wicket in the opening. Well, just coming up to an hour and a half, isn't it? It's a bit warmer. There's a few more fans in on Easter Sunday. The Warwickshire supporters might not be enjoying it as much, but for the neutral, it's been a pleasant morning of cricket.
I think the Bears will take this though as well, as Barnard is in once more. It's Hamid that's on strike, and it's a full ball that's worked through to the offside by Hamid, so that'll complete Ed Barnard's over. Hamid there, 93 not out. It'll be Lyndon James though on strike. He's on 41. The partnership worth 75, 252 for 5. A little bit more from Grace, and then alongside her will be Dave Brace. I shall try that again. Alongside her will be Dave Bracegirdle.
Looks like Hannon Dolby will continue there from the Birmingham end. Quiet morning for the Bears. Hamid and James partnership up to 75 now. That's snuck up. So they've rotated the strike pretty consistently and put the bad ball away. Notts looking in a strong position 3 games in to the county championship season. It's Hannon Dolby in to Lyndon James, and this one slightly back for length. James defends into the onside, and I've got Mr. Bracegirdle.
Hello.
Join me to my right.
I agree with Charlie. Ideal situation this for Notts, for Hassan, for Lyndon. Both building an innings. They like to bat long. That's what's needed here. Keep going, lads, says Charlie. Trying to chase the game's not the thing to do. It's not white ball. Show some patience. Absolutely spot on, Charlie. There we are. That's my take on it as well.
Could have guessed that, Dave. Could have guessed that would be the case, as Hannon Dolby in, and much like the last, Lyndon James happy to defend off the back foot.
To win this game, Notts have got to get 10 wickets. They know that, but it's no good just going bish bash bosh, getting out, and then Yates and Davis, as they're perfectly capable of doing, put on 150 for the first wicket, and you're back to square one. And Notts are as far away from the winning the game as they've ever been. They've just got to try and accumulate points here, back till lunch, and if they've got wickets in hand, I mean, they're in a good position now. Lunch 50 minutes away, then go on this afternoon, rack those points up.
This one just glanced into the onside, not too convincingly, but safely nonetheless from Lyndon James. Yeah, I agree with you, Dave. Forecast not great for tomorrow, but not impossible that they'll get a bit of cricket in, and if they give themselves enough chance, they might be able to get a bit of cricket in tomorrow. And
I mean, it's, I've spoken to a lot of coaches, not just Nottinghamshire, other coaches, and they say you just can't depend on the British weather. You can only look at what's above you when you're actually playing, and not worry about the next day or the day after that or whatever in the forecast, because as we know, they can change.
At the dot ball, as Hamid forward in defence.
That said, it doesn't look good, does it, for tomorrow? But we'll have to see what tomorrow brings and where this game is. I owe Warwickshire County Cricket Club an absolute fortune, and thank you for not mentioning my absolute catastrophe 20 minutes ago when I dropped my coffee cup. There's bits of bone china everywhere. If it is bone china.
Wouldn't know, to be honest with you. There's plenty upstairs, though, to be fair. Hannon Dolby's in. Again, Hamid defends. He didn't half cause a racket as well, Dave. Wasn't subtle, was it? You're
if
not
you're
a
going to do it,
guy.
do it properly. Sent it flying. Should I work my way through the other scores as well? We haven't done that for a while. In Division 1, Durham have the lead at Chesterley Street. Yorkshire made 307. Durham 340 for 4. They've lost Alex Lees this morning for 172, but Emilio Gay's still there, 141 not out.
This one, again, a freebie from Hannon Dolby, and he looks frustrated. It might not race away for 4, though it doesn't, as I think that's Fernando down there. Does the work, but they will get a couple from it. Just do straight there down the leg side. Hannon Dolby to finish the over.
At Chelmsford, Essex in their second innings, 297 for 8 against Worcestershire. They lead now in their second innings, because Worcestershire will have a run chase. Essex lead by 274. Hampshire building a sizable lead at home to Somerset. Somerset 184. Hampshire still in their first innings, 277 for 6. And a high-scoring game at Hove. Sussex 435 all out. Surrey 149 for 1. So that's Division 1 taken care of. Here at Edgbaston, 255 for 5. Nottinghamshire, they've added 51 runs this morning without losing a wicket as yet. Is Ed Barnard, and he bowls, and he's got a wicket now. Catch at first slip, good sharp catch. And it is Lyndon James flashing hard at Barnard, who bowled a couple of expensive overs yesterday. He's been bang on point this morning, and now he makes the breakthrough. 255 for 6. So the Bears get a second bowling bonus point. Sharp catch in the slip cordon. I don't know if that's Robbie Yates in there, but Lyndon James has to go for 42.
Yeah, decent catch in the slip cordon. In honesty, nothing too special about the delivery. Don't think I'm being harsh in saying that, Dave. It was full outside off. It was there for Lyndon James to get his hands through, and he's done that well today, but he just didn't quite time that one. It just caught the outside edge and flew through to slip. A brilliant catch. But Lyndon James has to go. Partnership of 78 broken by Ed Barnard. Not 255 for 6.
Good maths, Gracie. I was just working that out. 78, yeah, for the 6th wicket. Useful runs. Look down below us. I would expect Fergus O'Neill to come out at number 8. Made 42 last week, having got a duck in his first Nottinghamshire appearance. In fact, he was a first baller in the opening match of the season. It is Fergus O'Neill. I'll tell you the Division 2 scores. The County Ground Derby. Derbyshire 307. Northants have the lead. 314 for 4. At Canterbury, runs continue to flow there. Gloucestershire made 472. Kent in reply 375 for 8. Ben Compton still going. Former Notts player is 173 not out. At Old Trafford, Lancashire 263, Leicestershire 194 for 3, and Rian Ahmed is now out for exactly 100. And at Lords, Middlesex 452 for 8, having bowled out Glamorgan in their first innings for 199. Max Holden made 107 yesterday. Here at Edgbaston then, 255 for 6. New man is Fergus O'Neill, the New Zealand-born Australian. Comes to the crease after Lyndon James was smartly caught by Rob Yates. First ball of this Barnard over. Here comes Ed Barnard in again, past umpire Middlebrook, who just popped off the field for a moment or two. First ball swings wide of O'Neill, and it's 2.55 for 6. So Notts have still got Brett Hutton, Farhan Ahmed and Josh Tong to come. All have scored good runs already this season, so still the prospect that the Notts tail could wag a little bit. As Ed Barnard runs away from us at the pavilion end, bowls, and Fergus O'Neill lets this go through to the wicket-keeper. Just been joined by listeners to 5 Sports Extra here at Edgbaston after an accumulative morning for Nottinghamshire. They've just lost their first wicket. Lyndon James and Asiba Mead had batted from the start of play at 11 o'clock till about 5 minutes ago, when Lyndon James flashed at a wide one from Ed Barnard and Rob Yates took a sharp catch at slip. Asiba Mead is still there. 95 not out at the non-strikers end. The Australian Fergus O'Neill pushes this into the covers. The overall match situation here, Notts lead by 162. The weather forecast horrific for tomorrow, although it does tend to change a little bit, Gracie, doesn't it? Whichever app you look at, but everybody forecasting the beginning of the end, if you like. If we're reliant upon day 4 to bring us some dry periods, we might be in a little bit of a difficulty as O'Neill defends. Dave Bracegirdle and Grace Ballinger on comms with you at the moment. We've got blue sky over the second city, something we haven't seen all week here.
It's a much more pleasant picture than the one 24 hours ago. A few more fans dotted around opposite us, Dave. Probably at least double than what we saw yesterday, would you agree?
Yep, they've come out to play today, although it was so cold yesterday. I think a lot of people were sort of watching behind glass from downstairs. It often does get very, very busy this end of the ground. New man on strike, Fergus O'Neill, and Alex Davis is just sending his troops out. We've got 1 ball left in the over, and he's just popping people out to protect the boundaries here, hoping that O'Neill will take a single. So clearly wanting to keep Hamid off strike, and I was going to say he's done that. Now, has that been placed? No, it hasn't, because Hannon Dolby quickly got to it. I think momentarily they were interested in getting 2, so that was a bit of a Brucey bonus there for the home side. They dismissed Lyndon James at the start of that over, and they continue to keep Asiba Mead away from the strike, so he remains on 95. That won't bother him in the slightest. Notts at 256 for 6, leading by 163.
Yeah, he's been in the 90s for a while, hasn't he, Hamid? He's scored enough hundreds that it won't faze him massively. Obviously, he'd like to get to that figure, and I'm sure he will, but he's been relatively quiet in the last few overs. But Warwickshire in with a chance then to take a couple quick wickets with the new batsman in, a very capable batsman, however, Fergus O'Neill. He was excellent with the ball yesterday. He's got a job to do for his side with the bat today.
Saw a photo taken last night with them both sort of holding the ball up.
It's Hannon Dolby in, 2 slips in play for the new batter, and that's turned beautifully into the onside. 2 full from Hannon Dolby, and will be at least a couple, as I think that's Hamza Sheikh out there gives chase, and they actually managed to get 3, so an excellent bit of running brings Hamid back onto strike. Second ball the over, Dave.
I don't know what the protocol is when you bowl a side out using just 1 ball, and each of the bowlers gets 5 wickets apiece. Who was it? Who was it? Is there a scrap? Is there a toss of a coin? Is there rock, paper, scissors? What happens, Grace?
I don't know. I can imagine Brett Hutton to be pretty laid back about the whole affair, in honesty. As Hannon Dolby is in, and this one might have been an inside edge, might have been a genuine tuck, but it's stopped by Ethan Bamber on the rope. But I don't know if his foot just caught the rope there, Ethan Bamber. But it was a good athletic bit of fielding, and actually that might be Michael Booth, I'm not sure, but it's a good bit of fielding nonetheless, and Was it just the two, Dave?
It is just the two, yeah. Nobody's going to argue with him here, are they? And, you know, it's not a televised game. There's not going to be endless replays or whatever. They'll take the fielder's word for it, and Booth won't be, he won't be absolutely certain himself. Decent bit of fielding, no problems.
This one left. I thought he was going to play at that. Save Mead outside off, but watchful leave instead. He's on 97. So one shot away from that century, Dave.
Yeah, they're cutting out his favourite scoring areas at long last. Man down at third man, got mid on and mid off fairly straight as well. And they've got the mid wicket there. So his favourite target areas here for Hasiba Mead all being blocked at the moment, but he'll just continue to work the ones if he has to.
As in comes Hannon Dolby and push back off the ground to Hannon Dolby. Mead happy to defend there.
Tremendous day yesterday for Notts, a day that finished at about 7:10. They bowled Warwickshire out for just 93. The openers wiped out 81 of them, Mead and Slater, to give Notts a really good start to their reply. Mead, the opener, still there on 97. Been at the crease now for just over 5 hours.
As Hannon Dolby bowls and it catches the outside edge of Hamid's bat, and it could race away for 4, and it does, and that will be his century. Not the most convincing of shots he's played in this innings, but it's been a fine, fine innings from the skipper, Hamid. That's 101 off 196 deliveries, and he raises his bat towards the dressing room, and what an innings that's been, Dave. Highly impressive from the skipper.
Tremendous. 196 balls, 13 fours for Hasiba Mead. It's his 16th first class 100, his 10th for Nottinghamshire, his 2nd against Warwickshire. And the first one was his maiden one, his debut one, way back at Old Trafford in 2016. Tremendous knot from the captain.
Hannon Dolby in again and pushed out to third man. Single to end the over then brings Hamid back on to strike at the other end. Not 266 for 6.
And to misquote Benjamin Franklin, in this world nothing can be said to be certain except death and taxes, and Hasiba Mead scoring big runs. Terrific century from Hamid, 266 for 6. Thanks for the time being for Grace Ballinger, the Blaze opening bowler, back in competitive action on Wednesday for the Blaze. 266 for 6. Phil Britt, museum curator, all-round good egg, and
but not an opening bowler anymore.
I was going to say general dog's body at Edgbaston here.
Well,
but
not so much now. No, it used to be, but no. In fairness, no. Our staff has grown considerably, and so a lot of the jobs I used to do, other people do, which is good.
Go on, Phil. You can have Ed Barnard, see if you can get
Thank
the
you
old
very
boys
much. As he runs away from us into bowl, and this one is worked down into the gully by Hamid, who's a very impressive century. I thought he's batted really well. He's played some lovely shots through the offside, and he's not been rushed. And this morning, classic example, he's just added, 30 runs? No, not even 30, 25 runs this morning, but he's held that side together and has taken Nottinghamshire into a big 173-run lead, still with 4 wickets left. He waits and cuts this one away out into the offside, where Hans Shade does the fielding, but out on the cover point boundary, but can't prevent the single. He moves on to 103, 267 for 6. It's a much nicer morning this morning than we've had on the previous 2 days. It wouldn't have been difficult. They've been pretty grim days for watching cricket and playing. I think the only amazing thing was how late we played yesterday, Dave.
Yeah. Cold as well, wasn't it?
Wasn't it? Yeah. Barnard in bowls, and O'Neill defends this out into the offside, and there is no run. Good catch, I thought, by Yates.
Yates, it was, yeah.
Because it flew through, but his hands were there. He's a very, very good slip fielder.
5 Sports Extra have now left us, gone back to their featured game, Durham versus Yorkshire.
So their loss, I'm afraid, as in comes Barnard and pushed out into the offside. And Mead again. Hansa Sheikh again comes in and does the fielding. Yes, this blue skies today over Birmingham. It's. I don't think tomorrow's forecast is quite so good though. But who knows? Sometimes they get it wrong. And, it wouldn't be the first time. As Ed Barnard in bowls and O'Neill runs this one away into the offside. And there's no run. Well, I've got him down on the batting order on the scorecard below Brett Hutton, but obviously I didn't know anything about his O'Neill's batting prowess.
Yeah, he's had one first-class 50 for Victoria. He's had 2 knocks for Notts, a duck and a really splendid 42 last week. Played some fabulous shots. So
let's see how he goes. This one, it's through, and there's a big shout from Barnard. I think he's shouting for caught behind or a little inside edge. I don't think he's shouting for the LBW, Dave. Do you? I don't know. Whatever it was, it's not being given.
He went a long way across his stumps, didn't he, O'Neill, and almost exposed the leg stump. So if it did just flick the pad on its way down that leg side to Kai Smith, that might have been getting him interested. But it's the end of the over, 267 for 6. Nottinghamshire's lead is 174. Got 4 wickets left in hand, and we've now had Phil. We'll keep an eye on that as well. 77 overs, so that second new ball is looming large. We're going to get a little bit of Vishwa Fernando. Is this the first time this morning, Vishwa Fernando? I think it is, isn't it?
No, I think he bowled.
Oh no, he bowled from this end.
Yeah, bowled this end when Grace and I were on. Yeah, I thought
that's right.
Had, yeah,
I was just running through my favourite ABBA singles at the time. Yeah, that's right. I hear the drums. It's Vishwa Fernando. Always like that one.
Listeners, this will stop because I think he's going back after this game.
So he's going to bowl from the Birmingham end. He's coming round the wicket, the left armour to the right-handed Centurion, Asiba Mead, who's on 103. Down the leg side, this is 4 somethings. It's 4 to the total. Let's have a look. Yes, he's bat on that. Now this is, although I've said it's his first-class 100 at Edgbaston, it's now his highest score at Edgbaston. He got 103 here in 2021 on his List A debut for Notts.
I remember that game, yeah.
He'd not played any List A cricket and wasn't going to, and then he got recalled to the England Test side, and he needed a game before being called up, really. So he played in the, whatever it was, the precursor to the Metro Bank, whoever the sponsors were that year, and got 103. This is pushed back to the bowler, becoming only the 3rd List A player for Nottinghamshire to get a century on debut after Brian Bowlers, Joe Clark, and now Asiba Mead. 271 for 6.
He was, I think that was as well before the 100 had ripped the one-day cup sides.
Yeah.
To
my little mate Kyle van Vollenhoven played for Warwickshire in that game. The leg spinner who he played two games.
Yeah.
He played in that one. Here's Fernando. Does some commentary work with us at Trent Bridge when Grace isn't available. Better say that as Grace is listening. 271 for 6. Mead on 107. There are a couple of other things I remember from that match. We hadn't seen too much of Lyndon James as a bowler. He got his first Nottinghamshire 5 for in that game. And the other thing I remember from that game is Luke Fletcher was 12th man. I'll come back to it in a second because Vishwa Fernando coming round the wicket and bowling, and it just pops up off the pad on the offside. Away to our right where the Hollis stand is, one of the Warwickshire players hit a high ball out in that direction, and Ben Slater for Nottinghamshire took one of those catches where you take it, your momentum's taking you over the ropes, you throw it up in the air, stepped over the rope, came back inside and caught it, or at least that's how it was portrayed and how it seemed. And whoever the batter was, it's down the leg side, Warwickshire got a leg slip in, had to go. And poor Ben Slater, and it was a big crowd as well in the Hollis stand. Lovely sunny day, Sunday afternoon, big crowd in there. Poor Ben Slater was getting absolute pelters for 5 or 6 overs from the Hollis crowd. I don't know why whoever was I think Peter Trigo was skippering knots. I don't know why he didn't just move Ben to the other side of the ground. But he was getting absolute pelters from the Hollis faithful. Next ball is pulled away by Hamid onto the leg side. Who's out there? Nobody's out there. It's gone for 4. The fielder out there.
I hadn't got a clue.
Is that
where that
Hanson
was.
Shake?
Yeah, he hadn't got a clue where it was. Not a clue.
It went about 10 yards to his left for 4. But the Hollis faithful were adamant that Ben Slater had stepped on the rope, so they were giving it him full barrel. Luke Fletcher, as I've said, was 12th man. I don't know what he thought he could do, but he walked round the boundary. At that stage, Notts were getting changed from the far end. We were still in semi-COVID conditions. Notts were getting changed. So Luke Fletcher came round and stood between the boundary rope and the Hollis stand with an expression of, come on then, come on, if you're having a go at my mate, you've got to go through me first, let's have it, you know, and he totally diffused the situation with typical Luke Fletcher humour. But it was so funny to see Luke Fletcher there sort of goading the Hollis stand. Well, if you're going to have a go at my mate, you're taking me on as well.
Barnard starts a new over, and this one is driven into the offside. He's a big package as well, Luke Fletcher. You wouldn't shout too much with him around. 275 for 6. And Barnard into his 10th over. Neil's on 4, 111 to Hamid. And the lead is stretching up towards the 200. It's getting obviously close, 182. And Warwickshire really do need to finish it off, as this one is run away to backward point. Adam rejoins us. So,
good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes, it is, isn't it? 1:45, yeah.
I only ever seem to see you on cold April Sundays. Phil, so.
Have you not realised that they give you these days to do, and you send Adam up to Edgbaston? You're actually not too bad. This is balmy weather compared to the first 2 days.
Well,
absolutely,
I've had 2 days on. I've had 2 days on Merseyside.
Barnard in, this is turned, but awkwardly turned to mid-wicket by O'Neill.
And to say it was brisk by the Mersey on Good Friday would be perhaps the understatement of the year.
Were you social or working?
No, me, my wife and kids, we try and go away somewhere at Easter, and we thought we'd go somewhere a bit different this year. So we stayed near Haydock Park.
Oh yes, yeah.
In a hotel there on the side of the M6.
Yeah, been to Haydock a few times. This one is glanced away off his pads down to the fine leg boundary, and that's going to go all the way. It's just drifted onto leg stump, and O'Neill picks up a boundary, turning that one through to 79 for 6. O'Neill goes to 8. And you went into Liverpool then?
Yes, so Albert Dock.
Yep.
And to say it was a little murky would be an understatement. You couldn't see Birkenhead or any of the Wirral from that side of.
Get the ferry and go.
It was far too cold for the ferry.
This next one is followed by O'Neill, but goes through to Kai Smith, and that's one of those where it's outside the off stump, going away from him, and it sort of aims the bat at it, and then it's almost that you, no, you shouldn't, but you can't resist just trying to follow the ball with the bat. I love it going up there. The museums along by the Albert Dock. There's some fantastic museums up there.
Well, I think it's fair to say my specialist subject is now the Beatles.
Oh, you went to the Beatles
spent most of Good Friday in the Beatles Museum.
Right. This one is turned by O'Neill to just behind square on the onside. They just amble through for a single, taking Nottinghamshire on to 280 for 6. The lead extends to 187.
And then had a trip through the Wallasey Tunnel yesterday, down to Chester.
Yep.
And then a lovely drive back through sort of North Cheshire, past Crewe, down to where my house is in Staffordshire. So it's a lovely few days. But to say that it was the sun compared to what it is here in Birmingham is well, it's been a welcome change, but it's one of those days today, though, isn't it, where I've got a jacket on and I'm a little bit too warm, but it's too cold to be commentating in just a shirt, so I'm going with layers and rather strong deodorant. So hopefully that'll keep things going. So it's going to be Fernando from the Birmingham end. 280 for 6 is what knots are. As a big plane comes into Birmingham Airport, and on the drive is O'Neill, but it's cut off at mid-off for no run.
Yeah, we've been up to Liverpool for weekends and 2 or 3 day stays 3 or 4 times, and go around those museums by the Albert Dock. There's the Maritime Museum there, I think the City of London one. And my wife went up and did the Beatles tour, where you go to Paul McCartney's house and look round it, and I think they go to John Lennon's as well and go in. But I didn't go on that one.
Round the wicket is Fernando once more. It's a straight one that's defended on the full by O'Neill, so he stays 9 not out. 280 for 6 remains the score for Notts. Yes, not been on Merseyside for, well, my wife was pregnant with my daughter, who's 11 and a half. That was the last time before this weekend, but had a cracking time. But nice to be back in the West Midlands, lovely to be home. And lovely to be here at Edgbaston. It's been a good game, good morning so far. I thought Notts would go for a little more than they have, but who am I to know? They lead by 187 as Fernando, this one goes down the leg side, and I think that'll be 4 byes. Just looking at the umpire, no,
he got a little glance.
He got a little glance or a little glove on that, as it thundered into the advertising hoardings below us here in the pavilion. 284 for 6 then. O'Neill on to 13. Hamid alongside him on 111 not out.
Yeah, just a little bit disappointing that a couple of those drifting down the leg side at this stage, which have been expensive.
So we've got a extended day here at Edgbaston. 104 overs need to be bowled. Quite a lot of them still left in the day as well, as Fernando comes in once more around the wicket, and an appeal for being struck on the pad. The slips and the keeper join in, but the umpire not interested, and they're going to scamper through for at least a single as a throw comes in at the non-striker's end. But the ball is sort of tamely rolling away, so it'll just be one more to the total. 285 for 6.
Always looked a bit optimistic, that kind of shot, I think.
Particularly coming round the wicket as well. It's the angles are against you. As a bang average left arm seamer myself, I can tell you I don't think I've ever once had a LBW given for me in village cricket bowling round the wicket as a left arm. I'm nowhere near as fast as Fernando. I'm not trying to pretend that I've got skills that I haven't, but there's 2 balls to go in his 13th over. This is coming up to the 80 overs bowled now for the Bears. This is a full delivery that's blocked on the full by Hamid. He stays on 111.
It's going to be hard work to get these 77 overs in the remainder of the day with an attack which is principally a seam attack. Rob Yates is there to bowl some spin, but no sign of that so far. And both sides there hasn't been anything other than seam bowling throughout the whole game so far, so I don't think they get that many in.
Straight ball again, and another appeal from Fernando, but once again the umpire doesn't look interested. He's reaching for the jumper of the Sri Lankan bowler. That's 80 overs gone in the Notts innings. They find themselves on 285 for 6. O'Neill and Hamid, the 2 not out batters. Just the 1 wicket to fall, and that was of Lyndon James earlier on in the session. So, as Phil says, 77 overs still to be bowled today. We're 20 minutes away from lunch, and Notts at 285 for 6.
Yeah, it's a lot still to bowl. So, trying to make up those overs, but will be tough going. So, we are going to continue with Ed Barnard at the pavilion end. The new ball is about to be taken.
And I think that is going to trigger a bowling change, actually.
Is it going to bring in...
It looks like Michael Booth's coming on.
That is Booth, yeah. It's Michael Booth, well spotted. Michael Booth's got a couple of wickets so far. Had a good match up at Chester Street last week with both bat and ball. So he's beginning to get some decent performances in as he settles in as a regular in the Warwickshire side. And he'll be bowling to O'Neill, who is hit with a ball which that one has come up and has hit him in a tender spot, and he's absolutely rolling on the floor. That's really hurt him. And Hamid comes up to see him. He went down as though he'd been poleaxed there. He's still on his hands and knees now, but it reared up, a brand new ball, first ball, reared up and hit him in the lower stomach, and he is down, spread-eagled, and that's completely taken him off his feet. Nottinghamshire backroom staff come out, or the physio. There's not a lot you can do with when it hits you there. It's, and when he's clearly got an absolute bullseye.
Well, it really rose up off the pitch as well. Brand new ball, brand new cherry in his hand.
Yep.
And it just reared up, and as you say, it struck him sort of around the belly button, I would say, something like that.
I would say it's below the belly button, quite about a foot below the belly button.
Fair enough. I was going to be kind.
Yeah, I think that's a real painful one, and he's going. Doesn't matter what they say and do. That takes time, and that just takes. It's like it never goes away.
No, he's still down on his haunches. In fact, he's just back to his feet now, is O'Neill.
Yeah.
He's having a wander, and he's only managed 2 paces of that before he's taken his gloves off, and he's deep in conversation with the physio. Helmet off now as well. Yeah, that's...
Yeah, you won't find anything in there.
Yeah, that's, I'm afraid, hit the bullseye, I think is the technical term.
You go for a wander, you don't know where to go, to be honest. You just sort of wander around hoping that it gets better, but it's a tough one.
Yeah, and also I always feel for the non-striker in this scenario, because they never quite know what to do.
Well, he just thinks he's very lucky it wasn't him who got it.
So Hamid at the moment...
You can sympathise, but nothing much else.
Is sort of down at the striker's end. The umpires are between him and O'Neill, and Hamid is just sort of, well, keeping his distance, I think, is the way to sum this one up. I assume physio for Notts is still out there with him. He's back down on his haunches again now, is O'Neill. Poor guy.
What does the physio, though, is a bit limited what he can do, isn't he?
Well, he's there for moral support, if nothing else, I suppose, Phil. Yeah. But
it's not a hands-on job, really, is it?
No, I think he's just popped a couple of pills, though, has O'Neill, because he's just tossed the water bottle back to the physio, and he is on his feet.
Right. Well, in my sympathetic mood, because as long as it happens to somebody else, it's always people find it amusing, and I don't quite know why. Because the only person who can never see the funny side of it is the one who's actually got the pain. But generally, in all sport, hockey and doesn't matter what protection you have. Well, when it hits, it hits.
And I think, in summary, that's a new box I can see being brought out to the middle.
Yeah.
So I think we can safely say that it did hit the bullseye. Poor guy.
I'm going to make way for Dave, if that's okay, because perhaps Grace can come in, because I've got to go over to open the museum. So Grace perhaps can take over for me for a couple of minutes, and I'll see you after lunch, whilst the recovery's going on.
We're about 15 minutes away from the interval. We've had a prolonged start, or prolonged stop, I should say, due to a new box being needed for Fergus O'Neill. Welcome to county cricket. It was not a sinister ball in the slightest by Michael Booth. It was the first ball with the new cherry. We're into the 81st over, so they took the new ball, did Warwickshire, and it just sort of reared up off the pitch and hit him in that particular area, I think is the technical term. We're perhaps 15 minutes or so away from the lunch break. Hassan Hamid is a non-striker, just having a bit of a chat with his teammate, and it looks like we might be getting underway in a moment. As the physio's picking up his bag, and O'Neill is putting his helmet on once more. And in fact, I think the physio is leaving the field, so we can, after that moment or two's interlude, continue. Booth is down in front of us with 27 on his back, just drying his hands on some sawdust in front of us. Fielders getting back into their positions. We've got a keeper and 2 slips, and then a bit of a ring field really, with a fine leg and a third. And O'Neill is taking his guard once more, and play is ready to continue. Here comes Booth then from the pavilion end. It's a full ball that's defended by O'Neill, and he's just taking a moment again. That really has been a bit of a crunching blow as we say good afternoon to Grace.
Good afternoon. Yeah, looks to be in a little bit of pain there, doesn't he, Fergus O'Neill?
Yeah, poor guy.
Bit more movement with the new ball than he expected, potentially.
Well, it just sort of reared up. It wasn't that it fizzed or anything like that on the pitch. It didn't look a particularly quick ball from Booth, but it really did hit him where it hurt, I think, as Booth comes in past the umpire once more, and it's another full ball that O'Neill is on the back foot defending this time. 285 for 6 is what knots are. We're 10 minutes or so away from lunch, 13 minutes away from lunch to be precise. Partnership of 30 between Fergus O'Neill and Hassan Hamid. 111 is what Hamid's on. O'Neill there on 13. So they lead by 192 to knots. 76.5 overs still to be bowled today. We're making up time, having not had much play at all on the first day or on the third day here at Edgbaston, as Booth is in once more, and this time it is smacked through the offside. That should be 4. A lovely drive by O'Neill. That'll feel good off the bat. Flies away, does the new ball. 4 more to the total, moves him on to 17. 289 for 6.
Yeah, a bit fuller and wider there by Booth. Doubt it was intentional. He's probably just going to want to keep going at O'Neill, who looks to still be in a fair bit of pain, but he struck that one nicely, and I'm sure that will give him a bit more confidence. Be hard not to have your confidence knocked slightly after a blow like the one he just faced, but good shot. That will help him out.
Absolutely. Coming around to 1 o'clock here on Sunday lunchtime as Booth is in, and it's a play and a miss by O'Neill, and it goes through to the keeper for no run. 289 for 6. Ball just coming round. Been 1 wicket to fall so far today. And that was Lyndon James, who was caught by Rob Yates, as this ball is just worked into the offside for a single, so it'll take him to the non-striker's end, Fergus O'Neill. He'll be pleased about that, brings Hamid on strike, but actually it's the end of the over, so 290 for 6. It means that O'Neill will keep the strike. 290 for 6, O'Neill there on 18, Hamid alongside him on 111.
Ethan Bamber will be coming back for a little stint with the new ball from the Birmingham end. He's bowled nicely. I think he's 20 or 21 overs into his spell, so he's bowled a fair few already, Ethan Bamber, and he'll be pleased to have that newer ball in hand.
We'll be updating BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM listeners in a moment, but Grace will talk you through the first couple of balls in this over, and then we'll go from there.
2 slips in then for Fergus O'Neill. He's 18 not out, going nicely. Hamid at the other end and Bamber's in, and looks to play that one off the back through the covers, but just catches the top of the bat there, I think. Bamber throws the ball to his teammates to give it a shine. They'll be working hard on that ball. They'll want to keep it as fresh as possible for as long as possible.
Could be a key period in the game, this actually, couldn't it? If Warwickshire go bang bang, then they'll be very happy with that, and it will probably have been the Bears' session. But if Notts can go into lunch just 1 down.
As Bamber's in and catches the inside of O'Neill's bat, just trickles to mid-wicket, no run.
290 for 6 the score. Which dressing room would you rather be in at lunch? I've got a good guess, but I will just check just in case.
Probably the Notts one, considering they can't really lose the game from here. I think it's definitely been by a long way their game, as Bamber's in, and this one just dropped towards backward point by O'Neill. Still looks to be struggling a bit, but he's cracking on.
Yeah, he's made of strong stuff, is Fergus O'Neill, New Zealander, overseas international.
Bamber bowls and attempted drive, just catches O'Neill, I think, on the thigh there, and that will be another blow for him to deal with. But he's looked to play his shots here, hasn't he, O'Neill? He hasn't been too tentative, which is good to see.
Yeah, I think he's been given licence, hasn't he, by the Notts coaching staff to go out there, and if the ball's there to be hit, give it a hit. So in about a minute's time, I'll be updating listeners to BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM, so that might just be the end of the over, Grace, so I'll let you continue for now.
In comes Bamber, steaming in from the Birmingham end, and just played sensibly there by O'Neill. He just guides that down to third man for a single. Brings Hamid onto strike for the first time this over on the final ball. Ethan Bamber's 22nd over in this game.
Yeah, just marking his guard again is Hassan Hamid. Looks like he's on middle.
One ball left then. Ethan Bamber. In. Bowls and turned beautifully by Hamid, but a diving stop at mid-wicket prevents any runs being taken there.
Yeah, end of the over then. It's 291 for 6. Notts finds themselves 198 ahead on first innings so far, with 4 wickets in hand. We'll be updating BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM listeners in just a moment's time. Here as we approach just after 1 o'clock. This is Adam Pinder-Smith at Edgbaston, where we're about 10 minutes away from lunch, and it's been an okay session as far as Warwickshire are concerned. Since I was last with you an hour ago, they have picked up a wicket, that of Lyndon James. He was out for 42, a good catch by Rob Yates and the slips off the bowling of Ed Barnard. Since then, the second new ball has been taken, and there was quite a lengthy stoppage after the overseas player for Notts, Fergus O'Neill, was hurt after the first ball that was bowled by Michael Booth with that new ball. They've moved on though to 291 for 6 of Notts. Hassan Hamid completing his century. He's there still not out on 111. They lead by 198, do Notts, as we approach lunch, and ball by ball commentary continues via the BBC Sport website and app. This is Adam Pinder-Smith at Edgbaston. It's a lovely drive off the back foot for 4 by O'Neill. He manages to work that one through to the boundary with relative ease through the offside. 295 for 6 they find themselves on, and we're on the verge of lunch here at Edgbaston as well. O'Neill still looks in some pain. He's down on his haunches again, but he's gritting his teeth. He's using every sort of fibre in his body that he can to get through to lunch.
Yeah, he can hit a clean ball, can't he, O'Neill? That was short and wide from Booth. It came through at a decent pace, but dismissed by the Notts seamer.
Booth in once more, and O'Neill again on the back foot plays this one through the covers. Might be 2 here. Hamid is running the first one hard. Yes, calls his colleague through for a second run, so 2 more to the total takes them to 297 for 6. O'Neill moves on to 25.
Yep, good batting there from the Nottinghamshire pair. Just hitting that vacant gap through the offside, and it's a long boundary out there. Didn't quite time it sweet enough for back-to-back boundaries, but O'Neill going nicely. He's now 25 not out.
Might the word declaration be being bandied around in the Notts dressing room at the moment, do you think? They're over 200 ahead. Still 74 overs after this to be bowled today. As Booth comes in once more, O'Neill has a bit of a flash down the leg side, but I don't think it caught anything as it went through to Smith, the wicket-keeper.
I'd be surprised if they declared in honesty. I think they're going to want to bat for as long as they can, and they might look to up the ante a little bit and accelerate, which I think O'Neill has taken that on, and he's going well, but I think they'll be happy to just carry on batting and rack those batting points up, get a decent lead, and then they'll need to take 10 wickets to win the game, and they might give that a go, but if not, they're massively on top and they just can't go away from this game with a loss, really. It's not possible.
Well, that's a big smack through the leg side. That'll fly away for 4 by O'Neill. He gave the full kitchen sink to that. I thought it had gone high in the air at one point, but he managed to control his shot. Through square leg it went. So 4 more to the total, takes Notts past 300. They move on to 301 for 6. 83 overs will have been bowled at the end of this one. They're firmly in the driving seat at the moment at the team from the East Midlands. They're 208 ahead with 4 wickets still left in this first innings.
It's been really impressive, O'Neill there. He got dealt a pretty painful blow. You can tell he's still struggling by Booth, but he's really gone after him this over and he's scored 10 from it already, so he's put the pressure right back on the Warwickshire seamer.
And it's another play into the leg side. That might be 4 more. It's being chased by the fielder, but he can't get there. Fairly leg side-ish, that one from Booth, it has to be said, and it was dispatched just backward of square for 4 more. So back-to-back boundaries to finish the 83rd over. As we approach lunch here on this 3rd day of this county championship match, Notts are 212 ahead on 305 for 6 against Warwickshire.
Excellent work from the Notts overseas, and it looks like we should get 1 more over in before lunch.
Yeah, it's Hamid that's on strike. I think it'll be Bamber. I don't think there'll be the one over of spin before lunch or anything like that. I think they'll continue with their paces. Of course, Warwickshire opting not to play the specialist spinner in this one. They've got some spin from Rob Yates and Dan Mosley should they want it. Bamber's bowled 22 overs so far in this first innings for Notts, and he's bowling once more from the Birmingham end. 305 for 6. It's Hamid that's on strike, and it's worked up on his toes through the offside, but it bounces to Ed Barnard, who does the fielding at backward point.
Yeah, I just wonder I'm not sure how many more overs Bamber can bowl really. I mean, he's here to bowl overs, he's here to bowl long spells, but he's already bowled 22. I can't imagine they'll want him to bowl too many more in the day. Becomes a risk when you've got your seamers running in and bowling. Such a specific movement for the body, it can't take too much, but he's looking good here.
Worked into the leg side this time by Hamid. It'll just be a single, slightly straighter one by Bamber on that occasion. So fielded out on the deep square boundary for a single. Brings O'Neill onto strike. Hamid moving on to 112. It's O'Neill that's now on strike though on 33. 306 for 6 is the Notts total. When you do the maths, that means they lead by 213. Probably the last over before lunch. Bamber in once more, a straight full delivery that's defended by O'Neill. Right on his tiptoes there, got the bat in behind it, so he stays 33 not out. I haven't seen the lunch menu, have you?
No, I haven't been down there yet, but it's normally good here at Edgbaston.
I hear it was fish and chips yesterday. Ooh. Yes, please. 306 for 6 then is Notts, and this is just worked through the offside by O'Neill, just opened the face of quite a full delivery, and it's gone down to third for another run, so 307 for 6.
Yep, going nicely here. Another partnership building. 52. Yeah, so this has been by far the quickest partnership up to a half century. I think it's off just 57 balls, so scoring just below a run a ball.
2 balls to go till lunch then, we think, and it's Hamid that's on strike. 112 not out. Here comes Bamber, he's in. It's a full straight delivery. It's just defended on the front foot by Hamid, so 307 for 6 the score remains.
Yeah, I think as long as Hamid stays for this final delivery before lunch, it's comfortably been Nottinghamshire's session. They've put on a fair amount of runs for the loss of only 1 wicket, and O'Neill looking to accelerate, as you say, lead by 214, so they're going to keep pushing the game forward here, and I think the Notts dressing room will be very pleased with their morning here at Edgbaston.
Agreed. Last ball before lunch then is a full straight delivery that is left alone by Hamid, and I think that is going to be lunch. They've added 103 in this morning session, have Notts, for just losing 1 wicket. They go to lunch on 307 for 6. The star of the morning with the bat has been the Notts skipper, Hasid Hamid. He finds himself on 112 not out, carrying his bat so far through the innings. Alongside him is O'Neill, who took a blow with the second new ball, but he finishes, he soldiers through to be 34 not out at lunch. A partnership of 52 between those two Notts players. The only batter to fall so far, the only wicket that Warwickshire picked up was that of Lyndon James when he had 42. A good delivery by Ed Barnard that was well caught by Rob Yates at slip. So Notts at the lunch lead by 214, 307 for 6 they are. We'll be back in about half an hour's time for the afternoon session here at Edgbaston.
Imagine getting the stick from the batter.
52 years, you still don't know not to look behind the bowler.
The boys would love that, wouldn't they? Especially Haney out there, he'd be giving me some stick.
Mate, so I can only imagine all the trophies and the big nights you've had. What is there a day or a certain year or anything that stands out? Obviously you've had like the team in 94 and 93, all those trophies, but any particular day that stands out?
Yeah, there've been so many. I stand here behind us and I went into one of the emptied old dressing rooms that we used to occupy, and I watched from the window from there, and I thought, if I move, it's not going to happen, the magic's going to break. But by the time I realised it was, I got myself back around there, and then the celebrations just went crazy. So although it was avoiding relegation, it was that sense of being part of something special with the Bears and that fighting spirit, and I thought that was lovely.
That's great. That's great, mate. Well, I didn't have you down for the superstitious type. Do you get nervous when you're watching, or? Oh yeah, I do. I try not to let you lot know, because that's not going to help the situation. But yeah, I get very nervous. I try and sort of keep an eye on what's happening without spending my time at the window watching all the time. But a lot of times there's a nervous energy going on behind the scenes, without doubt. So, but I'm not superstitious generally, but I do tend to keep my fingers crossed. I'm going to put you on the spot now. Who's your favourite overseas player that you've worked with? It's got to be a tough one, isn't it? Oh, there's been so many. I know you don't like upsetting people. No, this is a problem, because
there'll be lots of them saying, "Why didn't you pick me, Cookie?" I have to say, I've always had a fantastic relationship with my old mate Anton Ferreira, Yogi, we called him. He's been back to Edgbaston quite a few times, and we've had some real good catch-ups, and I think that was a special relationship as well. But now I've been blessed with meeting some fantastic people. And how many captains have you seen come and go? Oh wow, that'd be an interesting trivia quiz. How many captains have I think the captain when I started was AC Smith. So I've seen a lot since that time. Obviously not many as good as I was going to say, who's been your favourite? Well, I don't want to embarrass you, Wes, but well, but it's not me, is it? No, I'd find it very difficult to find anybody better than you to deal with. Cookster, I think it's fair to say that you're going to be missed around here, mate. I would like to persuade you to do another couple of years, but I guess from me and all the players up there today, like, just a huge thank you again for everything that you've done, the service you provided, and done it always with a smile on your face. And you know, to leave after 50 odd years and nobody will have a bad word to say about you is testament to what a great man you are. Thank you, from everyone at the Bears around the world, we love you, mate. Thanks, mate. It's been a privilege and a pleasure. Don't go. Come on.
April 1882. Queen's Hotel in Coventry, Warwickshire County Cricket Club was formed. Over 140 years of wearing the bare and ragged staff, the triumph,
people swarm onto the field here at Edgbaston,
the ecstasy, the agony,
disappointment for Warwickshire, who can't secure the domestic double.
But throughout, we've been together as Bears. We're now ready for the next chapter. History will be made. Are you in?
When I play cricket, I feel unstoppable.
This is our turn to be in the spotlight.
When I look at myself, I see
this.
I can tell by the looks on your faces, some very special memories.
They really were. Really special.
Really good days. Hard work, but enjoyable. And I think it was, we really were quite a close team as well, weren't we?
The team sort of formed in 1999, but you played your first ECB competition as Warwickshire Women in 2001. Take us back to those early days, and maybe I remember you told me the story about how you turned up for selection day at the indoor school.
It was very much self-selection. If you could breathe and hold a bat, you were in. It was a little bit like that, wasn't it?
It was a little bit, yeah.
Because it was the start. They wanted to pull together a team to work with.
I came back from university, which was in Liverpool, and there was nothing, no women's sides anywhere in the Midlands. And the first club side that I actually ended up playing for was Wootton Bassett, which is Swindon. So I used to travel 75 miles for a home game, never mind the away matches.
I think that's what made it special, is the fact that they pulled together a group of sort of 13 people who had played cricket, literally from beach cricket or something in the garden, through to Louise, who played some boys cricket and then obviously women's cricket at university.
I mean, we didn't really have our own pitch to call our own either, so even our home matches tended to be whatever you could.
Whatever I could.
Club or schools as well. We played at school pitches, didn't we?
School in Halesowen.
Yeah,
King Edward's 5 Ways.
So it never felt like we had a home ground. And obviously, teams do get a bit of an advantage of playing at home because you get to know the pitch, don't you?
Yeah.
But we never had that luxury, unfortunately.
You've obviously had a look around the facilities here for the Bears women, who'll be making their professional debut in 2025. How does it compare to your day?
Poles apart. It's like a different era.
It's like a different world, isn't it, really?
Because this is
fantastic.
so different. It's absolutely fantastic. It really is.
Yeah. I think just the fact that the ladies have got their own space is really important as well, because I think we always, even the clubs that were quite good and accommodating of women's cricket, you always felt like you'd been, they can have that room there, or we'll put them in this changing room. But I mean, on many occasions we'd get to a ground and we'd ask where the pitch is, and they'd just point into the distance. The pitch sometimes looked a bit like it had been grazed recently.
And I think it's been recognised now that the women's game is just as important now as the men's, and what's the point in having club cricket and developing that if there's no extra tier to go? There wasn't that opportunity. Now they've got that, and it's fantastic. I don't think that they've got it easy, because I think we looked in on the gym when they were doing some core stuff, and we just both stood there and said, hips are starting to hurt just looking at it, you know.
Yeah, definitely. In the last 10 years has really seen it kick on, because I think if you go back to sort of 2015, it probably hadn't moved that far forward from when, from 2000.
Meeting, sort of bumping into Georgia Davis and Wongi. The last time I saw G, she's actually an adult and she's had a job and everything. And Wongi, I remember coming across them when they were probably 12, 13 and thinking, they're pretty good, aren't they? And I think that they've become sort of icons to younger girls that are into cricket.
I think that was part of it. There was nothing that was visible to the younger age groups. And I feel as if we've contributed to it, because there's always got to be somebody that goes first, hasn't there? Somebody's got to try and lay the foundation for those that come after them.
Would a Louise Campton and a Natalie Williams in their prime been knocking on the door for Bears women these days with the right support and coaching?
I'd like to think so, I'd think so. I'd have risen to the challenge.
I think there's probably a handful of that team that we played in that if we'd had the development from the younger age groups and the support and the coaching, then yeah, I think we could have challenged them quite reasonably for their places.
Yeah.
Given them a run for their money.
I think so. I think so.
Get the flag out.
Good as it gets from Hassan Ali. There is simply nothing that the Bears cannot do. Oh my goodness! Oh yes! Oh yes!
Cookie, the big day's getting nearer. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a challenge to get my head around it all, but I think I'm looking forward to it now. It's going to be very different, very much something I've not experienced before, not been at Edgbaston. But I think I'm ready to go.
You sure you're making the right call?
I suppose only time will tell with that, mate. Yeah, I think so. I think 51, touching 52 years is enough for anybody now. You can't go on forever, can you? As much as you're enjoying it, I think your body starts to tell you when it's time to give it up. But yeah, I think I've about judged it right.
What are you going to miss the most?
Obviously, apart from you, Ed. But,
right, yeah.
Yeah, I think the team spirit, you know, being part of the group in there with these boys, that's the thing that you just don't get in any other walk of life. And I've been really fortunate to have that for so many years. So, not having that chat in the morning, the banter, and just that fun that you have in a dressing room, I think that's really hard to replace in your life, really. Won't be quite the same up in the allotments, I'm sure.
Mate, you've done most jobs since you've been here, haven't you?
Yeah.
Tell me something that stands out from the 52 years.
Cool. I suppose I've been lucky because not just domestically, I've also worked for the club when we've got international matches on the ground. So, you know, being part of that setup as well with England and all the international teams, I mean, that's always been a real thrill. But, you know, being around the group when we've had big successes and going to finals days, things like that, those are real special memories. Trips to Lords, winning county championships here, and actually being able to walk out and hand the trophy over to the captain at the time, that was pretty memorable.
Oh, you've done well. So I was worried then. You were basically saying when we get lost and the big dogs come in and you do the international matches, that's the highlight, is it?
No, that's definitely not the highlight, mate. No, but it's one of those things that sticks in your mind because it's so different. And then, you know, there's a complete flip around. The Warwickshire move out. There's international matches move in. That does push you quite hard. It's a lot of hours and a lot of days.
So more importantly, from a selfish point of view, who am I going to call when something goes wrong?
Well, you'll always have my number. You know, I'll always be on the end of a phone for you. But I know we've got some good guys in there. They're really looking forward to getting stuck in. And we've got a great setup. You know that. There's not going to be anything that they can't deal with. You've got it covered, I know, Wes.
You're too kind, Cookie. Look around, mate. Changed a bit.
Yeah,
since you
well, this is
started?
a bit different, isn't it? I mean, it was a two-level porter cabin, I think, when I first arrived. There was nothing on this side. It was the old Hillbank stand. This was the Raybank stand. We didn't have floodlights, so it was all a bit different. It was in the days when they used to play cricket in black and white, I seem to remember, in my mind anyway.
Uncovered wickets?
Uncovered wickets, we've had it all, haven't we? Three-day cricket matches and 4-day games, playing Sunday cricket in between. There's been a lot of changes, not just on the field, but off it as well.
You must have seen a few characters pass through the gates over the years.
Oh yeah. I think those are the things you'll take with you. The memories of the people that you've worked alongside. They'll be something you cherish. Been some real characters. It's hard. I wouldn't mention names, but there's been a lot of very interesting. Let's leave it at that.
So I mean, I feel like I've been here a long time. You looked a bit different when I first turned up. Who's been the main culprit for all this grey?
I'd put it down to probably our physio, Mustard. No, I think it's just a combination of things. But I mean, yeah, we've all changed, haven't we? I probably didn't have any grey hair when you turned up. Maybe it might have something to do with you. You never know.
Yeah, could be. I did hear a rumour. Was it your first day that you were late for?
It was, yeah, it was. I came for the interview August 1973, just after I'd finished school, and came along, and I thought this is a great place to at least start and try and get a job. And I was fortunate; they gave me the job pretty much straight away. What I didn't realise after the interview was that we didn't have email in those days. It was they posted me a letter.
Carrier pigeon.
Carrier pigeon. And it didn't turn up till quite late in the day, but the letter asked me to start on the Monday morning, which was was the Monday before the England-West Indies Test match in '73. So I headed into Birmingham, jumped on the bus that heads out along Bristol Road, and I said to the driver, "Could you drop me off at the point I need to get off for Edgbaston?" And the driver forgot. And then suddenly, by the time I got to the University of Birmingham, he realised he'd forgotten, shouted to me, "Edgbaston's back there about 5 stops." So I had to run from the bus stop all the way back. I was sweating like an absolute pig by the time I got to it, and walked in pretty late for my first day. So it wasn't a great start, but it was quite a challenge because everyone was really busy, and they didn't even have time to explain to me where the gents' toilets were in those days. So I think it took me 3 days before I realised there were toilets in the building.
We better check we're not walking behind the bowler's army,
Yeah.
Keith, that we'd get absolutely
Imagine
crucified for that, wouldn't it?
Imagine getting the stick from the
52
batter.
years, you still don't know not to walk behind the bowler's army.
The boys would love that, wouldn't they? Especially Haney out there, he'd be giving me some stick.
Mate, so I can only imagine all the trophies and the big nights you've had. What is there a day or a certain year or anything that stands out? Obviously you've had like the team in '94 and '93, all those trophies, but any particular day that stands out?
Yeah, there've been so many. I mean, obviously that team of the '90s was incredible. It almost felt like we got a regular booking to go back to the hotel at Lord's because we were there. It seemed to be every finals day. But you know, the strange thing is the one thing that sticks out for me, which is more recent than all of that, all of the memories, was the day that Liam Norwell kept us up in Division 1 and bowled out of his skin. It was one of the most moving things I'll ever remember because it didn't feel like it was going to happen, and then just some sort of superhuman effort. I don't know how that works, but I remember I walked out of the office because I was getting really nervous, thinking it wouldn't happen, and I came across to the stand here behind us, and I went into one of the emptied old dressing rooms that we used to occupy, and I watched from the window from there, and I thought, if I move, it's not going to happen. The magic's going to break. But by the time I realised it was, I got myself back round there, and then the celebrations just went crazy. So, although it was avoiding relegation, it was that sense of being part of something special with the Bears and that fighting spirit. And I thought that was lovely.
That's great. That's great, mate. Well, I didn't have you down for the superstitious type. Do you get nervous when you're watching, or? Oh yeah,
I do. I try not to let you lot know because that's not going to help the situation. But yeah, I get very nervous. I try and sort of keep an eye on what's happening without spending my time at the window watching all the time. But a lot of times there's a nervous energy going on behind the scenes, without doubt. So, but I'm not superstitious generally, but I do tend to keep my fingers crossed.
I'm going to put you on the spot now. Who's your favourite overseas player that you've worked with? It's got to be a tough one, isn't it?
Oh, there's been so many.
I know you don't like upsetting people.
No, this is the problem, because
you've got to get off the fence.
There'll be lots of them saying, "Why didn't you pick me, Cookie?" I have to say, I've always had a fantastic relationship with my old mate Anton Ferreira, Yogi, we called him. He's been back to Edgbaston quite a few times, and we've had some real good catch-ups, and I think that was a special relationship as well. But now I've been blessed with meeting some fantastic people.
And how many captains have you seen come and go?
Oh wow, that'd be an interesting trivia quiz. How many captains have I think the captain when I started was AC Smith. So I've seen a lot since that time. Obviously not many as good as
I was going to say, who's been your favourite?
Well, I don't want to embarrass you, Wes, but well,
it's not me, is it?
No, I'd find it very difficult to find anybody better than you to deal with.
Cookster, I think it's fair to say that you're going to be missed around here, mate. I would like to persuade you to do another couple of years, but I guess from me and all the players up there today, like, just a huge thank you again for everything that you've done, the service you provided, and done it always with a smile on your face. And you know, to leave after 50 odd years and nobody will have a bad word to say about you is testament to what a great man you are.
Thank
so
you,
from everyone at the Bears around the world, we love you, mate.
Thanks, mate. It's been a privilege and a pleasure.
Don't go. Come on.
April 1882. Queen's Hotel in Coventry, Warwickshire County Cricket Club was formed. Over 140 years of wearing the bare and ragged staff, the triumph,
People swarm onto the field here at Edgbaston.
the ecstasy, the agony,
Disappointment for Warwickshire, who can't secure the domestic double.
but throughout we've been together as Bears. We're now ready for the next chapter. History will be made. Are you in?
When I play cricket, I feel unstoppable.
This is our turn to be in the spotlight.
When I look at myself, I see this.
I can tell by the looks on your faces some very special memories.
They really were. Really special.
Really good days. Hard work, but enjoyable. And I think it was, we really were quite a close team as well, weren't we?
The team sort of formed in 1999, but you played your first ECB competition as Warwickshire Women in 2001. Take us back to those early days, and maybe I remember you told me the story about how you turned up for selection day at the indoor school.
It was very much self-selection. If you could breathe and hold a bat, you were in. It was a little bit like that, wasn't it?
It was a little bit, yeah.
Because it was the start. They wanted to pull together a team to work with.
I came back from university, which was in Liverpool, and there was nothing, no women's sides anywhere in the Midlands. And the first club side that I actually ended up playing for was Wootton Bassett, which is Swindon. So I used to travel 75 miles for a home game, never mind the away matches.
I think that's what made it special, is the fact that they pulled together a group of sort of 13 people who had played cricket, literally from beach cricket or something in the garden through to Louise, who played some boys cricket and then obviously women's cricket at university.
I mean, we didn't really have our own pitch to call our own either, so even our home matches tended to be whatever you could,
whatever I could,
club or schools as well. We played at school pitches, didn't we?
School in Halesowen.
Yeah,
King Edward's 5 Ways.
So it never felt like we had a home ground. And obviously, teams do get a bit of an advantage of playing at home because you get to know the pitch, don't you?
Yeah.
But we never had that luxury, unfortunately.
You've obviously had a look around the facilities here for the Bears women who'll be making their professional debut in 2025. How does it compare to your day?
Poles apart. It's like a different era.
It's like a different world, isn't it, really?
Because this is
fantastic.
so different. It's absolutely fantastic. It really is.
Yeah. I think just the fact that the ladies have got their own space is really important as well, because I think we always, even the clubs that were quite good and accommodating of women's cricket, you always felt like you'd been, oh, they can have that room there, or we'll put them in this changing room. But I mean, on many occasions we'd get to a ground and we'd ask where the pitch is, and they'd just point into the distance. The pitch sometimes looked a bit like it had been grazed recently.
And I think it's been recognised now that the women's game is just as important now as the men's, and what's the point in having club cricket and developing that if there's no extra tier to go? There wasn't that opportunity. Now they've got that, and it's fantastic. I don't think that they've got it easy, because I think we looked in on the gym when they were doing some core stuff, and we just both stood there and said, hips are starting to hurt just looking at it, you know.
Yeah, definitely. The last 10 years has really seen it kick on, because I think if you go back to sort of 2015, it probably hadn't moved that far forward from when, from 2000.
Meeting, sort of bumping into Georgia Davis and Wongi. The last time I saw G, she's actually an adult and she's had a job and everything. And Wongi, I remember coming across them when they were probably 12, 13 and thinking, they're pretty good, aren't they? And I think that they've become sort of icons to younger girls that are into cricket.
I think that was part of it. There was nothing that was visible to the younger age groups. And I feel as if we've contributed to it, because there's always got to be somebody that goes first, hasn't there? Somebody's got to try and lay the foundation for those that come after them.
Would a Louise Campton and a Natalie Williams in their prime been knocking on the door for Bears women these days with the right support and coaching?
I'd like to think so, yeah. I'd have risen to the challenge.
I think there's probably a handful of that team that we played in that if we'd had the development from the younger age groups and the support and the coaching, then I think we could have challenged them quite reasonably for their places.
Yeah.
Given them a run for their money.
I think so. I think so.
simply nothing that the Bears cannot do.
Cookie, the big day's getting nearer. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a challenge to get my head around it all, but I think I'm looking forward to it now. It's going to be very different, very much something I've not experienced before, not been at Edgbaston. But I think I'm ready to go.
You sure you're making the right call?
I suppose only time will tell with that, mate. Yeah, I think so. I think 51, touching 52 years is enough for anybody now. You can't go on forever, can you? As much as you're enjoying it, I think your body starts to tell you when it's time to give it up. But yeah, I think I've about judged it right.
What are you going to miss the most?
Obviously, apart from you, Ed. But,
right, yeah.
Yeah, I think the team spirit, you know, being part of the group in there with these boys, that's the thing that you just don't get in any other walk of life. And I've been really fortunate to have that for so many years. So, not having that chat in the morning, the banter, and just that fun that you have in a dressing room, I think that's really hard to replace in your life. Really, won't be quite the same up in the allotments, I'm sure.
Mate, you've done most jobs since you've been here, haven't you?
Yeah.
Tell me something that stands out from the 52 years.
Cool. I suppose I've been lucky because not just domestically, I've also worked for the club when we've got international matches on the ground. So, you know, being part of that setup as well with England and all the international teams, I mean, that's always been a real thrill. But, you know, being around the group when we've had big successes and going to finals days, things like that, those are real special memories. Trips to Lords, winning county championships here, and actually being able to walk out and hand the trophy over to the captain at the time, that was pretty memorable.
Oh, you've done well. So I was worried then. You were basically saying when we get lost and the big dogs come in and you do the international matches, that's the highlight, is it?
No, that's definitely not the highlight, mate. No, but it's one of those things that sticks in your mind because it's so different. And then, you know, there's a complete flip around. The Warwickshire move out. There's international matches move in. That does push you quite hard. It's a lot of hours and a lot of days.
So more importantly, from a selfish point of view, who am I going to call when something goes wrong?
Well, you'll always have my number. You know, I'll always be on the end of a phone for you. But I know we've got some good guys in there. They're really looking forward to getting stuck in. And we've got a great setup. You know that. There's not going to be anything that they can't deal with. You've got it covered, I know, Wes.
You're too kind, Cookie. Look around, mate. Changed a bit.
Yeah, well, this is a bit different, isn't it? I mean, it was a two-level porter cabin, I think, when I first arrived. There was nothing on this side. It was the old Hillbank stand. This was the Raybank stand. We didn't have floodlights, so it was all a bit different. It was in the days when they used to play cricket in black and white, I seem to remember, in my mind anyway.
Uncovered wickets?
Uncovered wickets. We've had it all, haven't we? Three-day cricket matches and 4-day games, playing Sunday cricket in between. There's been a lot of changes, not just on the field, but off it as well.
You must have seen a few characters pass through the gates over the years.
Oh yeah. I think those are the things you'll take with you. The memories of the people that you've worked alongside. They'll be something you cherish. Been some real characters. It's hard. I wouldn't mention names, but there's been a lot of very interesting. Let's leave it at that.
So I mean, I feel like I've been here a long time. You looked a bit different when I first turned up. Who's been the main culprit for all this grey?
I'd put it down to probably our physio, Mustard. No, I think it's just a combination of things. But I mean, yeah, we've all changed, haven't we? I probably didn't have any grey hair when you turned up. Maybe it might have something to do with you. You never know.
Yeah, could be. I did hear a rumour. Was it your first day that you were late for?
It was, yeah, it was. I came for the interview August 1973, just after I'd finished school, and came along, and I thought this is a great place to at least start and try and get a job. And I was fortunate; they gave me the job pretty much straight away. What I didn't realise after the interview was that we didn't have email in those days. It was they posted me a letter.
Carrier pigeon.
Carrier pigeon, and it didn't turn up till quite late in the day. But the letter asked me to start on the Monday morning, which was was the Monday before the England-West Indies Test match in '73. So I headed into Birmingham, jumped on the bus, but it heads out along Bristol Road, and I said to the driver, "Could you drop me off at the point I need to get off for Edgbaston?" And the driver forgot. And then
Middlebrook won a seamer in his playing days with predominantly Derbyshire, Tom Lungley, and James Middlebrook, off spinner with Yorkshire, Northampton, Essex. They've made it to the middle. No sign. Oh, there they are, the Bears players in the huddle. If ever there was anything that was a 21st century invention, it's the huddle. Very good afternoon to you. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. 307 for 6 knots, leading by 214. They've got there thanks to the stiff upper lip and backbone of their captain, Asiba Meader's 112 not out. He's had good company throughout the innings, and his latest partner, Fergus O'Neill, is 34 not out. We're just hoping from the Notts perspective and from the general cricket watching perspective that Fergus O'Neill is fit to go again. In fact, he is. I can see him now because he was struck amidships just before lunch, and it's quite a painful blow. Adam Pinder-Smith from BBC WM and CWR, and Phil Britt, the guru here at Edgbaston, will periodically pop in and say hello. In fact, Adam will do more than pop in. He's running the show. We've just hijacked it for a few minutes myself. And the Blaze opening bowler to my left, Grace Ballinger. Afternoon, Gracie. Nice lunch?
Afternoon, yeah, it was decent, wasn't it? Little chicken roast on Easter Sunday. Can't go too wrong with that, can you, Dave?
Keeps the wolf from the door, doesn't it? It'll get us through to tea.
Just about. Hopefully, but Notts well positioned here. They lead by 214 with 6 wickets down, and it'll be Michael Booth to bowl the first ball, and it's a sharpish delivery on the hip of O'Neill. He rotates the strike immediately down to fine leg and brings the skipper back onto strike. How good has he looked in the last 2 days, Dave?
Yeah, terrific. Yeah, this course the 85th over, and they took the second new ball as soon as it came due. So this is like a second go of that second new ball for Warwickshire. The first 4 overs before lunch brought nothing but pain for Fergus O'Neill. They didn't bring a wicket for Warwickshire, and of course they'll be desperate for an early strike here.
Yep, they'll want to try and get through this Notts order as quick as possible, as this one's left outside off by Hamid. There's been contributions all throughout the order, hasn't there? Benny Slater with a quick fire 40 at the top of the order, and then contributions throughout really. Lyndon James falling just short of the half century.
I made reference to the huddle down there. Your team does the huddle as well?
I did wonder what you meant then about it being a 21st century invention, but more on that in a minute as Booth is in and it's full and guided to third man for an easy single by Hamid. What makes it a 21st century?
Because I'm old enough to have watched cricket in the 20th century, and nobody ever did the huddle either before football matches or before cricket matches or any other sporting occasion. If the coach or the captain wanted to say something to the team, they did it in the dressing room. They didn't wait until the umpires were out in the middle and wanted to get on with things and then just go and have a little bit of a chat on the boundary edge.
Well, there you go, Dave Bracegirdle. As Booth's in, and again off the hip of O'Neill.
Is it not the same old thing, and is it not what you've just heard in the dressing room anyway? Go out there, keep it tight, keep the pressure on, no silly singles, no blah-de-blah-de-blah. It just must be the same every day.
It's nice to get the team together, isn't it? Only takes a minute or so. Don't see it as too problematic myself, Dave.
You will when you're the captain and you've got to do it. You've got to come up with something fresh, inspiring words every session.
Not always fresh, in fairness, as this one is dropped down to third.
That's what I mean. You can't always keep it fresh. It's the same things that you'll have heard from the coach in the dressing room, surely.
Yeah, it doesn't do anyone any harm, does it? Just gets people going, I think.
Bugs me.
Everything bugs you, Dave.
No, it doesn't.
Everything bugs you.
No, it doesn't. You've got me completely wrong. I'm the most laid-back character you could wish to meet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
One ball left then. First over after lunch. O'Neill awaits as Booth bowls and full, and he takes a go at that, but can't quite get hold of it. Looks to drive through the offside, but can't quite get hold of it. So dot ball to finish the over. Notts 311 for 6.
Yeah, 4 from that over. Just ticked along quietly. It was a good morning session for Nottinghamshire. Scored just over 100 runs, 104 runs for the loss of Lyndon James. Been one or two just wondering why they've not pushed on quicker, why they've not looked to set up a declaration, but you can very easily just find yourself on the wrong end of a clatter of quick wickets. And as I said, you can go, could have gone out there with a lead of just over 100 and then find Alex Davis and Rob Yates just knock them off in a session, and you're as far away from winning a game as you ever were. It's going to be Ethan Bamber who continues to put in a shift here. This will be his 24th over. 1 for 70, bowling to the Notts captain, and a good delivery to start. Right on the money. It's a special talent. I know that's your job. That's what you should be able to do. But that's the first ball he's bowled for, let's say, for an hour, 3/4 of an hour. And he's put it right on the spot, asking questions, and that's what your captain wants. You don't want a sloppy leg side loosener or half tracker. After lunch, keep the pressure on. He's in now and bowls, and again a good delivery from the former Middlesex man, blocked by Asiba Mead.
Yeah, Bamber's been impressive, hasn't he? He's ran in hard, he's bowled consistently. I don't think his bowling figures quite do justice for how well he's bowled. He hasn't actually given that much away in terms of looseness. He's looked aggressive the whole time. He's bowled good lengths from both ends, and looks to be a very good signing.
Yep, he was the standout player for Middlesex in Division 2 last year. He's in again and bowls, and this is eased behind square on the offside. Fielded at backward point, no run, and it's a good pick up here. He'll just run in all day. You know, you've got Oliver Hannon. Dolby offers something different from his from his lofty build. He can get steepling bounce, he can metronomically hit the top of off all day long. You've got likes of Booth and Barnard, who've supported well in this innings, as this is chopped to backward point, no run, and in this 5-man attack the left arm option as well of Vishwal Fernando. So all bases covered for the Bears, but just goes to show that the wicket has lost a lot of its devilment of yesterday, I think, and the way that Fergus O'Neill came in and straight away just settled into his work, I think just goes to show that it might be a tougher time for Notts with the ball in the Bears' second innings. I mean, he pushes this up to mid-off and there's no run. If you weren't with us, Asiba Mead reaching his century just 15 minutes or so before lunch. His 16th first-class 100, his 10th for Nottinghamshire, and only his second against Warwickshire, and the first was right back in his early days. It was his maiden first-class 100 for Lancashire at Old Trafford back in 2016, so he's had a long old wait before getting another one against the Bears. He'll have enjoyed today, and whips this away behind square on the leg side to celebrate. In fact, he's rushing hard, coming back for 2. Good throw from Fernando over the top into the gloves of Smith. 2 more to the Notts skipper, and it's 313 for 6. Notts lead is up to 220.
Yeah, smart run in there. Quick 2. Good call, especially when you've been in for 220 deliveries already. We've been speaking about the bowler's fitness, but that's also very telling of Asiba Mead's fitness, isn't it? Albeit just after lunch break, he's batted for a long time. He's faced 220 deliveries and he can still get back for the quick 2. So good work there from the Nottinghamshire pair at the crease, and Michael Booth into his 22nd over of work. That's a good delivery there. It looked like O'Neill thought about trying to take it on and thought better of it. Last minute decided to defend back to the bowler. And Hamza Sheikh is sent to patrol the cover boundary. I think they sensed that Fergus O'Neill might want to get after this a bit. He got after Booth, took him for double figures in his last over before lunch, and I suppose it's just a bit of damage limitation as well as wanting to take wickets here for Warwickshire, who are up against it, and that's a wild swipe outside off by Fergus O'Neill.
Yeah, Notts might look to just naturally increase the scoring rate here, with Fergus O'Neill certainly showing signs there that he looked to chase after it, but I think the important thing for Notts is to make sure they get to 350, and then if there's sufficient time left before 110 overs and they've still got wickets in hand, push on and try and get 400. It's all about accumulating points initially in the first innings here.
That's punched away nicely by O'Neill through backward point, but will just be one, with Sheikh patrolling out there the cover boundary.
The bowling effort will look after itself as and when it becomes Warwickshire's turn to bat again, but for the time being it's all about getting certainly the next, and if they can the one beyond that in terms of bonus points. That's what's going to see Nottinghamshire comfortably in the top half of the table rather than languishing as they were last year. This is a match between Warwickshire, who finished 7th last year, and Notts, who finished 8th.
Booth bowls to Hamid. Hamid happy to defend.
Don't think there were too many points between them. No, Notts only had 2 wins last year, 155 points. Warwickshire 7th, but they only had 1 win, 159 points, so 4 more points than Notts, but only 1 victory in the Championship in 2024 for the Bears. Already equalled that this year, winning at Durham last week.
Booth bowls. Hamid guides that one down to 3rd, as we've seen him do so many times in Nottinghamshire shirt, and with great success in this game too.
Durham are nearing 400 at home to Yorkshire. They're 394 for 6. Both Centurions now out. Alex Lees for 172, Emilio Gay for 152.
Booth bowls and beats O'Neill up on all ends there. I'm not too sure what O'Neill was going for there, but he survives. Dot ball to finish the over. Notts 315 for 6.
The most advanced game in the country is at Chelmsford, where they're into the 4th innings. And Worcestershire are 13 for 1. They've lost Gareth Roderick already. Require 282 more to defeat Essex. That'll be a tall order at Chelmsford. At Southampton, Somerset have begun their 2nd innings, 4 without loss, trailing Hampshire by 148. And in a high-scoring game at Hove, Surrey now 226 for 2, trailing Sussex by 209. Start of a new over from Bamber, guided away by Hamid, but there is protection. Michael Booth down at 3rd man does the fielding. 1 more to the Notts skipper, 316 for 6. Division 2 at Derby. Derbyshire 307, Northants have the lead there, 387 for 6. Still no Calvin Harrison, he batted at 9 last week for Northants, got a 50, and he's not at the crease yet, so I imagine he's coming in at number 9 once again. At Canterbury, Gloucestershire 2nd innings, 39 without loss, leading Kent by 118. Bamber to O'Neill, just goes back, takes a pace back deep into his crease, works it away square on the leg side, gets another single. Nice little knock this again from the Australian, who made 42 last week. At Old Trafford, Leicestershire 251 for 3, replying to Lancashire's 263. A century there for Rian Ahmed, who's out for exactly 100. And at Lord's, Glamorgan 28 without loss in their 2nd innings, trailing Middlesex by 245. All the scores on the BBC Sport website and app. Next ball is bowled to the Notts captain, who's just carrying on in his same methodical way. Works this to mid-wicket, one of his favourite scoring areas, takes an easy single. 318 for 6 is the score. Lovely day. Pleased for the patrons that were inside the ground yesterday that have made the decision to come back today, and they're being rewarded with some very pleasant sunshine. The Wyatt stand and the old press box stand at the far end, particular sun traps. 2 slips in. Bamber still generating good pace with this second new ball. Bowls now, and O'Neill another flash at it, and immediately his response indicates that he knew it was a loose shot and he was remonstrating with himself. 3-1-8 for 6.
Yeah, he's bowled very consistent, hasn't he, Bamber? He'll be a tough one to get away. That being said, he is very much bowling such consistent line and length that you question whether O'Neill might want to line him up. He probably knows where the ball's going. Just depends how much movement Bamber's getting. He's bowled very well.
Here's Bamber. Balls down the leg side. That's 4 somethings. I don't know if it was bat or pad. Runs for Fergus O'Neill. Just a fine tickle down the leg side, out of reach of the diving Kai Smith. So that one was, for once, poorly directed by Bamber. 4 more to the total. 322 for 6, and it takes O'Neill to 42, and that, as I say, is the score he made for Nottinghamshire last week, so he's matched his county championship best. Brief little sample size as it is. Car alarm or something going off as this is squaring O'Neill up, drops out on the offside. As long as it's not a fire alarm and we're supposed to evacuate, Grace. We've had that before in 1 or 2 commentary boxes up and down the country. 322 for 6. The alarm, whatever it was, has stopped. You're a Birmingham girl. I know this isn't great radio for those listening on the radio or looking at the live stream, but just humour this particular idiot. Is there, what landmarks can we see from here? Sorry to dump that on you, but we've not been able to see the city skyline for the last 2 days.
The BT Tower. That's probably the best I can give you, to be honest, just on our left. As in comes Booth and played comfortably through the mid-wicket region for 1.
You say on our left, that's just to the left of the floodlight tower at the far end.
Yeah, the one that has BT on it.
Yeah, as for that.
Other than that, I'm not too sure.
And this area is obviously Edgbaston, yeah, I know that, but the old sat-nav telling me I'm in Balsall Heath.
It's Booth in again, and this is crunched through the offside by O'Neill. Will race away for 4. Fielder tries to give chase, but it was just too straight. Good shot. He can time them sweetly when they're short and wide outside off O'Neill, and it wasn't too loose for delivery, but just in his arc, I think, for him to get his hands through.
Lots of little suburbs, aren't there, around here? Great shot from O'Neill. So this is his Nottinghamshire best, and he's 4 away from his 2nd career 50.
As he goes again, this time off the front foot, and it will be 50 runs, a half century for O'Neill, brought up with back-to-back boundaries. He's batted well here. He's taken a liking to Booth. He scored at a decent rate as well, just under a run a ball. 50 not out for O'Neill off just 52 deliveries. What a game he's having, Dave.
Very much so, yeah. That was a spanking, wasn't it? Absolutely walloped that ball away. That's his 9th 4 for Fergus O'Neill. 52 balls, 9 4s.
Wonder if he'll try and keep going here. He's taken a liking to Booth, and he does. He tries to hit that one in to the stand, and it should be taken. It is taken. It went high into the air, but about 10 yards away from the batter, and in the end, Booth gets his man. A relatively simple catch for, I think that's Ed Barnard there, extra cover, and O'Neill has to go. He's made a quick half century, but he goes on 50 exactly.
Yeah, brought a little bit of acceleration to proceedings there, crashing those 2 extra cover drives away. He exacted a bit of revenge on Michael Booth for striking him. Painful blow before lunch, and then Booth got his man eventually. 3-3-1 for 7. That's a terrific knock from Fergus O'Neill. Here comes Brett Hutton, another one who's been in the runs, made 38 last week. Of course, the other thing with 7 wickets down, you look at Nasib Hamid, the chance to carry his bat again, did it last year against Lancashire. Made 220 odd, 240 odd. Trent Bridge against Lancashire, who's on the field for every minute of the match, as he has been here as well so far.
Yeah, in comes Brett Hutton then, replaces O'Neill. Fifer for the pair of them in the first innings. That was enjoyable viewing for a Nottinghamshire fan as they bowled out. Warwickshire for less than 100 between them. 331 for 7 now, not as they lead by 238. It's a big first innings lead here. Booth's got 3 wickets. He's been expensive in his last few overs, but he got his man in the end. He comes in. Brett Hutton's first ball. It's good delivery. Forces Hutton forward and he defends into the onside. Just see the field spread here, inviting Hutton to take the single, bring him onto strike, and get Hasib Hamid watching from the other end. That's the best place for him, in the opinion of Warwickshire right now.
Yeah.
Bowl as few deliveries as possible at him. He's 120 not out. Hutton yet to score, and he invites. Goes for it, doesn't he? Outside off. He goes to drive that. He misses it. A genuine play and a miss, and that's the end of Booth's over.
Yes, his 3rd wicket in the innings. Sheffield Outlaws been in touch. I was optimistic for this season, but even so, it's been a great start for Notts these first 3 games. O'Neill proving to be a great signing. The captaincy continues to only benefit Hasib Hamid's batting. Long may it continue. Thank you, Sheffield Outlaw. Happy Easter to you and yours. Who else has been in touch? T was saying get to 350 and then throw caution to the wind. Kieran, can't lose from this weather forecast, so get the 250 lead and declare. That's what he's hoping for. As Bamba bowls, and he just pops this up on the leg side. Brett Hutton comes galloping down and he's sent back. Kieran goes on, need to declare because there won't be much cricket tomorrow. The Belper Red, let's get a lead of 400, then stick them in for half an hour tonight. I like your thinking, Belper Red. Bob the Coventry Pie is full of admiration for Hasib Hamid. This is what leadership's all about, he says. 331 for 7. He's on 120. The right-hander. Discarded twice now by England. Taps his bat and continues to serve county cricket well, and he cuts this away for 4. Fabulous stroke from the Bolton-born 28-year-old, crashing the ball into the advertising hoardings at the base of the Hollis stand. 335 for 7. Ball's coming onto the bat nicely. Justin says, when will Nottinghamshire declare? I don't think they will, Justin. We'll have to see. And people can say, told you. But I think Notts will try and get as many batting bonus points as they can in this effort. As Hamid now drives this one in front of square on the offside, and he's only going to get 1. That was an equally good shot, but he only gets 1 this time. The fielder in the vicinity. 336 for 7. Get your batting points and then take over, and then worry about the bowling. Lead is 2-4-3. I've been wrong about Nottinghamshire's tactics at least once this season. 336 for 7 as this is pushed into the offside when they sent Carl Verena out with 6 overs remaining last week in the gloom, and I did suggest that they should have sent a night watchman out, and Verena was dismissed straight away. Felt that was unusual because certainly Notts always around about 6 overs to go in the day in the past have used the night watchman, but on this occasion I think they'll get to 350 and then look and analyse, can they get to 400? And there's Brett Hutton waving the big wand for the first time and gets it through the offside. Hannon Dolby after it, and they've got a couple of runs. So Brett's away. Notts up to 338 for 7.
Yeah, a decent shot, just didn't quite time it, did he, Brett Hutton? But got it through the covers for a couple. I wonder if the Warwickshire seamers are going to start to tie here. It's been a long couple of days for him. It's been a tough ask. It's the same bowlers bowling. I mean, Bamba's into his 26th over now.
I was informed during lunch that the board that we can't see, the scoreboard away to our left, does have the over rates on it. As Hutton gets 4, you can't put fielders there for that. It's just not possible. He's got an inside edge that has somehow missed his leg stump and then shot to the left of Smith and almost disappeared down to long stop for 4. 342 for 7. We can't see the screen away to our left, and apparently it does say on it that Warwickshire are -1 on their over 8, so that's not too serious. 342 for 7 at the end of that over. Brett Hutton has quickly made his way to 6. Seba Mead a little more cautiously has made his way to 125.
Be Booth into his 24th. Decent spell these two have bowled in tandem. Michael Booth, relatively inexperienced in first-class cricket, but he's played well for Warwickshire at the start of this season, and he's in, and that's a full delivery, and Hamid gets hold of it. It could run away for, and it will. A diving stop was in vain there. Goes underneath Fernando and races away for 4 through that mid-wicket region. He likes it there, Hamid, and it's 4 to start the over.
I mean, at the start of this over, we'd had, or at the end of the last over, we've had 90 overs, so there are just 20 overs remaining, which bonus points can be accrued. Notts need about 100 runs for maximum batting points. So let's put it another way. People saying, when will they declare? When will they declare? If they can get to 450 inside 110 overs, I think that's the point they would pull the plug, but that's a long way off.
It's a good delivery from Booth. Hamid thinks to play. Races through to the keeper, Kai Smith. He's been quiet, hasn't he, the keeper? Hasn't had much to do today at all.
No, I like him. I like him. I've heard good things about his batting and his glove work, and you know, when you don't notice a keeper too much, it's always a good sign that he's just getting on with things. Had one offering yesterday and gobbled it up, the snick behind from Freddie McCann. But yeah, heard nothing but good things about Kai Smith.
Booth again strikes Hamid on the pad, a half-hearted appeal, but I think Hamid was down the wicket and probably sliding down. It's more of a plea, I think, from Michael Booth, a beg. As the umpire just signals to him there that, yep, going down leg, even gives him a little tap on the shoulder. Working hard here, these Warwickshire seamers, but hasn't been too fruitful for them. Just the 2 wickets in just over 3 hours of play. Same 4 seamers being rotated, and mainly these 2, Booth and Bamber, as this is another good delivery. Hamid defended. Yeah, we haven't seen half as much really, have we, from Fernando and Hannon Dolby as we have from Booth and Bamber?
No, that I guess in a sense tells its own story. Alex Davis just having a look at the ball as well. Fernando actually is just whirling his arms around as if either to drop a hint or he's been given a hint by Alex Davis.
One slip then for Hamid as Booth's in and drives that one nicely for a single. I wonder, Dave, obviously they've played a front line of seamers, haven't they, Warwickshire? The seamers are working hard. They're not bowling badly by any means, but it just doesn't really seem to be doing too much for them. At what point do you try the spinners just to try something different? Give your seamers a rest and give it a go. Would you give the spinners a few, or would you just carry on with this? As Booth's in and a swipe outside off from Hutton. They're playing a miss when the over. Notts 347 for 7.
I think for the time being I'd keep going as it is. This new ball is 11 overs old. I was just going to say, we've only had a couple of different bowlers used since lunch. We've not seen Hannon Dolby, but now we are going to see Hannon Dolby. If the big push does come for Nottinghamshire, I think they'd quite fancy Rob Yates, Dan Mosley or whoever just coming on and the opportunity maybe for one or two of the lower order just to wield the willow against the spinners, because it can backfire quickly and they can get 2 or 3 wickets for next to nothing. But having gone this far without using them, I don't expect Warwickshire to suddenly change tack. And the other thing is, they may be well aware that the longer they can drag this out without seriously damaging their over rate, might later on in the day come to their aid if bad light forces them off early, if that makes any sense at all, which probably it doesn't, as Hamid pushes this into the offside. I don't think they want Nottinghamshire to, in an hour, say, to be at 450 and a chance to declare. They'd like to drag it out. If Notts are going to get to 450, the Bears would like to make them be out there trying to get those runs almost up until tea time. The other way of putting that is they don't want to be batting for longer today than they have to, just in case it comes to a situation where they do need the rain to save them tomorrow. They don't want to have lost half the side today. Next ball is just chopped by Hutton down to third man. As always, probably spouting nonsense, but that's just the way I read it at the moment.
I think that's a fair judgment, Dave, and I think Hutton's happy to play a few strokes here. He's 7 off 7. He's looked to hit anything full. He's looked to go through the offside. He's had a little bit of luck, a couple player misses and that inside edge off Bamber.
There is Hannon Dolby, 349 for 7. This one's steered to point, and that's 1 run away from that third batting bonus point. That would take them to 6 points in the game. Warwickshire, as Bears fans won't want reminding, didn't get any batting points. They've picked up 2 bowling points at the moment. The two sides entered this game neck and neck on 35 points along with Sussex. But 1 more run, it will be 6-2 to Notts in terms of bonus points. And that's probably about a fair balance, or a fair reflection on the balance of play that we've seen so far, as Hamid runs this down to long leg for the 350th run. So there is that confirmation of a third batting point, 6 points to 2. Like I said yesterday, after the Bears have been bowled out for 93, the last thing that Notts would want, having delivered such a superb bowling performance, was for them to find themselves get dismissed for less than 250. The game ends in a draw, and Warwickshire and Notts both leave here with the same number of points. As Brett Hutton again gives it a bit of a meaty whack out on the leg side and gets a couple of runs. He was absolutely sick last week. I can't remember who the Essex spinner was. I think it was Matt Critchley. The leg spinner came on and he dropped a filthy long hop halfway down to Brett Hutton, and he pulled it away for a big 6, and then he sent another one, and Brett, you have to say, slightly mistimed it because he was caught on the rope, but he was absolutely filthy with himself that he hadn't just hit it another 6 inches higher. Otherwise it'd have still been going. He played really nicely and quickly to get to 38. 352 for 7. Hutton on strike here. He's hit the last one away and now plays a lovely shot behind square on the offside for a single. 353 for 7. Still Farhan Ahmed and Josh Tong to come. Farhan Ahmed made 31 last week. Josh Tong made 55 in the first game, his only Nottinghamshire innings so far, so they've both spent some time in the middle, and that might come in useful. 353 for 7.
It's always useful, isn't it, to have a lower order that can contribute some runs at the end. We've seen that from all of the Nottinghamshire lower order already this season. So it's good signs for the East Midlands side, and Booth into his 25th then, and watchful defence by Hutton. They think of running, but Barnard gets around quickly at extra cover. 2 slips in then for Brett Hutton, who's faced just 10 deliveries and looks happy to play his shots if they're in his arc. Booth bowls again, and that's a wild swipe, and it goes just over second slip, who I don't think had much chance to catch that. Good yard over him, a good diving attempt, but it races away for 4, and that's another edge for 4 for Brett Hutton. If you flash hard enough, you can get away with it a lot of the time, as we've seen there, and frustration for Michael Booth. Just half a yard lower, and probably could have been taken by second slip, but Rob Yates had no chance, probably one of the better slip fielders in the division. Couldn't get a hand near it as Booth goes again, and this time Hutton looks to go across the line. He's bowled top of off or middle, and Booth gets his man again. The middle to lower order have tried to go after Michael Booth, and they've got hold of him a couple times, but he has the last laugh again as Hutton has to go for 14 and knots are 357 for 8.
Much straighter one there, wasn't it, from Booth? Managed to keep the ball going gun straight, and it just took middle and off. So good afternoon from Edgbaston. This is Adam Pinder-Smith here in the Birmingham sunshine. 357 for 8. Notts are in their first innings. That's 264 runs ahead of Warwickshire. Hassan Hamid is still there on 132 not out. Hutton, the last man to be dismissed, cleaned up by Michael Booth. And Josh Tongue, the England international, is heading out to the middle to join his skipper. And joining me here in one of the microclimates of Edgbaston this afternoon. One side of the box is hotter than the sun. The other side, I think we're going to have to let the polar bear out. It's a very good afternoon to Phil Britt.
It's actually quite nice to come by the window where it's a bit cooler. I think we've got it too hot, you know, Adam.
Well, I'll go and have a twist of the old dongle thing in a second.
I think it needs to be somewhere between what you set it down to, which was polar region, and the subtropical. I think it needs to try and get the happy balance.
But you couldn't see me breath, Phil. That's all I'll say. It wasn't that cold. So it's Michael Booth from this pavilion end. 357 for 8. Knots are on. It's Josh Tongue, the right-handed batter, who is the new man. He took his guard, and in comes Booth now, and there's a... Is it gone? Yes, it is. The finger of the umpire goes up. Josh Tongue caught on the crease, dangled the bat out, took the edge on the way through. In the blink of an eye, Booth finds himself on a hat-trick. Josh Tongue gone for a golden duck. 357 for 9.
And a 5 for Booth. 5 for wickets. Those two consecutive deliveries have taken up for his first 5 for Warwickshire. So well done to Michael Booth, who's started the season in pretty good form. It's his 13th wicket of the season already. So it was a brief stay from Josh Tongue.
Hardly worth putting the pads on, really. He's trotting back to the pavilion. And out strolls Ahmed at number 11.
So a third bowling point that was as well for Warwickshire, after failing to get anywhere near, not even threatening a batting point.
No, I think that's fair comment, Phil.
It's a good job you can't go into negatives, isn't it? That 50 runs under 250, you lose a point. It's a good job.
Well, one member of the Ahmed family's already made triple figures today. His brother Rayad got exactly 100 runs at Old Trafford against Lancashire for Leicestershire. And strolling out at number 11 is his brother Farhan Ahmed. He joins his skipper Hassan Hamid at the crease. Ahmed with number 7 on his back, trotting down to take guard, having a look around him. Michael Booth must be delighted. 5 for 90 off 24.4 overs so far. 5 maidens in that as well. Notts lead by 264 as the clock swings round towards 2:30 on this third afternoon of this county championship match between Warwickshire and Notts here at Edgbaston. So Booth on a hat-trick is in. It's a full delivery. That wasn't far away from Michael Booth. But Ahmed survives the hat-trick ball. He's down on his haunches, readjusting his pads. I think that's all a bit of smoke and mirrors. That one looked fairly close, Phil.
It was a good delivery, wasn't it? A good one to bowl, first ball to the new batsman. But sadly, from Booth's point of view, it didn't get anything on it. he survives, but I think survive is probably the best way to describe that.
A third slip going in. Alex Davis joins the cordon. Last ball of the 93rd over then. In comes Booth. It's a full delivery again, and Ahmed is forward. So he survives. 2 wickets in the over for Michael Booth. Notts lead by 264, 357 for 9.
Big lead this is, and just wondering with the forecast, which actually I've been looking at that for tomorrow. It's supposed to be wet in the morning, but it's looking better throughout the day. So if that rain blows through in the morning, they may well end up with a decent day's play tomorrow. I don't think it's quite as bad as we'd first anticipated.
Well, I don't know which weather app you're looking at, but
I'm looking at the one who employed you, the BBC's.
The one that I'm looking at looks like Dave's going to need an arc to get to Edgbaston tomorrow.
I think
lots of rain around.
I'm looking at it from a very favourable point of view, and I think we'll be fine. Hannon Dolby starts a new over in to bowl, and runs this one down to third man, and they take the single. Why not? 358 for 9.
80% chance of rain at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, according to the BBC weather app. I'm not a betting man, but I don't like those odds.
No, you'll be much better than that. I'll give you better odds than that.
It's your Phil Britt guarantee here on Easter Sunday, everyone.
Easter Sunday, guarantee that it will be a much fairer afternoon than you think. Here's Hannon Dolby. Comes in bright sunshine. He's in and bowls, and plays this one going back and across his stumps, and fends it out into the onside. There's no run. 358 for 9. Remember, Warwickshire bowled out on the first day for 90, on the second day for 93. So got a long way to go to catch that up when they bat again, which one assumes will be later on this afternoon. Unless these two dig in. There's Hannon Dolby in and bowls, and this is cut away beautifully away through backward point, and he's going to run all the way down to the Holly stand for 4. Timed that beautifully outside the off stump, gave himself a little bit of space and worked it away, and Ahmed's on his way. That shot takes him. It's the 4, his first scoring shot, 362 for 9.
Yeah, lovely shot that from Ahmed. Just rose, got on top of the bounce, and just skated away through that offside, pierced the cover and backward point fielders perfectly, and skated away towards the Hollies for 4.
And Dolby, incensed by that one, is in, and that's tighter line and defended well by Nottinghamshire number 11. And Dolby fields off his own bowling.
Did you manage to have a sneak out and see how warm it is out there at lunchtime, Phil?
Yeah, I walked over to the other side of the ground to open the museum, and if you're in the sun, it's beautiful. It really is. There's not too much wind. It's a very pleasant Easter Sunday afternoon. And Dolby comes in and bowls, and Ahmed is forward to that one, running it out to extra cover. There's no run.
Yeah, it looks really quite beautiful over on the far side of the ground at the moment. They're bathed in sunshine.
Yeah, and got people in shorts over there and enjoying the warm sunshine. It's completely, this ground is two completely different. The Birmingham end in the sunshine is beautiful and warm. The pavilion end in the shade is like an icebox. Hannon Dolby comes in and bowls, and Ahmed defends that one out into the offside. End of Hannon Dolby's over. It's his 20th over. 362 for 9. Ahmed had little or no problems keeping Hannon Dolby out on that over.
No, and got the boundary as well. So
yep,
lovely over as far as Notts are concerned there. 4 runs from him. 362 for 9. There's going to be a change of bowling here from the pavilion end.
A bit harsh on Michael Booth. Gets 2 wickets and they out of the attack, but he's bowled a fair spell. So
cutthroat captaincy there from,
from
Alex Davis.
You didn't get the hat trick, so you're out. You're off.
Going grazed out at third for a bit. He might be at fine leg actually. You'll have to get the old binoculars out, but The field is spreading for this. It's Hamid that's on strike, so I suspect they're thinking he might just tee off and try and get a few quick runs. There's a ring field, mid on, mid off, extra cover, a very, very square gully. Third, fine leg, deep backward square, and 2 out on the extra cover boundary, and Hamid does come forward to that and smacks it through extra cover for 4. Really through the kitchen sink at that one, did the Notts captain. He moves on to 137, 366 for 9 now, Notts.
Yeah, it was, it literally was. It was a little bit of width given him by Ed Barnard, and he took full out of that, thrashed it away. There was a man out there at deepish extra cover, but he couldn't get anywhere near it. It was past him in a flash.
Nice.
The field has spread.
Everyone out now. Mid on and mid off, the closest to the bat is Barnard's in again, and this is once again worked into the offside. It'll just be a single this time though, the fielding done at backward point. Boy, who's that down there? Is that Sam Hain? It's hard to tell. Oh, Phil's getting the binoculars out.
But if they had numbers you could read on their back.
Anyway, while he's doing that, 367 for 9, another single to the total. I think that might be Sam Hain.
I don't think it is. I think that's... could be Dan Mosley.
It could be Mosley. Very true. He's even bowling in a sweater, is Ed Barnard. Sleeveless one.
Just to make it even harder for us all.
Anyway, in he comes now, bowling to Ahmed, who's forward and works us into the offside, but the fielding's done. At backward point for no run.
A joke about this, actually, and I do find it strange. We had 2 Americans in the museum at lunchtime, and the guy said, "Who are the players?" He said, "Because I can't." He said, "You give me." I picked a scorecard up with all the numbers on. He said, "But I can't tell who's who."
No.
And it's a fair point. He said, "The first time we've ever been to a cricket game, why do they not show who they are?"
Barnard in once more, playing a miss this time from Ahmed.
Oh
no, it's out.
Yeah, it's out.
It was an edge there. Ahmed hangs his head in shame. Catch taken behind the stumps by Kai Smith, so the Notts innings comes to a close. 367 all out then, a lead of 274. There's still 62 and a bit overs. There'll be a couple that are lost for the changeover, but Notts are in a commanding position at the end of the first innings for both sides. They're 274 ahead with a day and a half maybe left in this county championship match. Well plugged away though by Warwickshire. They didn't let Notts get their foot on the gas too much, and a big round of applause is being given to Michael Booth. 5 wickets for him he's taken, and he's applauded off the ground.
I think we ought to perhaps just give a mention to the Nottinghamshire captain, Hamid, who's carried his bat for 138 not out. I think that's probably where most of that applause was coming to be honest. I think he walks off there, and a terrific innings from him. He's batted beautifully throughout the whole of this. Undefeated at the end, some feet to carry your bat, but also with 138. Michael Booth, you're quite right, he's bowled very tidy line and picked up some late wickets and got that 5 for very well deserved. Warwickshire, though, have ended up with a massive task here. They're 274 in arrears, and you've got to score that to even break even. So very much advantage Nottinghamshire, I think.
100%. But sometimes this third innings can do funny things, and the message that Ian Westwood will be giving his batters is quite simple: just go and bat.
Yeah.
Don't worry about anything else. Just go out and bat. So the not scorecard then, as Phil points out, captain Hassan Hamid finishes on 138 not out, carried his bat. So every single ball of the match so far, Hassan Hamid has been in the middle. Slater was out for 40, LBW bound 20 overs, 1 for 64. Ed Barnard 10.4 overs, 2 for 52. The 1 wicket for the overseas player Fernando, he got 1 for 54 from 13. And Michael Booth, the other overseas player for Warwickshire, 5 for 90 off 25 overs. An impressive economy in that as well, in that of 3.6.
Yeah, I think he bowled very well. He's bowled well in the last couple of games, and he's certainly, I think, has come on a lot since last season, Michael Booth, and he's going to get an extended run, I think, if he stays fit in this Warwickshire side. But Warwickshire are going to have to bat. The whole thing now is this top order has got to get down and get some runs.
Absolutely. The top order has to fire. Rob Yates, Alex Davis, Sam Hain. You would say the lion's share of the runs has to come from those three experienced pros at the top of the order. Dan Mosley, as Barnard can chip in as well, but those three, as we're watching Carl Verena, the Notts wicket-keeper below us, going for a few of his paces, his wicket-keeping drills here with the Notts head coach Peter Moores. He's just tapping the ball up and down, is Peter Moores, whilst the gloves are going on for the South African wicket-keeper. And wherever you go in the world, one thing I've always noticed, Phil, that the ground staff use the same things, which is a broom, a wheelbarrow,
and a brush,
a bit of 2B4, and a pot of paint.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you're at the MCG, if you're at village cricket or here at Edgbaston, it's exactly the same technique that's used. All the technology advances in the world, and yet still they paint the wicket in between innings and at lunch breaks and tea breaks with a bit of old wood and some paint.
I think the technology then has changed and improved between the village wicket and what they're using on there. That's a lovely looking mower, roller, isn't it? That,
yes.
They're going putting up and down there.
I'll give you that. That the mower that's going up and down at the second on the wicket is not one that you'd perhaps see, as you say, for the village second 11 on a Sunday.
It's not propped up by the sight screen, is it? Out in all weathers. And can you come and give it a roll, and 3 or 4 blokes have to go up and pull the mower out? Mind you, there's less and less clubs with those these days. I think most of them have got motorised rollers. Things have moved on a bit.
A few fielding drills for Notts going on below us at the moment. We've got Haynes, Slater and Ahmed doing a bit of slip catching.
This should be a very different surface and conditions for Warwickshire to bat in than they came under principally on Friday morning, on Saturday morning, yesterday morning, when they felt apart really against the bowling of Brett Hutton, who was virtually unplayable.
Yes,
and then Garner O'Neill came in and followed him up, but it was Hutton who did the damage at the start of the innings.
I wasn't here myself, but from everyone that was here that's telling me, Notts bowled really, really well yesterday.
Yeah, they did. That's they 1 or 2 balls were virtually unplayable. The one which Sheikh got.
Right over to our left at the second, Joss Tongue is going through his paces with the bowling coach for Notts. Bowling off probably half a run or so, I would say, at the moment, but he'll no doubt crank it up. You would think he'll be thinking about taking that new ball. And the drills are well and truly going in front of us. So if you're just joining us, we're at the change of innings here at the moment at Edgbaston. A few quick wickets after lunch for the Bears brought the Notts first innings to a close. But it's a big lead for Notts.
Well, they're going through their warm-ups out here just down below us. There's 3 or 4, Peter Moores is out there. There's 3 or 4 coaches and backroom staff out with the players, just getting them catching and fielding, and as you say, Josh Tongue going through the bowling there. They're all getting themselves ready for the match, and we should be back live again with action in a few minutes' time.
274 is the lead on the first innings as the bell goes, which signals we won't be far away, as Peter Moores is just ducking for cover at the ball from one of the Notts coaches, with a little miscue to say the least, and I think the shouter heads went up, and poor old Peter Moores
just waiting for it to land either on his head. It landed about 1.5 yards away from him, but when somebody says watch your head and you don't know where it's coming from, you just hope that it's not going to bounce off the top of your head.
But who's that down there doing a bit of fielding drills? It looks to me like that might be Haynes. Yeah, Jack Haynes, I think, is practicing a few high catches as the umpires come out in front of us here at Edgbaston. Warwickshire's second innings with the bat about to get underway as we wind towards 2:45. It's Phil Britt and Adam Pinder-Smith with you at the moment here at Edgbaston. It's the third day of this county championship match between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire. The visitors well and truly in the commanding seat. They are 274 runs ahead on first innings, Notts making 367 all out in just shy of 95 overs. Warwickshire were 93 all out.
Nottinghamshire just had their little huddle, pre-start huddle. It seems to have crept into every sport these days. Every football match I go to, most of the in non-league football, most of the teams have their little get-together. I don't know what was. They've been in the dressing room with each other as they've just seconds before walking out, so you can't say anything new which they hadn't said in the dressing room, but just that little encouraging few words.
Yeah, it's every sport but darts, I think, has adopted the pre-match huddle now, haven't it? Really,
you just have an extra slurp, don't you, at darts? Well, I don't think they do that so much these days.
No, I must say I like my darts, and I haven't seen many slurps of anything other than water.
Yeah, it's the old days where the top, some of the top dart players had a permanent drink on the side. Anyway, it's going to be
we'll edit this bit out, Phil. Go on, go again. No one noticed. Have another try. We'll edit that bit out.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of the wrong person there. It's going to be Brett Hutton to start from this pavilion end. To Rob Yates, he's going to be bowling. Rob Yates, who went second ball, so he's on his way in this bright sunshine, running away from us in to bowl to Yates, who turns this first ball to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And oohs and ahs straight away. So, Yates on a pair. Joe Clark is not on the field, and we've got number one, Sammy King, as sub. Thank you very much indeed from Dave. Any reason why we know what Joe Clark is? It's we're going to find out. Is Hutton on his way again in and bowls, and this is going to be runs this time for Yates, turning it away behind square for a couple of runs, so Yates avoids the dreaded pair, and Warwickshire are on their way.
Yes, because it was a two-ball duck, I think, in the first innings for Rob Yates, so at least it wasn't a king pair, but
he was yes, of course it was. Yes, thank you. Dave's just reminding us that first ball was a hat-trick ball because Hutton had finished off the innings. He's in again and bowls, and this one Yates runs away into backward point, and there's no run. So Yates 2. Warwickshire trail by 272, and I think we're going to be saying trail for quite a while to come. Yeah, it's going to take them a while to clear that, isn't it?
We could record that bit up, couldn't we? Just sort of drop it in. Because I think the word it's going to be BBC Sport Commentary in association with trail by for the next quite a while, I would think.
Hutton bowls. Yates is quite late, twirling the bat and running it away through the fourth slip area down towards the third man boundary. Won't get all the way right down in front of the Thwaite scoreboard, and they come back for 2. So Yates has got all 4 of the Warwickshire runs so far. And I think they're going to find a different surface here. I don't think they quite get the assistance, and the overhead conditions are clearly different to the ones they faced in the first innings. As this one is cut away into the ground and straight to backward point, end of the over. It's one to go. Sorry, they move this board so quickly that you sort of look at it and waiting for it to go, and it's already been moved on.
Yeah, it's night and day in every sense, isn't it? The conditions compared to how it was for Rob Yates. Well, he was already back in the pavilion by this point in the first innings.
He didn't have to put his feet up for long, though, because the whole lot followed them fairly quickly. Yates drives beautifully away through the offside and down to the Hollis stand for 4 runs. So Yates has a good start to the first over of Warwickshire's second innings. It's 8 without loss. Yates has got them all, and that was a beautiful drive away through square cover.
Well, Alex Davis has currently got his trousers down at the moment in the middle of the in the middle of Edgbaston. He's readjusting something. They're back up again now. I assume it was the thigh guard that was a little troublesome for the Bears skipper. 8 not out then. 266 is the deficit. I'm going to say deficit for a change rather than trail by Phil. 59 overs still in the day to be bowled. And it's going to be Fergus O'Neill who's going to start things off from the Birmingham end. 4 knots. New Zealand international. Overseas, I should say.
He's had a quiet game so far. 5 wickets, 50 runs, and he'd be looking to add to that haul. It's certainly made a major part so far.
He's just limbering up at the far end of the ground at the moment. He's got 3 slips in place, a backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, square leg and a fine leg. In he comes now, he bowls, and a play and a miss from Davis. Will be kind and say he left that one alone. 8 for none.
Immediately comes down and has a little tap of the wicket, and it's a ball which certainly went past the outside edge there. Davis, I think, was a little bit surprised by the bounce on that one, and which came through.
Agreed. It was one with a lot of carry, a heavy ball, as they say. Once again, it's O'Neill that's in, and this time it is a proper leave by O'Neill. That one by Davis from the bowling of O'Neill. That one just shaped away and was taken comfortably by the wicketkeeper for Raynham at around chest height. 8 for none.
Alex Davis has been in reasonable form this season with the bat. He got 66 in the first innings against Sussex, and then followed that up with a 38 and another half century at Chester Street last week.
Davis still on naught, taps his bat and does his trigger movement, and he'll be getting runs here. Might be 4 of them though. There's a man, it's Ahmed, that cuts it off at the fine leg boundary. So trots through for a single. 9 for none the score. That moves Davis off naught onto 1 as Rob Yates checks his guard. Is that what I was trying to say?
And Peter Piper picked his pickled peppers.
And we won't do red lorry, yellow lorry, because that could end up with me saying a naughty word on the radio, and I've got a mortgage to pay, so I can do without any of that. Thank you very much.
Well, that's a tongue twister in itself. I've got a mortgage to pay, and that's a tough one.
Yates on strike then, and he's forward this time to O'Neill. Score stays on 9 for none. Bit of fielding being done by Jack Haynes on the in the covers there.
I think there's been a fair few people moved around, you know, during the luncheon interval this afternoon into the sunshine down at the Birmingham end, because there's a lot more people down. It's not massively full. More people than there were this morning.
Once again, Yates is forward defending to O'Neill. Well, you can't blame them really if that's if that's the sun trap. Say trap. It's probably 60-70 metres wide, but if that's the sunny spot.
Well, immediately over the top of the sight screen in the back row there, it must be hot, because there's a couple of guys there who've just got their shirts are off. It's that hot, so they're clearly going to help to get a suntan or top one up.
Last ball of Davis is over, is worked into the leg side by Yates. So just a 1 off it, 9 for none. Warwickshire are in reply. They're still 265 behind. Alex Davis is 1 not out, and Yates is on 8.
So far, no major concerns for the Bears batsmen, who are having a chat in the middle. Alex Davis will be facing Brett Hutton for the first time in this innings, and he will have 3 slips waiting for him to make a mistake: a backward point, an extra cover, a mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a long leg. He takes guard, scratches the floor, and then comes down and does a little bit of just checking that the guard isn't somewhere outside leg stump. He looks back at it. Now he's ready as Hutton is already on his way in, bowls, and Davis pushes this one away to a wide-ish mid-off, and they amble through for the single.
And that's just what they've got to do, the Bears here. It's bat time, bat sensibly. You know, you're not going to be able to wipe this deficit out in the blink of an eye stuff. Just let these two just bat, see where they are at, what are we, an hour from tea? Is it 4 o'clock tea
4
today?
o'clock tea.
Yeah, so hour and a
o'clock.
bit till tea, and then just go from there, really. That would be the message I would think from the coach.
In, Yates pushes this one into the offside. They're going to get a very quick single. They have to have a very sharp. Davis had to get a move on. He, judging by the reaction of the slip cordon, that throw at the stumps, had it hit, would have left Davis short of his ground. And it was a dangerous single to take because Yates sort of played the ball, but Davis didn't respond straight away. And in the end, he had to really scamper. And could well have been caught out there. Anyway, it's all academic because the throw at the stumps missed. In to Davis, who flicks this one away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's 11 without loss. It's Ben Slater who had the, just checking to see who it was. It was Ben Slater who had the shy at the stumps.
I think it will have been from, where who's fielding there at the moment.
Here's Hutton in bowls, and forward comes Davis and runs it away out to couple of points. And again, there's no run. So we've got plenty of overs left in the day. 57 overs remaining after this one. That's an awful lot of overs to get in between now and the close, Adam.
It is indeed. Making our money's worth today.
Hutton then shout for LBW, although it did appear to come sort of perhaps bat and pad, or was it pad first? And
Well, I think it was bat first, but if it hadn't have been, I think Davis's number was up because that was gun barrel straight from where I'm sat by Hutton there. It just seemed to the wood sound just seemed to creep through first before the thud of the pad.
Anyway, it survives. It wasn't. Interestingly, the bowler didn't actually make much of an appeal. He's in for this one, and Davis turns this one away to wideish mid-on. A tumbling stop. End of the over from Brett Hutton. It's 11 without loss. 9 to Yates, 2 to Davis. I will let Dave come in here.
Yeah, I'm off to give an update to BBC Radio WM.
Right,
so Dave's going to come and take on
my
my seat, and then I'll come and once I've done that, I shall be back shortly. So a bit more from Phil, and then it will be Dave Bracegirdle.
Thanks, Adam. Carry on here with Guy O'Neill. It's going to continue from the Birmingham end into the left-handed Rob Yates, who is beaten outside the off stump, and that one just nipped a little, and Yates just pushed at it, didn't get a nick to it. Again, just enough to encourage the bowler. Afternoon, Dave.
Hello, Phil. Hello, everybody. New ball key, I fancy, for both sides here. Not if they're going to make some inroads. Need to pick up a scalp or two whilst this ball is new and hard. Warwickshire, conversely, need to see off this pit.
Neil bowls, and this one goes through to the keeper. There's no run. Yeah, I agree. I think this first sort of hour is going to be absolutely key. And they've got a little bit out of it. Nowhere near as much as they had in the first few overs on Friday morning and again yesterday. But there's still something there to encourage them. Yates on 9, he waits. O'Neill's in, and Yates watches this through outside the off stump, and there's no run.
Yes, I think you've just said a lot of cricket left, 56 overs after this one, so not even at the halfway stage of day 3's allocation.
Gonna be another late night, Dave.
Yeah. Yep. Notts will be pretty pleased with how today has gone.
This one, Yates has a really sort of loose-looking cover drive, not the sort of shot really which his captain, I think, would want him to be playing. The ball was a rising ball, and it was rising too much for the shot he was trying to play there. Lucky not to get a nick on that and through to the keeper or the slip cordon. I think perhaps luck just going his way on that one. And Neil again is into him and bowls, and this time Yates covers up and runs it away into the offside. There's no run. 11 without loss.
Just a word on Hasiba Mead. I think it was another terrific effort from the Notts skipper, carrying his bat. It's the second time he's done it for Nottinghamshire. He becomes only the third Nottinghamshire opener to do it here at Edgbaston as well. Alex Hales did it in 2011.
Yates waits on this one. He is again late on, but gets the ball out into the offside. End of the over. It's 11 without loss, and Grace, I think, is going to come in and join you, Dave.
Thanks, Phil. Yeah, Alex Hales made 108 in 106, I beg your pardon, in 2011, and before that, Mick often references a pretty poor day for Notts. They were bowled out for 44 in 1988 on this ground, and Micko opened the batting 10 not out, left high and dry, carrying his bat. Hasiba Mead marginally more today, 138 not out. Terrific effort from the Notts skipper. Notts with the first innings lead of 274. Warwickshire have written off 11 of them, and they've got a wicket now. Edge to third slip, and Alex Davis has to go. He's nicked it through to third slip, and Notts have that early breakthrough. It's been a poor game for Alex Davis. Made 2 in the first innings, 2 in the second. The Birmingham skipper, and a lovely delivery from Brett Hutton. Just kissed the outside edge and found its way through into the hands of third slip as Grace comes back to join me. And in your bowling groups, I'm sure you'll be saying that's one. 9 more. 9 more. You just have to chip away, don't you, on a day like this? But Notts have got the early breakthrough. We've just said so important with the new ball to make it count, because once it goes a little softer, a little older, a little easier to bat. But Alex Davis hasn't been able to ride the early storm, and he's nicked one and perished. 11 for 1, the Bears.
Yeah, ideal start to the bowling innings for Nottinghamshire. Got that wicket early that they needed, and a bit of pressure on the youngster Hamza Sheikh coming in here. They don't want to lose any more quick wickets and put themselves in a position where they could lose by an innings and a fair bit. Obviously a long way to go till that, 9 wickets, but Notts will be up for it.
Just check. I think it was Lyndon. Yeah, it is. It's Lyndon James who's a third slip. They've had a bit of a reshuffle because Joe Clark's not on the field. Sammy King has taken his place at first slip. Freddie McCann's at second, and Lyndon James in at third, who safely pouched that one. So not striking in the 5th over. New man is Hamza Sheikh, who batted on days 1 and 2, and now on day 3. Did a decent job in the first innings, but once he fell for 18, the Warwickshire middle and lower order were exposed and were blown away very quickly. See what he can do here. Right-hander replaces right-hander. Hutton in to bowl to Sheikh, who confidently drives his first ball up to mid-on, and Josh Tong, wearing bright green socks, makes a diving, sprawling stop away to his left.
Yep, confident first shot there by the youngster. Brett Hutton got full on him, and he looked to take it on, just couldn't quite get past Josh Tong there. Handy bit of work in the field at mid-on.
Here's Hutton again. Bowling to Sheikh. Leans forward and defends.
Well, they're certainly up for it, aren't they? Not had a good couple days, and as expected early on in the fielding innings, we can hear much of the voices, the slip cord and the lively. Sammy King dropping in for Joe Clark. He's a lively character. I'm sure he'll have a bit to say there in first slip.
Hutton in again, and Shake defends. It comes with the territory, it comes with wearing number 1, doesn't it? Plenty to say.
Something like that.
Yeah, Notts have had one or two characters wear number 1, shall we say. Ajmal Shahzad, he arrived via Lancashire and Yorkshire to take number 1 when he came to Trent Bridge in 2013, 2012, 2013. He was at the club. 11 for 1. There's Hutton bowls, and then Brendan Taylor, another character. He took number 1. Not sure if anybody's had it since, between Brendan leaving and Sammy King. I'm sure I've got a little list somewhere. I don't know if we can find it. I'll have a little look. I can't recall off the top of my head other number 1s, but that's not to say it hasn't happened. 11 for 1, Hutton to Hampshire, who's stroked every delivery he's faced so far very confidently and crisply and got no runs.
$11 for 1 then. Warwickshire lost the skipper in that over. Al Davis, who's had an underwhelming game here at Edgbaston, just the 4 runs scored in the 2 innings put together. It'll be O'Neill, of course, to continue from the Birmingham end. He's having a good game.
There we are, we found it. I've got 2 more number 1s for you.
Three slips then, as O'Neill advances, and Yates, the left-handed Rob Yates, forward defends.
See if you're any good with these then. Before, Ajmal Shahzad and Brendan Taylor, one of Nottinghamshire's homegrown boys, had number 1. He's now on the first-class umpires list.
You're asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you. There we are.
I'm nowhere.
Challenge Grace.
I don't know.
Our popular 3 quiz show, Challenge Grace.
O'Neill bowls, and again Yates forward in defence.
Bilal Shafayat, I don't know if you've had him. Has he not umpired any of your games? He's very often around Trent Bridge. I'm sure you'll meet Bilal, lovely fella, at some stage. And another fella I'm sure you must have met at some time. Rian Ahmed got a century today. This fella had number 1. Did play for Notts before moving to Leicestershire. He opened the batting with Rian today.
Oh, I know this one, I think. O'Neill comes in outside the off stump, left alone by Yates. Is it Sol Budinger?
Sol Budinger, yeah.
I didn't know he played for Notts.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So Sammy King's out there. That's the only reason if you're just joining us, he's wearing number 1 on as a sub-fielder. As I get it, he's the 5th Notts number 1. Bilal Shafayat, Ajmal Shahzad, Brendan Taylor, Sol Budinger, and now Sammy King, the line of number 1s.
4 slips in now. Yates under pressure, O'Neill bowls, and Yates forced to play a shot, happy to defend off the front foot.
I don't know a lot about a lot, but there we go. Harry Butler Daft has leapt in. And indeed Outlaw Chris, thank you Chris Morley, both coming up straight away with Sol Budinger, thank you very much. Can't think of any others, but there may have been 1 or 2 slip through the net.
O'Neill bowls, and much like the last, forward in defence, get a quick single there into the offside.
Pandemonium, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The ball was just dropped on the offside. The 2 batters ran. Fergus O'Neill ran as well to obviously get the ball. There were fielders coming in from all directions, and in the end an easy single, but it all looked a little bit harum-scarum for a moment.
Yeah, well, he's got his tail up, hasn't he? O'Neill, he's ran in, he's bowled, and he Thought he was going to go for where they run down and try and boot it onto the stumps for the run out, but was in vain towards the end. So this will be his first delivery at Hamza. Shake, the right-hander. And he's in, and Shake leaves outside the off stump. Good over there. Just the one from it. Warwickshire 12 for 1 off the first 6 overs.
Yeah, Notts will be, I'm sure, having to use rather more bowlers in the second innings than they did in the first, when only 3 turned their arm over. We didn't see Lyndon James bowl a ball in the first innings, or Farhan Ahmed. Just catching up with elsewhere, and saw that Calvin Harrison, well, he was denied a career best score today by Northampton. He was 10 not out when the declaration came. Northampton just declared against Derbyshire 500 for 8. Here's Hutton from this end, the pavilion end at mighty Edgbaston, one of the most historically famous grounds in England. Witnessing this Division 1 game here. It's a shame actually that the Bears no longer go round the county. Been a while since other grounds were used for first class cricket. Very much enjoyed going to rugby school last year for the first time, as this is pushed into the offside for the Metrobank 50 over competition. Enjoyed that, even though we had a little bit of rain there, but that was a nice pleasant setting. I remember going to Stratford-on-Avon back in the day. Off the top of my head, I can't think of any more that I've been to Warwickshire home games, but there have been plenty in years gone by. Used to have a couple of grounds in Coventry, didn't there? There was the Butts ground and the Courtaulds ground. Hutton bowls and left-handed Yates again just eases it into the offside. Jack Haynes does the fielding. Any others you can think of? Miss Warwickshire?
What were
the Griffin Coton? Where's that? In Nuneaton, says Phil from the back of the box. When did they last play there, roughly? 80s? In the 80s, yeah.
Can name plenty of grounds in Warwickshire, not not off the top of my head the ones that the men's first team have played at.
Hutton down below us turns and runs away and bowls, and this is played back to him, of course. Not so many games now, because there are more usage of the outgrounds in the Metrobank 50 over competition, but certainly in terms of the county championship, there's not so much usage of outgrounds now, apart from the really established ones like Scarborough in particular. Hutton, Yates plays it down into the ground, and a bit of a crowd catch taken there above his head by Jack Haynes in the covers. He's timing it sweetly for not very many here, Rob Yates. He's got 10 out of the 12, but he's spanked the pants off a couple of deliveries that have gone straight to fielders. You just like the feeling that they're coming nicely out of the middle, but you also like the feeling that you're hitting the boards regularly. This one's worked away on the leg side, and there will be a single fielded there by Farhan Ahmed. 13 for 1. I'm sure the two brothers will be having a phone call or exchanging messages later on this evening, just comparing notes, catching up with each other's day. I'm sure Farhan will have been delighted to hear news that Rian had got a century opening the batting. 13 for 1 here. Fergus O'Neill to continue. He's bowled 3 overs, none for 2. Brett Hutton with the only wicket to fall, that of Alex Davis.
In comes O'Neill then. It's Yates forward, defends, been relentless with his line and length here. Fergus O'Neill, he's been very good for Notts here for the opening 4 games. County Championship, this is the 3rd.
The Forest fan base just asking me again about Mick Newell carrying his bat here in 1988 for 10 not out. Yeah, Notts were bowled out for 44, and Mick Newell 10 not out.
So O'Neill bowls and just catches the inside of Yates' bat. Bit of a false shot to mid-wicket for no run.
Just pull that up. It was 4th, 6th and 7th of June 1988, a 3-day match. Warwickshire made 300. Nottinghamshire 206. Warwickshire in their second innings 111 for 4 declared, and then Notts were rolled over for 44.
O'Neill in and strikes Yates on the pad. Half-hearted appeal, but by where the ball's gone, assume it's going down leg comfortably.
Of that 44 all out in 22.2 overs for Notts here, Gladstone small 11.2 overs, 5 maiden, 7 for 15. The openers, Mick Newell and Paul Pollard, actually put 7 on. Pollard made 6, Chris Scott, the wicketkeeper, 0, Paul Johnson 19, and then Derek Randall 1, John Birch 1, Chris Cairns 0, Eddie Hemmings 1, Kev Cooper 3.
So O'Neill bowls and left outside the stumps by Sheikh.
Kevin Saxelby 0. What I hadn't realised was they were a man short. Tim Robinson absent hurt, leaving Mick Newell 10 not out, all out for 44. That was, I guess, as shambolic as it can get, and a hefty victory for the Bears. Alex Hales here, 106 not out in 2011.
Is this one Sheikh defends?
Notts haven't won here since 2010. Taken 1 or 2 pastings in that time. Not had all that many successes over Warwickshire at Trent Bridge either, it has to be said. One of those counties that have had the upper hand in a lot of their meetings in the 21st century. Notts, of course, beating the Bears here in the final of the Blast in 2017.
Last ball of the 8th over is a dot, and another tight over from O'Neill, just 1 from it. Warwickshire 14 for 1.
1 or 2 people still asking about Joe Clark. I have asked the Notts dressing room, not as yet aware why Joe's off the field. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. It's going to cause him to miss any cricket, or so it's just a precaution. 14 for 1 on a lovely sunny day. Could be by the seaside. The Seagulls squawk as Brett Hutton runs away from us, starting his 5th over. Bowls now to the left-handed Yates, who again times it sweetly, but straight to Hamid at mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's been hitting them well, hasn't he? Yates off the front foot, just straight into the hands of the fielder each time. Obviously safely on the ground, but sense maybe some frustration building from Yates.
3 slips, King, McCann, Lyndon James, Slater, Haynes and Hamid, the other 3 on the offside as Hutton bowls, and Yates again blocks. Josh Tong at mid-on, just starting to loosen up. Farhan Ahmed is in at mid-wicket. Fergus O'Neill down at long leg. Pretty decent games, Hutton and the Australian O'Neill. Up to this point. Still 9 wickets needed by Nottinghamshire. Brett Hutton striving for 1 here, but this is down the leg side and it's tickled away fine. And that should go for 4. It has. It beats O'Neill's despairing run round the boundary edge. Warm applause from those sat out in the bleachers, sat out in the glare of the sunshine. And the Bears are 18 for 1. So first competitive game, Grace, is on Wednesday. I'm sure you've been keeping abreast of 1 or 2 of the other scores in that women's 50 over competition, which has already started. As this next one's defended by Rob Yates. I just noticed today there's a couple of games going on. Kent women all out for 66, Middlesex 69 for 2, so that didn't last too long. And the flip of that, Northants 264 for 6, Leicestershire Foxes women, they're 44 for 6 in reply, so 2 absolute towslings today. 1 or 2 big wins as well yesterday. Next ball's pushed out onto the offside, 18 for 1.
Yeah, that's Div 2. Div 1 getting started on Wednesday. One of our girls actually out on loan, got a ton today for Northants. That was nice to see. Michaela Kirk. She's out on loan on a game-by-game basis with them, playing in the Tier 2 stuff. Obviously, all new this year. Change from regional to county cricket, and yeah.
Michaela Kirk, 125 not out from 126 balls. Houghton bowls, and this next delivery is just turned away on the leg side by Yates. Final ball of the over, so he'll keep the strike. And the Bears are 19 for 1. They began their second innings 274 adrift, so it is going to be a case of keeping those wickets in store, batting through the day. 2 plentiful sessions as far as they're concerned. They can maybe knock off, what, 220 or so by the end of the day, and then they'll hope to at least save this contest by their own manner of means, and also keeping a beady eye on the sky when they open their curtains tomorrow morning. O'Neill to continue.
Aggressive field then, 4 slips in. Staggered as O'Neill's in, and a nice drive again by Yates, straight to the skipper, Steve Hamid, in his floppy sun hat, Dave's favourite hat.
Now what's going on here, as I've not got the upper hand because the captain's got the fielders in the right place, or is Rob Yates not, although he's timing the ball sweetly, he's just not got his placement right, has he? He just keeps punching it straight to the fielders.
Absolutely is. O'Neill in, and again Yates forward, defends, times that one nicely too. Plays under his eyes there, soft hands from the lefty. Fairly busy round the ground. I think it's been filling up as the weather's stayed fair. About 3 times, if not more, the people that were in yesterday, but it was bitter cold. Saturday. Not really a day for Warwickshire fans either.
That's better.
This time he times this one sweetly. Full and driven. Nice cover drive from Yates through the vacant gap, and it races away for 4.
Some of the England boys in the runs today for Surrey. Dominic Sibley, of course, played here for a while. Made 82. Ollie Pope just gone out for, recently out for 103. Dan Lawrence, 77, not out. Rory Burns and Jamie Smith and Ben Folkes as well in the Surrey side, packed with England internationals.
O'Neill in again, pushes Yates back. Defensive stroke. Just rectifying length there. Got a bit full on Yates, but I don't think Notts will mind seeing that drive. They've got the field set. Slight mistiming. They've got 4 slips in play. Hoping Yates takes on the drive outside off. Just as Alex Davis fell to Hutton, fishing outside the off-stump line. O'Neill in and straighter. Again Yates forward, and again Yates defends.
So you're telling me all those stories about your bowling coach, Luke Fletcher, Grace. He's there. He's there, he's on the other end of the line, sending his best.
I think he played himself yesterday, didn't he? First game.
Yes, how did you get on, Fletch? How did you get on? Not too well, we hear. Wickets for Fletcher and Montgomery, but it all went pear-shaped, I understand, for Papelwick. I heard over breakfast this morning.
O'Neill in again, and again Yates forward defends, and O'Neill puts his head to the sky.
That's the cheery sound of my phone going again, and he says he's very, very sore this morning, Luke Fletcher. Dear, oh dear.
He's been bowling in the nets, getting his workloads up.
He's been bowling at you?
Not at me.
Crikey. Some free and easy runs for you there, Grace.
Getting the confidence up before the start of the season.
Who would bowl the quicker if there was a gun on you and Fletch right now?
Definitely Fletch.
Well, that should be a target, shouldn't it? That should be a target.
Not an out-and-out quick me, am I?
You need to up your pace a bit.
Nah.
23 for 1. Here's Brett Hutton. He's got plenty of pace when this new ball comes in and bowls now and driven into the offside. There's no run. Definitely me, says your coach.
Should hope so. In fairness, no, he's been a great addition. Fletch into the Blaze staff. He's fitting nicely.
Hutton in shirt sleeve order, turns, leaves behind a pile of sawdust, bowls on the pads of Hamza Sheikh, who's still on naught. Robbie Yates has faced a lot of deliveries over the last 2 or 3 overs, but that's 11 deliveries now for Hamza Sheikh as a large aeroplane goes over the ground. You can neither see them nor hear them yesterday. The cloud cover was incredible. Hutton past umpire Tom Lungley. The umpires have changed ends, of course, for the second innings. 23 for 1. Man out, Alex Davis for the second time in the game, falling to Brett Hutton. Can hear a little one that's not exactly enjoying their day. A few tears somewhere down below us. Hutton in once more, and that's a good one. That one did jag sharply away from Hamza Sheikh and through into the gloves of Verena. That's a lovely bit of bowling. Just have hit the seam and shaped away.
Yeah, it was nice that from Hutton. Gets movement when most don't, doesn't he, Brett Hutton? 6 wickets so far in the game, and Notts fans will hope and counting.
Here he comes once more and bowls, and Sheikh leaves it alone. A lot of animation there behind the wicket. There's Verena in the 3 slips, all throwing their hands in the air. We're into the 11th over now. Imagine it won't be much longer before we see Josh Tong. Might even be a double change with Tong and Lyndon James. Tea 4 o'clock, so about 35 minutes to go before that, as Hutton bowls once more, and Hamza Sheikh comes a long way down. He leaves his crease and then gets a big stride in, but doesn't have to play it as it shapes away from him. Hutton takes his cap and his sweater, and he's now jogging off for a quick comfort break. Got is that James Hayes on as a substitute?
I'd imagine so, yeah.
He's changed numbers, hasn't he, over the close season. Was 35, I think, last year. He's got number 13 now. Don't know what sort of person would say, can I have number 13, please?
James Hayes, clearly.
James Hayes, yeah.
You'll have to ask him. O'Neill to continue. Not a surprise. He's bowled exceptionally well in his in, and Yates forward, defending to the onside. Just the 7 runs so far from the overseas is 5 and a bit overs.
Yeah, Lyndon James is loosening up. Looking for his first bowl in the match. Batted nicely, I thought. Not out overnight and pushed on today before being dismissed for 42. Played some sparkling drives either side of the wicket and straight down the ground. Looked in good order.
O'Neill bowls, and much like the last, Yates forward, defends under his eyes. Hasn't played many false shots, has he? This innings, Rob Yates?
No, he was seen off second ball of the match on Friday morning. One of Brett Hutton's 5 victims. So was Sheikh. Come to that. He was bowled off stump, sent toppling out of the ground.
Again, Yates forward in defence, much like the last two.
Voice of Grace Ballinger, the Blaze opening bowler, with you on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC WM, CWR, on your smart speaker, on the club's live stream as well. Glad to have you along this Easter Sunday afternoon in the sunshine in Birmingham. These two old rivals locking horns once again.
O'Neill again. This time Yates pushed back, defends into the offside. O'Neill does the fielding himself.
The other Division 1 games moving on apace. Durham made 427 before they were bowled out. Yorkshire started for a second time. They're 25 without loss, still 95 adrift. Worcestershire battling to try and reach a victory target of round about 300. They're 80 for 4, so tough challenge there for Worcestershire. They've drawn one and lost one of their first two.
So O'Neill bowls and driven beautifully. Straight gun barrel past the stumps by Rob Yates, and that will race away for 4.
Somerset, who were well beaten last week, are 69 for 1 in their second innings, trailing Hampshire by 82. That's down at Southampton. I've just mentioned the Surrey run scorers, but the actual total is 345 for 3. Replying to Sussex is 435. Division 2, Northants declared their first innings on 500 for 8. Second time round, Derbyshire 48 for 1, trailing by 145.
O'Neill in, final ball of his 6th over, and it's good delivery again. Yates looks to hit back past the bowler, but can't get past O'Neill, who gives him a cheeky glare there, I think. The Aussie quick, end of the 12th over. Warwickshire 27 for 1.
I think we're going to get Lyndon James into the attack for the first time, replacing Brett Hutton. Those other scores: Gloucestershire 106 for 2 in their second innings at Canterbury, leading Kent by 185. At Old Trafford, Leicestershire 329 for 4. That's a lead of 66 over Lancashire. And at Lords, Middlesex declared their first innings on 470 for 9. Glamorgan 96 for 2 second time around, still 175 behind as Adam Pinder-Smith slots back in alongside me.
Good afternoon, Dave.
Hello, Adam. Bowling change. Lyndon James, for the first time in the match, is going to turn his arm over from the pavilion end.
Number 8 on his back. Is that the number Broadwater for Notts? A new Warwick for
indeed, yeah.
And it's Sheikh on strike, still on a duck. He's in. It's a play and a miss by Sheikh, so 27 for 1 the score is.
Yep, it's one or two things in common with Stuart Broad. Both went to Oakham School, both tall and fair-haired, and now both have had the number 8 shirt for Nottinghamshire.
They're both married to someone from the Saturdays. James in again. It's still Sheikh that's on strike, and this could be the first runs for the Notts number 3. Sorry, for the Bears number 3 it is. It's cut between backward point and slip, and they're going to come back for 3. So good running there, moves the score on to 30 for 1. It's finally off the mark.
Saturdays fan?
I don't mind the Saturdays. It's
not in Bears allowed territory though, are they really? I mean, apologies if Molly's listening, but
I think it's a safe bet that she's not, Dave. But
oh, I don't know.
Is she a regular to
Big
the stream?
Well, she was a regular attendee home and away when Stuart was playing.
Yates on strike now to James. He's round the wicket and is carved away, but there'll be for no run. It's fielded at backward point.
Attendee, attender.
Attendant. I don't know what the correct term is.
Might be a little bit of shock and awe at the other end. At the end of this over, Josh Tongs continued his warming up exercises. So,
is this his first appearance for Notts of the season?
No, second. Yeah, he got a 5 foot against Durham.
Yates still on strike as James comes in again, and he's forward this time is Yates in defence, and the fielding is done in the rings. So 30 for 1, the score remains.
Mike Taylor's gone, who was with us on days 1 and 2, and will be back tomorrow. Gone all the way to Manchester today, and thus far has not yet seen a goal. The game is very close to finishing. I don't think he'll mind not seeing a goal actually today, will he?
It's Mike's party trick, that. 0-0 draws. James in once more around the wicket and into the leg side this time goes Yates, but the fielding once again done, so no run.
I think it's a no ball, yeah. Umpire Longley's just turned towards our scorers, the Smith family scorers, Mel Smith and Ian Smith, no relation of course, doing the notching. 2 more to the total.
2 to go in this over. There's still 47 to be bowled after this today. About 25 minutes away from tea. James in once more, and forward once more is Yates in defence, so he stays on 21. The score locked on 32 for 1 at the moment for the Bears.
Yes, I think we're going to get that scenario where I get lots of people saying, why didn't they declare earlier, Dave? Why didn't they declare and have a go earlier?
You become the sort of agony aunt, do you, in this scenario? Dear Dave, rather than Dear Deirdre, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's always my fault.
Right, last ball of this over then. It's going to be bowled by Yates and played off the back foot, but it won't beat the man in the ring, so just the 2 from it that were the 2 that were for the no ball, so 32 for 1. The Bears are second time wound. They're still miles behind though. 242 the more they need just to make Notts bat again.
Breton's back on the field, so off goes. Has that gone off? Was it James Hayes gone off? Yes, I think it was. The end came quite quickly because Notts were 357 for 7, and bang, bang, bang. 2 wickets in 2 balls from Michael Booth, and then Ed Barnard cheaply got rid of Farhan Ahmed, so the end did come quite quickly. It wasn't as if the last 3 wickets dragged on and on and on, leaving people wondering why the declaration hadn't come. I think Asiba Mead would have liked, well, he would have liked to have just used those extra overs to see Notts get up to 400 for that extra point, but it didn't happen. 367 all out. Here's Josh Tong,
and he's bowling from the Birmingham end. Sheikh that's on strike, he takes guard, and it's left alone by the right-handed batter. 32 for 1 the score remains. They've got 3 slips, a mid on, a mid off, fairly sort of widest extra cover, backward point, fine leg and a deep square leg. That's the field for Notts at the moment. Josh Tongue, how did he look? Obviously I wasn't here the first couple of days. How did he look in the first innings, Tongue?
Quick. He'll be the quickest bowler on show, I would imagine.
I think every England fan listening wants to hear that. He's in again. That did look a bit tasty. Verena had to take a step to his left to take that one. No speed gun here, but that really did fly through from the England international. Was it back injury he had, Tongue?
Pecs and hamstring.
So
that's the diagnosis and the doctor's report that kept him out for a year.
Well, he's in again now, and it's left alone once again by Sheikh. Played 2 test matches for England so far as Josh Tongue. Played against Ireland in his debut. When did he move from Worcestershire? A couple of seasons ago now?
Well, he signed in August 2023, but he only made his debut for Notts a fortnight ago. Didn't play at all in 2024. Mike Taylor's day has got even better very late on. Mike Taylor away commentating on Wolves.
Oh, there might be an out wicket here. There was a bit of a feather. No, there wasn't. It either dropped short or it didn't brush the bats.
I think the noise was Hamza Sheikh hitting the ground. was playing away from his body, and the bottom of his bat scuffed the ground as the ball went
That was definitely
fairly close to it, yeah.
As it went through. Again, another quick delivery from Josh Tongue. He's just rolling his arm over a little bit. I don't think in any sort of discomfort, just getting loose. It's his first bowl of this innings. Maiden so far with 2 to go. Sheikh takes guard again, takes a step back and is forward in defence. This is a very quick spell from Tongue. It's looking good from that far end.
Yeah, he didn't exactly give himself an opportunity to warm up with his batting effort this morning, did he? He walked out and he walked back.
No.
First ball for Josh. Caught behind off Michael Booth. Booth getting 2 in 2, and that was a 5-wicket haul for Booth, who I thought kept going throughout the innings, lots of energy. Kept plugging away.
Well, will he start his first over of the second innings with a maiden? We'll find out now. He's in and it's played off the back foot. That'll be 4. Lovely shot by Sheikh. Moves him on to 7. Just there, let the bat meet the ball, and it flew away across the outfield out towards the Holly stand. So 4 off the last over, last ball of the over. 14 of them have been bowled. 238 the Bears are still behind. They're 36 for 1.
Nice shot. Entirely Adam's fault for saying he was going to bowl a maiden, but it was a lovely shot indeed. 36 then of that lead of 274, or deficit as Warwickshire would see it as, have been wiped out. Captain Hamid is just moving the troops around. Keep on moving till the music stops. It seems at the moment there's fielders running hither and thither. It's going to be Lyndon James round the wicket to the left-handed Yates, who's 21 not out. Aeroplane just descending into Birmingham Airport. This is pushed back to Lyndon James at the start of the over. Elmdon it used to be called when I were a lad, is it?
Well, it is in Elmdon.
Yeah, Elmdon Airport.
Because it's just into Solihull Council. Oh, this is getting very technical, I appreciate, but it's just into Solihull Council rather than Birmingham City Council, the airport. So, yes, it is Elmdon. Right by the M42, if you know your Birmingham geography. NEC next to it, maybe 6 or 7 miles from the city centre.
36 for 1, and Yates defends. Is that where the boxing is tonight? There's a big boxing bill. Is that
I don't know.
Used to be the NEC,
or it could be at the utility, which used to be the NIA. But I shall, I shall ask Mr. Google. Hang on a second.
I don't know. I saw that. I saw that our favourite satellite sports channel had boxing from Birmingham on all night. I did have a look, and I have to confess I didn't know any of the names at all. Next ball on its way, and this is cut away for 4 by Yates, and it's a no ball as well. So 6 runs coming to the total from that one delivery. 2 for overstepping with the no ball, and 4 from the bat of Yates. So expensive delivery from Lyndon James. I did confess before I came here, so this would be Wednesday or Thursday when I saw it. I clicked on the link to see who was boxing, and tickets available. I clicked on that link as well. They start from £46 plus handling fees, and I thought, no, I've never been, but don't know anybody. Next ball is eased into the offside. There's no run, but if boxing's your thing and you're listening in the ground, there's an opportunity tonight. A full bill on at the old NEC. Saw Queen there back in 1980, the Flash Tour. Flash. Saviours of the universe.
Dave Bracegirdle does karaoke this afternoon. We're going to get some more hits. Do you do Bohemian Rhapsody? I bet you do a good Somebody to Love. Those high notes.
Oh, yeah. 42 for 1. Round the wicket, and Yates just checked his drive a little bit there, and the ball just trickled out onto the offside to Ben Slater, and there's no run. 42 for 1.
Another one bites the dust. Dun. You meant to jump in there, Dave, with the first one. That's as far as Dave Bracegirdle's karaoke goes, I think.
You know, if you go on one of those music shows, and you know who are your favourite artists, Queen wouldn't necessarily spring to mind, yet we all know all of the hits, don't we, as this is pushed into the offside. You know, your football connected "We Are the Champions" in particular goes down well, doesn't it? And one or two of the others, because everybody loves Bohemian Rhapsody, don't they? I don't think there's anybody that's ever said, "God, what was Freddie thinking?" It was there was a bit of that actually when it first came out, because it was sort of a mix between opera and pop and classical and Regulation Queen, as this one keeps a whisker low as Yates drives at fresh air, goes through to Verena, 42 for 1. But yeah, I saw them once, and it was billed as the Flash Tour or the Flash Gordon Tour. They just brought that out. Flash, all that business. So he was doing all that nonsense. 42 for 1.
What is your musical taste then? What would get you on the karaoke on Broad Street tonight?
Nothing. There's absolutely nothing that would get me on.
So if the jukebox had a bit of Simon and Garfunkel on it, or do you like your modern stuff? You know, if I was to play a bit of Harry Styles to you or something.
No.
So it's Tongue to continue from the Birmingham end. Back to the cricket we go. It's left alone by Sheikh, 42 for 1. Bit of take that?
No, I've always liked a bit of soul and Motown and sort of in between what they call the I forget what they call them, but the musical groups that came out of Philadelphia and New York and Detroit and Atlantic City. I always like the Drifters, the Stylistics, your Four Tops, your Temptations.
He's got taste. He's got taste. As Tongue comes in, it's a bouncer that's left alone actually by Sheikh. So you like your Berry Gordy hits and your Stevie Wonder music and your Marvin Gaye and all that sort of stuff.
But then again, I could quite easily have come out and said, I don't mind a bit of ABBA, and used to like Gloria Estefan back in the day. It's a broad church.
Your Spotify playlist is something special, Dave.
I wouldn't know what one of those is, you see. This is me you're dealing with, but the car radio is always on
music,
whatever the station is. 70s hits. That's all that's ever on, unless there's football or cricket on.
Tongue in again. It's left alone once again by Sheikh. 42 for 1 Warwickshire are at the moment. Sheikh on 7. It's Rob Yates doing a double teapot at the non-strikers end at the moment. 25 not out. Josh Tongue is looking pacey here, and what's his first run out of this second innings? How long till the England squad for that Zimbabwe test is announced? Got to be at least a couple of weeks, yes.
Yeah, the game's the 22nd of May, but it was interesting that Essex were asked to rest Sam Cook for this round of matches, and all the England selectors were at Trent Bridge last week watching him bowl, so read into that what you will.
Forward, his defence this time is Sheikh. He stays on 7, a fuller delivery that time from Tongue. The umpire just checking the footmarks at the popping crease at the bowler's end at the moment, just marking out. So I think there's going to be a no ball. No, he's done a bit of gardening and he's heading back to his position. So Mike Taylor has seen a goal at Old Trafford, I hear.
Yeah, stoppage time. They've got their noses in front. He'll bounce into here tomorrow morning.
Tongue in again, and underneath it goes Sheikh this time. He ducks out the way and it goes through to the keeper, Verena.
Assuming 9 wickets don't go down in the next 44 overs, because if that's the case, he might be bouncing in here on his own.
I wouldn't put it past Mike. Come and sit in here. I'm sure he'll enjoy an Easter Monday off if the game doesn't go the distance, but there's been a good fight back by the Bears since the early departure of Alex Davis. But they're still 232 behind to make Notts even bat again as Tongue is in, and that one tucks up Sheikh, and there's half an appeal. They think about it, but they withdraw it fairly quickly. 16 overs gone then in the Warwickshire reply. There's still 44 to be bowled today. 232 behind, 42 for 1.
Of course, the great unknown in this match, because we haven't had a single over of spin, is what Farhan Ahmed might do if he gets a bit of a bowl after tea. Maybe 3 overs, none for a dozen, and off you go, and we don't see him again. But it might also go the other way. Things might happen for the spinner, in which case Asiba Mead can leave him on and
plug him in at one end.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know. I mean, it's been obviously a seam-dominated game, and it continues to be, as Lyndon James, 2 overs none for 11, round the wicket to a very talented Rob Yates, who lets this go through to Carver Rayner. 10-4 here on BBC WM, BBC CWR, BBC Radio Nottingham, and all the other fantastic places that you can no doubt find us, including on the live stream. Around the ground as well, if you're listening here at Edgbaston. You're enjoying your Easter Sunday in the sun. Lovely overhead conditions, and Lyndon James past umpire Longley, turned away by Yates onto the leg side. Last thing Josh Tong wanted after bowling that last over was to stretch low down to his left to make the stop, but he does that, and we'll now swap over for the right-handed Hamza Sheikh. Bears and Notts each starting with a victory over Durham and a draw. Warwickshire drawing here with Sussex, Notts drawing at Trent Bridge with Essex. James bowls wide. Oh, it's a no ball. So it was bordering on wide territory as well. It's just occasionally here overstepping, not quite got it right. I think that's the third time now he's bowled a no ball. Eager to make his mark, Lyndon James, but just spoiling his figures somewhat. None for 14, take the 6 runs away from that the 3 oversteps have cost him, and 3 overs, or into his 3rd over, none for 8. Looks a little better, doesn't it? Here he comes to bowl to Hamza Sheikh. This one just moves away and goes through to Verena. Does have a 5-wicket haul on this ground. His only List A 5 wickets, that was in 2021.
You would say it's been a good start for both sides. That seems a funny thing to say, doesn't it? But the Bears will be happy with 45 on the board, just the 1 down, and Notts will be happy that they've picked up a wicket before lunch and that boundaries haven't been flowing.
James bowls and resolute block from Hamza Sheikh. Yeah, the worry for Notts is that we're now into the 17th over with this ball, and it's not going to get any easier. They wanted to replicate, I think, what they did in the first innings. They sort of had 2 goes with that new ball at the start of the match. 9 overs on Friday, and then obviously it was still good to go, almost brand new on yesterday morning, when they wreaked havoc and took those last 8 wickets for just 33 runs. There's James in again, nicked, but it went down into the ground, and yesterday's birthday boy Freddie McCann makes a comfortable stop.
Probably half a metre short of second slip there. I don't think it calls for the slips to move forward, because whether he is taking a couple of paces or is he just doing a bit of gardening? I think he's doing a bit of gardening out there in the middle. Is McCann at second slip? They've got 3 slips in at the moment. They're still on the attack.
James again just too wide to trouble Hamza Sheikh. 45 for 1 at the end of the over, and it'll be Josh Tong once again. His figures quite miserly. 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4 for Josh Tong. Just in the lead up now to tea, can Notts just prize this partnership open and get the chance at the new man, Sam Hain. Said it in the first innings and still holds, obviously, for my money, the standout player in this Bears card. Get Sam Hain out and things look a whole lot easier for the fielding team.
He is the rock in the Warwickshire batting lineup. Mr. Dependable. But he's currently sat there with his pads on. He's not required at the moment. As Tongue switches to right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Yates, and I think that's going to be out. It is. Yates has a play at 1. It's taken by Verena behind the stumps. The extra pace does for the Warwickshire opener. Rob Yates can't believe it. He's trudging off, but he's got to go for 26. 45 for 2.
Leg side strangle. That's what'll be annoying Rob Yates as much as anything. It was a ball from Tong round the wicket, angling down the leg side, the one that you can either comfortably leave or you just get some sort of solid connection with it, and you're able to deflect it wide of the keeper and away for a boundary. But he didn't do either of those. It was just a thin tickle, and it's gone behind to Carl Verreynne. And just before tea, Notts have got a second wicket. 8 more required for Nottinghamshire. Fanciful to think that we could get 8 wickets in the final session, but I was just talking about the possibility of having a double assault at Sam Hain either side of the break, and here comes the Hong Kong born number 16 out to the middle.
Yeah, in at number 4. Hain knows what he's got to do. That's just bat. Hamza Sheikh, the not out bat, alongside him at the moment, just putting his helmet back on, readjusting his gloves. Sam Hain now in the middle, doing a bit of gardening. He'll do the obligatory fist pump with the other batter that's there. Just having a bit of a chat. Probably eke it out a little bit, make sure there's only one more over after this before tea. Still got 3 slips in place of Nottinghamshire. They're going to go over mid-on and the mid-off. Backward point as Sam Hain takes guard. They've brought in a man under the lid. Slater. He's catching on the leg side, just in the eye line of Sam Hain, and they've also brought mid-wicket in as well. Sort of neither stopping one or in a catching position. It's sort of halfway between the two. Tongue getting ready to bowl now. I've got a feeling this is going to be quick. 3 slips and the wicketkeeper wait, and it's a bouncer that's ducked under by Hain. I'm not quite sure if he saw that one coming, but he was down like a shot to make sure he got underneath it, and he got his bat and his gloves away from it.
I can remember something similar, and it must be 12 years ago now on this ground. 3 totally different personalities, but almost the same scenario. I can remember Jonathan Trott coming out to bat and just before a break and being on commentary. Peter Siddle bowling at the new man. There's Tong.
He's in again, and it's left alone this time by Hain.
And Notts put James Taylor in there under the lid. Exact same position, almost the exact same strip we're playing on, if you like. And Siddle banged one in short, and Trott, who was a brilliant player and got thousands of runs against Notts as he did everybody else, just popped it up to James Taylor. If ever there was a plan that was so obvious but came off, it was that day for Notts. Because presumably the Bears went on to win. Notts didn't win the match, I know that, but Siddle get in.
Here's Tongue once more, and it hits Hain. This, will it be caught? Yes, it is. No finger up from the umpire. I think that struck Sam Hain on the back. He certainly turned his body as it was delivered, and he's certainly reaching to that area of his body now.
Ow.
Umpire not interested in the slightest. Sam Hain is looking a little bit sore.
It's always funny with either leg side tickles or those like that. It certainly wasn't a leg side tickle. It thudded into the ribs on the left hand side of Sam Hain's chest, but to see the reaction of a slip cord, and not just Nottinghamshire in this instance, but the slip cord, they have no idea what that is. The ball looped up in the air, Verreynne caught it, and they went potty, believing that they'd got their man. But of course they couldn't see anything, it just hit him in the ribs. Painful blow. Here we go again.
2 balls left and the Tongue over, banged in short again, and it flies through to Verreynne. Oh, I'd love to see a speed cut on this. That extra pace is certainly troubling the Bears batters on the stroke of tea. 45 for 2. Sam Hain there on 0 not out. Hamza Sheikh alongside him on 7.
Tell you what, they're not talking about the football or tonight's television or what they had for tea last night, the slip cordon and the keeper at the moment. All eyes, all focus, all all concentration on the edge of that Sam Hain bat here, because Tong just starting to make things happen.
Last ball of the Tong over, banged in short again and left alone by Hayner. Cracking over from the England bowler there. That looked quick. He goes back to take his jumper from the umpire and his cap too. Sam Hain survives. He's there on naught. Hamza Sheikh alongside him on 7. 2 wickets to fall for Warwickshire in this session. Both of the openers have gone. Alex Davis and a few moments ago Rob Yates. 45 for 2 they are.
And of course it can't be a complete Hutton and O'Neill show now. 12 Bears wickets have gone down in the match, 6 of them to Brett Hutton, 5 to Fergus O'Neill, but now the run has been ended by Josh Tong's first wicket of the match. Can Lyndon James join him right on 4 o'clock? If they're going by the clock opposite us, which obviously they're not above the scoreboard, they'd be going off, wouldn't they?
They certainly would.
There's Lyndon James in to bowl to Hamza Sheikh, who's battled his way through to 7 not out at the moment and just playing for the interval now. Be ticking them off. Blocks this one. 5 to go. Go in and have a well-deserved cuppa. It'll be a very happy Mike Taylor that is driving back to the West Midlands in a couple of hours' time. There's Lyndon James. Bowls and Sheikh at the very last second elects not to play at it, and I think it was quite close just to clip in a bail there, but we're a long way away from the action, and if you're going by the reaction of the Nottinghamshire fielders, every single delivery is close to picking up a wicket at the moment.
They're getting the ball to talk, these two, aren't they?
If the ball isn't talking, there's plenty of fielders happy to help out at the moment.
Plenty of chirp out there.
Nothing wrong with that. The Bears still trail by over 220 as Lyndon James bowls to Hamza Sheikh. There's 4 runs to go up on the board, and Sheikh into double figures. Lovely, elegant straight drive just to the onside of straight, past the stumps, past the umpire, past Lyndon James, and away for possibly the shot of the innings. 49 for 2. Sheikh on to 11.
Lovely straight drive that from Warwickshire's number 3. He needed that as well because he's been peppered by Josh Tongue in particular in the last quarter of an hour or so.
Somebody sneezing outside, caught my RFX microphone. He's just been at the crease exactly an hour, gets his... Oh, and he's hit another one. There you go. If you didn't see the first one, that's not a repeat, or not a replay. He's hit it again.
Well, that was even better. That flew off the bat, straight as a dart, down in front of us. 2 glorious drives by Hamza Sheikh.
Fergus O'Neill hit 2 in a row to get to 50 and then spooned one straight up in the air. 53 for 2. More aeroplanes overhead. Next ball is left by the Warwickshire batter. Idyllic conditions, or so it seems. We're behind glass. Suspect it's quite warm over the far side. Might be a little chilly in 1 or 2 pockets of the ground.
Well, there's a guy just in shorts directly opposite us. Look, under that number 14 at the second, no top on. Has he got flip-flops on as well? There's another guy without a shirt on as well. It's Costadel Brum out there.
Final ball of the session. Lyndon James bowls, played up to Tong at mid-off, and that should be that. Players turn and make their way towards the dressing rooms. Down below us it is tea. 53 for 2. Nottinghamshire in that session between lunch and tea advanced their first innings score to 367. That's a lead of 274. Asiba Mead carrying his bat for 138. Michael Booth registering a 5-wicket haul, and then when Warwickshire came to bat, they lost. Alex Davis caught James bowled Hutton for 2. Rob Yates caught Carl Verena bowled Josh Tong for 26. Hamza Sheikh not out 15. Sam Hain yet to score. Warwickshire 53 for 2 at tea on day 3. 4 sessions remain in this game, and the first of those 4 sessions will come up in about 20 minutes time. When the players return, so will the commentary. I hope you'll join us then.
suddenly, by the time I got to the University of Birmingham, he realised he'd forgotten, shouted to me, Edgbaston's back there about 5 stops. So I had to run from the bus stop all the way back. I was sweating like an absolute pig by the time I got to it, and walked in pretty late for my first day. So it wasn't a great start, but it was quite a challenge because everyone was really busy, and they didn't even have time to explain to me where the gents' toilets were in those days. So I think it took me 3 days before I realised there were toilets in the building.
We better check we're not walking behind the bowler's army,
Yeah.
Keith, so we'll get absolutely
Crucified
crucified for that, wouldn't it?
Imagine getting the stick from the
52
batter.
years, you still don't know not to walk behind the bowler's army.
The boys would love that, wouldn't they? Especially Haney out there, he'd be giving me some stick.
Mate, so I can only imagine all the trophies and the big nights you've had. What is there a day or a certain year or anything that stands out? Obviously you've had like the team in '94 and '93, all those trophies, but any particular day that stands out?
Yeah, there've been so many. I mean, obviously that team of the '90s was incredible. It almost felt like we got a regular booking to go back to the hotel at Lord's because we were there. It seems to be every finals day. But you know, the strange thing is the one thing that sticks out for me, which is more recent than all of that, all of the memories, was the day that Liam Norwell kept us up in Division 1 and bowled out of his skin. It was one of the most moving things I'll ever remember because it didn't feel like it was going to happen, and then just some sort of superhuman effort. I don't know how that works, but I remember I walked out of the office because I was getting really nervous, thinking it wouldn't happen, and I came across to the stand here behind us, and I went into one of the emptied old dressing rooms that we used to occupy, and I watched from the window from there, and I thought, if I move, it's not going to happen. The magic's going to break. But by the time I realised it was, I got myself back round there, and then the celebrations just went crazy. So, although it was avoiding relegation, it was that sense of being part of something special with the Bears and that fighting spirit. And I thought that was lovely.
That's great. That's great, mate. Well, I didn't have you down for the superstitious type. Do you get nervous when you're watching, or?
Oh yeah, I do. I try not to let you lot know because that's not going to help the situation. But yeah, I get very nervous. I try and sort of keep an eye on what's happening without spending my time at the window watching all the time. But a lot of times there's a nervous energy going on behind the scenes, without doubt. So, but I'm not superstitious generally, but I do tend to keep my fingers crossed.
I'm going to put you on the spot now. Who's your favourite overseas player that you've worked with? It's got to be a tough one, hasn't it?
Oh, there's been so many.
I know you don't like upsetting people.
No, this is a problem because
you've got to get off the fence.
There'll be lots of them saying, "Why didn't you pick me, Cookie?" I have to say, I've always had a fantastic relationship with my old mate Anton Ferreira, Yogi, we called him. He's been back to Edgbaston quite a few times, and we've had some real good catch-ups, and I think that was a special relationship as well. But now I've been blessed with meeting some fantastic people.
And how many captains have you seen come and go?
Oh wow, that'd be an interesting trivia quiz. How many captains have I think the captain when I started was AC Smith. So I've seen a lot since that time. Obviously not many as good as yourself.
I was going to say, who's been your favourite?
Well, I don't want to embarrass you, Wes, but well,
but it's not me, is it?
No, I'd find it very difficult to find anybody better than you to deal with.
Cookster, I think it's fair to say that you're going to be missed around here, mate. I would like to persuade you to do another couple of years, but I guess from me and all the players up there today, just a huge thank you again for everything that you've done, the service you provided, and done it always with a smile on your face. And you know, to leave after 50 odd years and nobody will have a bad word to say about you is testament to what a great man you are.
Thanks,
so from everyone at the Bears around the world, we love you, mate.
Thanks, mate. It's been a privilege and a pleasure.
Don't go. Come on.
April 1882. Queen's Hotel in Coventry, Warwickshire County Cricket Club was formed. Over 140 years of wearing the bare and ragged staff, the triumph,
People swarm onto the field here at Edgbaston.
the ecstasy, the agony,
Disappointment for Warwickshire, who can't secure the domestic double.
but throughout we've been together as Bears. We're now ready for the next chapter. History will be made. Are you in?
When I play cricket, I feel unstoppable.
This is our turn to be in the spotlight.
When I look at myself, I see this.
I can tell by the looks on your faces, some very special memories.
They really were. Really special.
Really good days. Hard work, but enjoyable. And I think it was, we really were quite a close team as well, weren't we?
The team sort of formed in 1999, but you played your first ECB competition as Warwickshire Women in 2001. Take us back to those early days, and maybe I remember you told me the story about how you turned up for selection day at the indoor school.
It was very much self-selection. If you could breathe and hold a bat, you were in. It was a little bit like that, wasn't it?
It was a little bit, yeah.
Because it was the start. They wanted to pull together a team to work with.
I came back from university, which was in Liverpool, and there was nothing, no women's sides anywhere in the Midlands. And the first club side that I actually ended up playing for was Wootton Bassett, which is Swindon. So I used to travel 75 miles for a home game, never mind the away matches.
I think that's what made it special, is the fact that they pulled together a group of sort of 13 people who had played cricket, literally from beach cricket or something in the garden, through to Louise, who played some boys cricket, and then obviously women's cricket at university.
I mean, we didn't really have our own pitch to call our own either, so even our home matches tended to be whatever you could,
whatever I could,
club or schools as well. We played at school pitches, didn't we?
School in Halesowen.
Yeah,
King Edward's 5 Ways.
So it never felt like we had a home ground. And obviously, teams do get a bit of an advantage of playing at home because you get to know the pitch, don't you?
Yeah.
But we never had that luxury, unfortunately.
You've obviously had a look around the facilities here for the Bears women, who'll be making their professional debut in 2025. How does it compare to your day?
Poles apart. It's like a different era.
It's like a different world, isn't it, really?
Because this is
fantastic.
so different. It's absolutely fantastic. It really is.
Yeah. I think just the fact that the ladies have got their own space is really important as well, because I think we always, even the clubs that were quite good and accommodating of women's cricket, you always felt like you'd been, they can have that room there, or we'll put them in this changing room. But I mean, on many occasions we'd get to a ground and we'd ask where the pitch is, and they'd just point into the distance. The pitch sometimes looked a bit like it had been grazed recently.
And I think it's been recognised now that the women's game is just as important now as the men's, and what's the point in having club cricket and developing that if there's no extra tier to go? There wasn't that opportunity. Now they've got that, and it's fantastic. I don't think that they've got it easy, because I think we looked in on the gym when they were doing some core stuff, and we just both stood there and said, hips are starting to hurt just looking at it, you know.
Yeah, definitely. The last 10 years has really seen it kick on, because I think if you go back to sort of 2015, it probably hadn't moved that far forward from when, from 2000.
Meeting, sort of bumping into Georgia Davis and Wongi, You know, the last time I saw G, I mean, she's actually an adult and she's had a job and everything. You know, and Wongi and I remember coming across them when they were probably 12, 13 and thinking, yeah, they're pretty good, aren't they? And I think that they've become sort of icons to younger girls that are into cricket.
Yeah, I think that was part of it. There was nothing that people was visible to the younger age groups. And I feel as if we've contributed to it, because there's always got to be somebody that goes first, hasn't there? Somebody's got to try and lay the foundation for those that come after them.
Would a Louise Campton and a Natalie Williams in their prime been knocking on the door for Bears women these days with the right support and coaching?
I'd like to think so, yeah. I'd think so. Yeah, I'd have risen to the challenge.
I think there's probably a handful of that team that we played in that if we'd had the development from the younger age groups and the support and the coaching, then yeah, I think we could have challenged them quite reasonably for their places.
Yeah.
Given them a run for their money.
I think so. I think so.
Get the flag out.
Good as it gets from Hassan Ali. There is simply nothing that the Bears cannot do. Oh my goodness! Oh yes! Oh
yes! Cookie, the big day's getting nearer. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a challenge to get my head around it all, but I think I'm looking forward to it now. It's going to be very different, very much something I've not experienced before, not been at Edgbaston. But I think I'm ready to go.
You sure you're making the right call?
I suppose only time will tell with that, mate. Yeah, I think so. I think 51, touching 52 years is enough for anybody now. You can't go on forever, can you? As much as you're enjoying it, I think your body starts to tell you when it's time to give it up. But yeah, I think I've about judged it right.
What are you going to miss the most?
Obviously, apart from you, Ed. But,
right, yeah.
Yeah, I think the team spirit, you know, being part of the group in there with these boys, that's the thing that you just don't get in any other walk of life. And I've been really fortunate to have that for so many years. So, not having that chat in the morning, the banter, and just that fun that you have in a dressing room, I think that's really hard to replace in your life. Really, won't be quite the same up in the allotments, I'm sure.
Mate, you've done most jobs since you've been here, haven't you?
Yeah.
Tell me something that stands out from the 52 years.
Cool. I suppose I've been lucky because not just domestically, I've also worked for the club when we got international matches on the ground. So, you know, being part of that setup as well with England and all the international teams, I mean, that's always been a real thrill. But, you know, being around the group when we've had big successes and going to finals days, things like that, those are real special memories. trips to Lords, winning county championships here, and actually being able to walk out and hand the trophy over to the captain at the time. That was pretty memorable.
Oh, you've done well. So I was worried then. You were basically saying when we get lost and the big dogs come in and you do the international matches, that's the highlight, is it?
No, that's definitely not the highlight, mate. No, but it's one of those things that sticks in your mind because it's so different. And then, you know, there's a complete flip around. The Warwickshire move out. There's international matches move in. That does push you quite hard. It's a lot of hours and a lot of days.
So more importantly, from a selfish point of view, who am I going to call when something goes wrong?
Well, you'll always have my number. You know, I'll always be on the end of a phone for you. But I know we've got some good guys in there. They're really looking forward to getting stuck in, and we've got a great setup. You know that. There's not going to be anything that they can't deal with. You've got it covered, I know, Wes.
You're too kind, Cookie. Look around, mate. Changed a bit.
Yeah, well, this is a bit different, isn't it? I mean, it was a two-level porter cabin, I think, when I first arrived. There was nothing on this side. It was the old Hillbank stand. This was the Raybank stand. We didn't have floodlights, so it was all a bit different. It was in the days when they used to play cricket in black and white, I seem to remember, in my mind anyway.
Uncovered wickets?
Uncovered wickets. We've had it all, haven't we? 3-day cricket matches and 4-day games, playing Sunday cricket in between. There's been a lot of changes, not just on the field, but off it as well.
You must have seen a few characters pass through the gates over the years.
Oh yeah. I think those are the things you'll take with you. The memories of the people that you've worked alongside. They'll be something you cherish. Been some real characters. It's hard. I wouldn't mention names, but there's been a lot of very interesting. Let's leave it at that.
So I mean, I feel like I've been here a long time. You looked a bit different when I first turned up. Who's been the main culprit for all this grey?
I'd put it down to probably our physio, Mustard. No, I think it's just a combination of things. But I mean, yeah, we've all changed, haven't we? I probably didn't have any grey hair when you turned up. Maybe it might have something to do with you. You never know.
Yeah, could be. I did hear a rumour. Was it your first day that you were late for?
It was, yeah, it was. I came for the interview August 1973, just after I'd finished school, and came along, and I thought this is a great place to at least start and try and get a job. And I was fortunate; they gave me the job pretty much straight away. What I didn't realise after the interview was that we didn't have email in those days. It was they posted me a letter.
Carrier.
At Edgbaston. The Bears reached the break at 53 for 2. Sam Hain on 0 not out. Hamza Sheikh alongside him on 15. Both Warwickshire openers have fallen for the second time round. Alex Davis the first to go. And on the stroke of tea, Rob Yates just had a little tickle at one off the bowling of Josh Tongue, caught behind by the wicket keeper for Notts Verena, which reduced them to 53 for 2. Warwickshire find themselves 221 behind, so 222 more needed just to make Notts bat again. And we could be going on till around 7 o'clock tonight because there's still 41 overs left to be bowled as we make up some time here due to the rain that washed out the majority of the opening day. Some time was lost yesterday as well in the morning session. So I'll say it's me, Adam Pinder-Smith. I've also got Grace Bullinger alongside me as the Notts players come out onto the field of play. Sam Hain below us, as also is Hamza Sheikh.
Yeah, Notts be keen to get back out there. That second wicket, taken by Josh Tongue. Rob Yates strangled down the leg side right before tea. Will have given them a bit of momentum and a bit of hope that they can take a couple more quick wickets and trigger Warwickshire collapse, much like we saw yesterday. Sam Hain, as we've seen so frequently, the backbone of the Warwickshire innings, and he did that yesterday, but there was just no one there with him. He fell for around 43, so he'll want to stick around and get a few points for his team, but not very much on top at this moment. With Josh Tongue to continue. Just the 3 overs for him so far, and picked up that wicket of opener Rob Yates. So
he bowled with good pace as well in that spell before tea. Did Josh Tongue. He'll have his eye on making that England squad for that Zimbabwe test at Trent Bridge at the end of May. He really did fire it in. I know Rob Yates was cross at himself for having a play at one down the leg side, but it seemed to really be a heavy ball as well that he was bowling, was Tongue. He's going to be bowling from the Birmingham end, and Grace will talk you through the first over.
3 slips then. Sam Hain awaits, yet to score. He's only faced 5 deliveries and Tongue's in, and Hain pushed onto the back foot, defends back to bowler.
Good solid start there from Hain on the front foot defending. He's got a big role to play as Warwickshire try to keep themselves alive in this tie. Need another 222 just to make Notts bat again, with only 8 second wickets left in hand from the second innings. I don't think light or rain is going to be an issue here, so I think play will be.
Tongue bowls in short wide, and Sam Hain will not miss out there on the offside. He caresses that nicely out to the shortish boundary.
Yeah, cracking shot off the back foot by Hain there, just smacked it through the covers for 4. Yeah, as I was saying, I don't think light or rain is going to come into the equation here. There's still 40 overs after this one to be bowled, so we're going to be on till probably 7 o'clock-ish, something like that. But the weather is set fair here at Edgbaston. Lots of people staying in the sunny side of the ground at the Birmingham end is where the majority of them have set up camp for this afternoon.
Tongue in again, and better line, better length, just pushes that slightly fuller and straighter, and Hain leaves outside the off stump line. Yeah, I went and sat in the Wyatt stand for 15 minutes or so. It's busy over there actually. Sun on it nicely, a bit of a sun trap, much warmer than it is in this comms box. Though it's been a bit better today, we've managed to get the heating working, but it's bitter cold in here yesterday. I had my puffer coat on.
So I hear there was commentary in various thermals yesterday. I suspect Mike's been warmer at Old Trafford for the football than he was here for the cricket yesterday.
Tongue in again, and again too short and wide, and Hain again takes the runs.
Can't bowl.
Punched through the offside. Can't bowl there to Sam Hain, is that what you're going to say?
I was going to say, don't bowl there to Sam Hain unless you want to do a lot of running to get the ball.
Absolutely, he's so good through that offside. We've seen him time and time again scoring plenty of runs here at Edgbaston, and especially against Notts, he's got a pretty good record, and he's a high class player. One that maybe deserved to be in England colours more than he has been. He's definitely got the stats to back it up, but another Warwickshire favourite here with the fans, and it's easy to see why.
Oh, he's been brilliant for Warwickshire. He never ever disappoints. Gives his all. Got so much talent with the bat as well as Hain.
Tongue in again, and Hain happy to defend this one into the onside.
Lovely guy as well. Whenever I've interviewed Sam Hain, he's always been very affable, very warm, loves to talk about the game, loves to talk about life. You never have to worry about not getting good copy out of Sam Hain. He's always he's always up for it. Well, they all are really. Adam Dolby, Rob Yates, Alex Davis. Whoever they put up, in all the years I've been covering Warwickshire, they've always been excellent talkers.
Tongue in again, and Hain happy to leave outside off this time, so a bit more of an expensive over from Josh Tongue. He goes for 8 off that over, the first one after tea. Warwickshire 61 for 2.
I don't think Josh Tongue will mind too much about that though. Watch a couple of boundaries if it maybe harvests a wicket in an over or two's time. We shall wait and see. So where are they going to go from this pavilion end? I assume they're going to stick with pace. Is it going to be Lyndon James? He was bowling before the tea break. It looks like it's going to be, yes. His sweater has been handed to the umpire at this near end. So 61 for 2 with Hamza Sheikh on strike. Lyndon James just throwing the ball back and forth with Brett Hutton, who's fielding at mid-off. They've got a mid-on. They're keeping with these 3 slips, a rather wide-ish gully as well, more of a backward point really, and an extra cover. So Lyndon James running away from us, past the umpire and bowls, and that's left alone by Sheikh. So he starts this evening session with a dot. Also got a, well, I was going to say I think they've got a square leg, but that was Hamid. I think he's maybe just wondering about a field change. No, he was going to get a message through to Hutton to pass on to the bowler, I think. Yes. He's just passing that on now. So you've got Hamid at mid-wicket, deep backward square, as well as James with ball in hand runs in past the umpire, and it's a play and a miss once more from Sheikh. So 2 dots to start this first over for James after tea.
Yeah, good delivery there from Lyndon James. Just looked like he got a little bit of away movement from Hamza Sheikh. It just seemed to keep going away past him through that 5th, 6th stump line. Useful cricketer, Lyndon James, with both bat and ball.
Oh, absolutely. What an all-rounder to have in your ranks. Looks like the sort of bowler who'd run through walls for you as well, the sort of one you'd want in your side if you're Hassan Hamid. And he's in again now. Sheikh on strike. He's forward and well defended. So dealing in dots at the moment are not. 213 remains the difference between the sides. Sam Hain just doing a bit of shadow batting at the non-striker's end and just wandering now out of the way of the umpire and adopting the teapot. As James is back at his mark and comes in again and bowls, and this one's left alone by Sheikh, so through to the keeper Verena it goes, who passes the ball onto one of the slips, and a bit of polishing ensues. It's coming up to 4:30. You're with BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR, BBC Radio Nottingham. We're also on the BBC Sport website and app for ball-by-ball commentary of this county championship match between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire in Division 1 here at Edgbaston. This is day 3 of 4. A lot of this game was early doors, lost to rain, but they've been making up overs all day as James is in once more. And on the back foot this time, Hamza Sheikh defends. So maiden so far. Sheikh 15 off 45. Hain at the non-striker's end, he's 8 off 11. The partnership is worth 16 now.
Yeah, very sensible from Hamza Sheikh so far. He liked the look of Lyndon James for a bit when he got a bit full on him earlier. Drove him beautifully back past the bowler for 4, but he's been watchful here. Knows he needs to bat a long time for his side to get any sort of result.
Last ball of the over from James is safely marshalled past by Hamza Sheikh. It goes through to the keeper, so it is a maiden. The score remains on 61 for 2. It looks like Josh Tongue is going to continue from the Birmingham end.
Yep, no surprises there. Josh Tongue into his 5th over of the innings. Didn't play as big as a role as he would have liked. No wickets in the first innings, however, sometimes as a seamer or as a bowler, you've got to accept that you're not always going to pick up the wickets. You just have to play a supporting role, and it's the other 2 bowlers that really stood out, Brett Hutton and Fergus O'Neill. Josh Tongue didn't bowl badly by any means. I think he bowled really nicely, but just wasn't his day with the ball yesterday. But he's picked up Robbie Yates, the opener, and he'll be keen to make some more inroads on the Warwickshire top order here as he bowls, and that's a good delivery to start the over. Just pushes Hain back into defence. Got to stay nice and straight to Sam Hain. You don't want to give him any width to get his hands through on the offside.
Steady cricket after tea so far. Session just over 10 minutes old. Josh Verena just fiddling with his wicketkeeper gloves, just delaying things for a second.
It's Tongue bowls, and much like the last delivery, Hain back, straight, shortish delivery, defended to mid-on. 3 slips then in play. Sammy King, the substitute fielder there in first slip, number 1 on the back of his shirt. We haven't seen Joe Clark on the field yet in this innings. Hopefully he's alright and it's nothing too serious, but no news as on what could be wrong with Joe Clark. Short leg in then. Ben Slater, I think that will be, as Tongue bowls and driven. Glorious stroke again by Sam Hain. He stands and watches that one as it races away. It's picked up by James Hayes, 12th man, out on the boundary. Glorious timing there from Sam Hain. That was what we've seen him do so many times. Just get forward and play it beautifully through the covers.
Just very simple batting, really, wasn't it? Meet the pitch of the ball, get your arms through the shot, and just flew away. The outfield, we've had no rain in Birmingham, really, for, well, weeks and weeks now, isn't it, really? It's lightning fast, this outfield. It's flying to all parts when it gets the distance, gets the treatment.
Left alone that time by Sam Hain. Yeah, it's been a nice few weeks, hasn't it? Good weather, except the rain that washed out the entirety of the first day on Friday. Easy to lose track of days, isn't it?
But even so, the outfield just looks rock hard, doesn't it? From where we're sat, there's no hint of any moisture in any bit of the outfield at all, is it? I know the drainage in this place is top notch, but it really does look a lightning fast outfield at times.
Josh Tung in again, and Hain forward in defence. Yeah, the ground staff these days are just exceptional, especially at grounds here like Edgbaston, where they just have so many days of cricket on these wickets. Got a big long square now, covers pretty much the entirety of the width of the pitch, but the amount of cricket they have to get on and the amount of work they have to do is really impressive. And even yesterday, day before, there was a fair bit of rain on the outfield. It gets cleared pretty easily. Both the standard of the groundsman and the equipment that they've got at these first class counties, it's really impressive, and yeah, good to see it.
Well, and ultimately it means we see more cricket, which is in all of our interests.
Dot ball to finish the over then. Warwickshire 65 for 2, 38 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, it's been pedestrian since tea. Quarter of an hour or so they've been playing now, but Warwickshire won't mind this. Okay, they're not against the clock, but that weather forecast for tomorrow, they'll have half an eye on how things are going today. They're 2 down, so Nottinghamshire need another 8 to take the victory. And if they can do that before the Bears have scored another 209 runs, then they would do it as an innings victory. And it's Lyndon James to continue from this pavilion end. He's in that tucks up shake, who just thinks about going to pick the ball up and then changes his mind at the last second. So Hamid comes in from mid-wicket to do the fielding. The score stays on 65 for 2. Still got the 3 slips in. A backward point. Extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. So they're going quite attacking here. Are not, but they've got runs in the bank to play with. The lead is still over 200. As Sheikh waits again once more, and a play and a miss this time. It's a good straight delivery from James, and it flies through to Verena, the keeper.
Yeah, that's a great delivery from Lyndon James. He's getting a nice carry there. As you could just see, the keeper took it, almost waist height on the up. It was a nice delivery from Lyndon James, and you're right about the field, Adam. It's pretty aggressive, but Notts have got nothing to lose in conceding runs, really. The only way they win this game is if they take 8 wickets. It's not a situation that they can lose the game, really. Something would have to go very, very wrong. So it's almost risk-free for them, and they can take plenty of chances.
Playing a miss once more from Sheikh. Another full ball from James, but it goes through to Verena once more for no run. Yeah, when you've got runs on the board, money in the bank, whatever the cliche is you want to use, you're right, you get a free hit here, don't you, really, which is just go out on the attack. The new ball is, 20 and a bit overs old, so they need to make hay while the sun shines. It'll start to go soft soon, but there's still 37 overs to be bowled today after this one. 65 for 2 the Bears are on. James is in, and it's a forward defensive shot once more from Sheikh. He's camped on the popping crease at the minute, just knocking the ball back, taking the runs if they're there. If not, he's not looking to do anything too funky. Partnership now at 20. Two balls to go in this over. It's Lyndon James in again, and once again a play and a miss by Sheikh. When he gets it right, James, it really is right, isn't it, if you know what I mean? It's not the quickest, certainly not as quick as Josh Tung has been steaming in from the other end, but it seems to be very, very effective.
Yeah, he's bowling a really good line here, Lyndon James, in the last over. He's forced Sheikh to play at 3 deliveries, sort of 4th stump line, where I think the youngster, the young Warwickshire batter's not too sure whether to play it. He feels like he has to play it, he can't leave it. But yeah, he's just encouraging that outside edge, isn't he, Lyndon James? It's been a brilliant over so far.
And this time, I thought there was an edge on that, but the umpire not interested. Another play and a miss by Sheikh. He does survive, but it's another maiden. The Bears are having to soak up a lot of pressure here. The score is stuck on 65 for 2. Josh Tongue, from his 5 overs so far, has got 2 maidens, 1 for 16. 65 for 2, the Bears are.
Great work there from James. Just seemed to miss everything, didn't it? That last delivery. Just has found a really good area, really good aggressive line and length, Lyndon James. And I think it wasn't far off the outside edge nor bowling him. So fine delivery, and Sheikh might count himself lucky to still be there after a struggle that last over.
Agreed, he's used a couple of his 9 lives there, that's for sure. That last one in particular wasn't far away from the edge. I thought maybe it glanced the glove on the way through, but the umpire was unmoved.
In comes Josh Tongue then from the Birmingham end, and Hayne tries to drive almost Yorker length that delivery from Tongue and just hits the bottom of Hayne's bat. Doesn't quite get the timing that we saw the last over. 3 slips then. Sammy King, Freddie McCann and Lyndon James, the slip Gordon. They've been consistently in there for the entirety of this innings, and Ben Slater, the opening bat, in a catching close square leg position. He almost took a blinder yesterday there. Very much a reaction catch, but couldn't quite keep hold of it as Tongue's back in again, and this one just pushed off the back foot through the covers once again by Hayne, and that should race away for 4, and it does. And show of frustration there from Josh Tongue. He's just giving Hayne a little bit too much width at the moment. I mean, they're encouraging him to play. They want to catch his outside edge, but Hayne is just so strong in that area, and Hayne's just on top of him at the moment.
Yeah, it was a teaser, wasn't it? Not sure who that is out in the deep. The ball, as I said, on this fast outfield is always going to win. That's Fergus O'Neill, isn't it? A minute at extra cover. To scamper round and was second favourite, and the ball beat it to the rope, so another 4. Haynes looked good since tee.
Tongue bowls, and this is a quick delivery, full. Hayne just pushes it to mid-off, no run. Just lacked a little bit of consistency here, Josh Tongue. I mean, he's been asked to bowl quick, and that's what he's done, so I suppose the quicker you bowl it, the less consistent you may be, but just hasn't quite found the rhythm. I mean, he's bowled nice, he just hasn't hit a nagging line and length as much as he may have liked to.
Agreed. Compared to his spell before tee, which was fast and on the money, this has had the pace, but the accuracy hasn't quite been there, and Haynes picked him off.
Run, Tongue goes, is that an outside edge? It is, and that one this time was on the money. That's a big, big wicket. Sam Hayne has looked good so far. Just the 16 he falls for, and at the end his strength was his downfall, wasn't it? He got tempted again outside off stump, and he just nicked it straight through to the keeper.
Much better line though from Tongue. That had pace, and it was right where he wanted it. Just sort of 4th and a half, 5th stump, something like that. Hayne, who we've just been saying is so strong heading out towards mid-off, wanted to have another drive. I wouldn't say hung the bat out there, but didn't really commit, if you see what I mean. He was caught in 2 minds, and then the keeper does the rest. Good catch, actually. And that's 3 big wickets for Notts now. Alex Davis, Rob Yates and Sam Hayne all back in the hutch. And the deficit is still over 200. You have to say Notts are well and truly in the box seat now.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think out there the Notts contingent will just be thinking, oh, can we take these 7 wickets and get a win by an innings and a fair bit? It would be a thumping one that we haven't seen for a very long time. Notts beating Warwickshire on their home turf, but they've got a lot of good batting to get through if they want to achieve that. It would be a big, big feat, but I think they'll be thinking it's possible, Adam.
I agree, there's loads of time left, isn't it? The light, as we've been saying, is fine. There's almost 0 risk of rain. There are a few clouds rolling in from that sort of south side of Birmingham, sort of Yardley, kind of Spark Hill, Spark Brook, if you know your Brum geography. You know, going out towards Moseley, that bit over towards the city centre though, it's the light puffy cloud, so I can't see how we're going to be going off for light or anything like that. But this is a big innings now for Dan Moseley, in at number 5.
Difficult time to come into bat, isn't it?
It is, but he knows what he's got to do, which is bat time basically. And just try and sort of get some sort of partnership going with Hamza.
Absolutely, yeah. Brilliant player, Dan Moseley. Genuine all-rounder. In the white ball game, debuted for England last year towards the back end of the summer, and he's got a tall job here, but he's a hard worker, Dan Moseley, and he's got that character, so he could easily show a bit of fight here. His tongue's in, and that's a good ball. I think he might have just got a bit of bat on it, wrapped him on the pad and knocked Rawl up for a second.
It certainly sounded woody first, didn't it? There was definitely 2 noises. I think that was clattering into middle stump, and he'd not got the bat down on it. That was quick from Tongue. That really was. That angle round the wicket as well. It just seemed to whip in and catch the left-handed batter. Surprise. Crikey, if as the first balls go, that was something special from Josh Tongue.
Absolutely, that's not what you want, is it? Under pressure on your first ball, but last ball of his 6th over, Tongue's in and off. Much like the last, just angling in. Aggressive bowling, and an enjoyable over there to watch from Josh Tongue. He's looking good. Warwickshire 69 for 3, they trail by 205.
Really good over that from Josh Tongue. The slips and the keeper are going up for everything. I mean, that was absolutely, as forward defences go, that one was absolutely middled, but the slips and the wicket keeper were going up for that. They said something here, Denots. They're all out on the attack. They're keeping the 3 slips in. Just the fine leg out. Backward point, extra cover, mid on, mid off, as Lyndon James is steaming in already from this pavilion, and it's relentless at the moment from Notts. They're not letting the game drift or taking their time through the overs. They're running between the wickets to get the game moving forward.
I reckon the over rate must be decent. We can't see from where we are in the comms box, but considering it's an all-seam attack, so far Ahmed not been used. They're getting through them. They're definitely up for it, as you say. And Sheikh might have a job on his hands here. He really struggled against a fine over from Lyndon James the last time he faced him.
James is in once more, and it's left alone this time by Sheikh. So they've got mid on, mid off, extra cover, backward point, 3 slips, mid wicket and a fine leg. That's the field at the moment. So everyone in on the attack, apart from Josh Tongue, who's just grazing down at fine leg in between overs. As you say, not an over of spin bowled yet by Notts. Not felt like they needed to go to Ahmed. And Sheikh 15 not out, taps his bat and waits for James once more, and this is played off the back foot. This will be run certainly 2. I think that ball is going to beat the fielder to the rope. Yes, it does. 4 of them. A welcome boundary that for the Bears, a welcome boundary for Sheikh. Moves the score on to 73 for 3.
Yeah, good shot. That's sweetly timed by the youngster. Sheikh just gets it through that backward point region, and yeah, it was a futile chase for Farhan Ahmed. He was never going to chase that down on this, as you say, lightning fast outfield. And yeah, Lyndon James just going slightly wider there.
James won't worry about that though. Still over 200 the Bears need just to make Notts bat again, as James is in, and it's a bit of a leading edge that Ray beats the 3rd slip, the diving catch. Who's that down there? Is it Slater? 3rd slip?
I think it could be, yeah.
Yeah. Getting high fives from all of his teammates. In fact, Farhan Ahmed has just done the old sort of pull the hand away at the last second. I don't quite know what went on there, but once again they're flying the ball round. James is already running into bowl. 2 balls left in the over. Sheikh not and get a chance to collect his thoughts, and he dops this one into the leg side. 4 more runs though. Good shot that one from Sheikh. Just used the pace of the ball, beat Hamid at mid wicket, and it was at the fence before we even caught our breath. 77 for 3.
Yeah, looks good off the back foot here. Hamza Sheikh looks happy to wait for it and just turn that one into the onside. A shortish boundary out there, but absolutely no chance of Josh Tongue getting anywhere near that from fine leg. That was a pretty square shot, and yeah, 2 boundaries for Hamza Sheikh. So after the struggles of the over before, he's back on top of Lyndon James here.
Last ball of James's over is bowled, and it's a straight drive this time up to the fielder who does the fielding there. Is that down there? I can't see. Is it Josh Tongue? Yeah, I think it is. So a dot to finish the over. The deficit is below 200. 197 the Bears now trail by. Mammoth first innings deficit that's slowly been chipped away. Dan Mosley yet to treble the scorers, but Hamza Sheikh has moved on to 23, and the Bears find themselves on 77 for 3.
Ben Slater just running off the pads he had on, fielding, and looks like that they won't be using the plan with the silly square leg in. Maybe that was especially for Sam Hain, who had to go from a good delivery from Josh Tongue in his last over. 2 wickets in just 6 overs for Josh Tongue here. After being wicketless in the first innings, he's really pushing on for knots here, and he's in, and that's a good delivery. That whistles past the left shoulder of Dan Mosley, the left-hander. Mosley, I think I'd be getting him miles away from that. He was happy to stay away from it.
That was quick. That really rose off the pitch as well. Mosley goes down to do a bit of gardening. That was rapid from Josh Tongue. That really did rise, and it had that late swing as well. Verena took that sort of shoulder height, something like that, behind the stumps, and he's a good 30 yards back, I'd say.
3 slips then, as Tongue's in, and Mosley forward. Gets right in front of that and defends it.
Full of ball, that one from Tongue. Mosley was equal to it, but he had to slam the door shut on that one. Lovely spell of bowling from Josh Tongue now. He's got his line right. He's had the pace since tea, but these last couple of overs, he's got the radar where he wants it on that sort of 4th, 5th stump, something like that. And as we saw with Hain and Mosley the same, they just don't know whether to stick or twist.
Tongue bowls again, and this time punchy off the back foot. Dan Mosley to the hands of Jack Haynes there. Cover, who works on the ball. They want to keep it as new as possible. It's had a fair amount of overs. It's into its 26th over now, so not new by any means, but it seems like the seamers are getting a bit of movement, both maybe a bit in the air, but mainly off the pitch now, I think.
Quick hands that time from Mosley. That was a good defensive shot. Just got his hands through the ball ever so quickly and just averted the danger that Tongue is currently giving ball after ball.
And again, Mosley advances, defends. Looks pretty strong there, Dan Mosley. Tongue bowling well, but Dan Mosley up for the challenge.
Just giving himself a moment is the Bears left-hander, having a little wander out towards the square leg umpire. The slips are very chirpy, aren't they? They sense blood at the moment. But this has been a very, very impressive spell from Josh Tongue. These last couple of overs, every single ball has been quick and on the money. That right arm around the wicket angle.
Tongue in again, and attempt for a quick single. Could have been half a chance for a run out there, but Sheikh gets back. It was a bit of a yes-no situation between the Warwickshire youngsters, but no harm done in the end, and they'll just have a quick conversation. Maybe a slight apology there from Mosley, who nearly sold his batting partner down the river.
He wanted to get up the non-striker's end, didn't he?
That's fair enough.
Oh, you have the quickie for a bit, I'll get down the non-striker's end. But there was never a run there, was there? It would have been, I'm not going to say suicidal, but it would have been very, very close.
Tongue bowls, and that's a full ball, half driven by Mosley, and another excellent over, another maiden then from Josh Tongue. Means Sheikh will stay and face Lyndon James at the other end. Warwickshire 77 for 3.
Yeah, Lyndon James already with his jumper off. It's with the umpire, as I said an over or so ago. Knots are running round, desperate to keep this momentum. It's well and truly with the visiting side at the moment. Warwickshire find themselves 3 down, just 77 on the board in this second innings. They're still 197 behind. So the Bears have really got to go some just to make Notts bat again. The forecast for tomorrow is not great. That will be day 4. But Notts, if they can get another couple here, they might be thinking about getting this one done tonight. There's still 34 overs to be bowled here at Edgbaston as Lyndon James comes in and bowls to Hamza Sheikh, and he's forward and defending, and Hamid, well, I was going to say do the fielding, but it's sent to go through his fingers. I don't know if he left that one. Josh Tongue maybe at mid-on gave him a shout and does a bit of polishing. But you would say, Grace, with the overs that are left, if Notts can sneak another one out, that this could be done tonight.
Yeah, and what an achievement that would be from Notts. I mean, it's still looking a tough task, but by no means impossible, as you say, and they're definitely up for it. Seems going well.
James in once more, playing a miss by Hamza, who plants his bat into the ground. There's clearly some chirp coming from those 3 slips and the wicket-keeper at the moment, because Hamza straight away turned and made sure his bat was well within inside the popping crease. Stays on 23, 77 for 3 the score.
It's a good battle between Lyndon James, the experienced all-rounder for Notts, and Hamza Sheikh, the young star, emerging from the Warwickshire Academy.
He's looked good so far as the Bears' number 3, and he's having a real test of his technique by James, and he's forward once more. Is Hamza Sheikh in defence. Looking very solid. He's faced 61 balls now for his 23, so it's very much been defence before attack, but when he has brought the drive out, was 2 just before tee, those back-to-back boundaries that just went gun arrow straight past mid-on down towards the boundary. He has looked the part. 77 for 3 the Bears are, as James comes in once more, and this one's left alone. Through to the keeper, Verena it goes.
Yeah, nice channel from Lyndon James. It's nice to see Hamza Sheikh in the first team side, breaking through and performing. I remember a long time ago when I was here in the Warwickshire Academy, God, 5-6 years ago now. Hamza just come into the academy as a young lad. He's so quiet, and he's about 13, 14, but it's so good to see him about 5 years on.
Obviously Will Rhodes moving on to Durham, left a spot in the top order, which Sheikh has not looked out of place there at the moment. As he's in again is James to Hamza Sheikh, and he defends on the front foot out to Josh Tongue at mid-on. Chirp once again. Try and turn the effects mic up a little bit, see if you can hear anything more coming through. It's certainly quite noisy out there at the moment. They've got those 3 slips and the wicket keeper, the backward point, sort of a very deep gully, I suppose you could say. They've got a man out on the deep square leg boundary as well. Last ball of this James over is bowled to Hamza, and he works it on the front foot. And they'll sneak through for a single, so Hamza Sheikh can have a bat against Josh Tongue. Dan Mosley's at the non-strikers end for at least the first ball, so he can have a break from the battering that he's been given by the Nottinghamshire Quick. 78 for 3 the score is. They're 196 behind, still 33 overs to be bowled here today. The light and the weather should hold, so we should be able to get those in. Mosley yet to score, and Hamza Sheikh on 24.
Yep, and Josh Tongue, as expected, will be continuing from the Birmingham end. Not happy to bowl. They'd probably be happy to stay out here till 10 PM, wouldn't they, if it meant they could take the wickets, but they'll be up for it and happy to bowl these remaining 33. And I reckon if Josh Tongue keeps bowling as he is, he'll want to keep ball in hand as long as he can, and he's in here. And Sheikh defends, full body behind the ball there. Nice stroke by the youngster. If Josh Tongue had a little word with him there, maybe. Looked like.
I think there was. I wouldn't call it afters or anything like that. It was just a little change of words, but I don't mind that. It's a battle out there.
Absolutely. Put the youngster under pressure. I'm sure he'll be feeling it.
It's not meant to be a library.
It's Josh Tongue steams in, and that one's back of a length, and Hamza Sheikh plays it well. they'll get a quick 2 here. Brett Hutton comes in from the deep square leg boundary. It's just a light touch, wasn't it? But into vacant space, so got back for 2 quite comfortably in the end.
Yeah, good running though, because they ran the first one really hard and that put Hutton under pressure. And the throw was not the greatest from the Notts man, so they got, as you say, back for the second relatively comfortably in the end.
Tongue then back into shake and leaves this one, and that can't have missed the stumps by much. Slipcord and the bowler, they've got their head in their hands, and well, in the end it was a very good leave from Hansa Shake.
You'll be, yes, let's go with a very good leave, but I'm a bit squarer on than you are. And that was tailing back in towards Shake's off stump. So, as I say, they've been lively in those slips, but I thought that one was just going to kiss the off stump, but somehow it didn't, and it went through to Verena.
It's a good leave as long as you don't get cleaned up, in my opinion. As long as you don't get bowled, you're doing all right, and live to survive another day. And that one in at the stumps, and I think you're right though, I don't think he wants to be leaving any that are any straighter.
That was a very full delivery as well there from Tongue, just on the toes, right on the popping crease. Hamza was once again equal to it, managed to keep it out. Really good passage of play this since tee. I've really enjoyed it. I love watching fast bowling anyway, it's one of my favourite things to watch, but this passage of play from Josh Tongue in particular has been absolutely epic.
Tongue in and forces Shake onto his toes. A quick single. Hamid does well and gets there from mid-on. Just put into the mid-wicket gap, but again, good running from the Warwickshire pair in the end, and brings the left-hander back onto strike. I'll do this last delivery of the over, then I'll make way for Mr. Bracegirdle, who's sat to my left, ready for another stint of commentary. I'm sure he'll be enjoying the performance that Peter Moore's side are putting out today.
Absolutely, he's sat to our left, chatting away to Phil Britt, our co-commentators at the moment. They'll be in these seats very shortly as the clock strikes 5 o'clock.
In comes Tongue then and gets full, and Moseley flicks that towards mid-wicket nicely. I thought it was going to race away at first, but Fergus O'Neill gets round and it's just a single to end the over. At the end of the 28th, Warwickshire 82 for 3. They trail by 192.
Yeah, those 40 minutes since tea have definitely belonged to Nottinghamshire. Warwickshire are still 192 behind, so they need another 193 just to make Notts bat again. 7 wickets needed by Nottinghamshire to ensure victory here at Edgbaston. You'd have to say that it's looking increasingly likely that it will be Notts that take the points. So we're going to see a change of bowling for the first time today, or since tea anyway. Lyndon James is being replaced at this pavilion end by Brett Hutton, number 16 on his back, just doing a couple of looseners up with his skipper Hamid. And they're still very attacking with the field. Those 3 slips remain. There's also mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, and a backward point as in comes Hutton. It's worked into the leg side by Dan Moseley, who's 1 not out. 82 for 3 the score. That's a fine leg. And I would say a mid-wicket that's neither catching nor defending. So say good evening to Dave Bracegirdle.
Good afternoon, Adam, everybody.
Not well and truly in the box seat here. 1 for 12 is Hutton's figures so far as he's in again. And was there a feather down the leg side? The fielding side certainly thought there was. The slips go up as 1 chorus, but the umpire unmoved, and Dan Moseley just clearly got the bat and the gloves away from that one.
Just reliving 1 or 2 past matches with Phil Britt here, and looking at the not the last time when Notts won here in 2010, 2005, where Notts were set to score 12 to win. They went off 8 without loss. They had to come back the next morning with Notts requiring 4.
Straight drive this time by Moseley. There'll be at least 2 here. They might think about a third. But Josh Tongue has got the ball in hand, so they settle for just the 2. Mosley moves on to 3.
Phil was saying he remembers it because he just started work here at Edgbaston in 2005 and asked should he bother opening the museum, as they only require 4 to win, and it was all done in about 2 deliveries.
So they needed 4, and what, had they gone off for rain or something, had they? Or no, they just decided to come back for another day. 84 for 3 as Hutton's in and bowls to the left-handed Mosley, and that's fielded at mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, sometimes cricket doesn't do itself any favours, you know, a little bit of common sense. You might have had all the allocation of a day's overs, but if you only need 4 to win, for goodness sake. And also looked, and then, you know, don't go off at me, just looking all sorts of things up. The last time Notts won here by an innings, astonishingly enough, was 1994, and of course that was the year that Warwickshire won everything.
It certainly was. If you'd have said to me when did Notts last win here by an innings, I would have guessed 94. Now I know that's easy for you to say with hindsight, but I have vague memories of being here for that game, because my dad said to me, we've got to go and see Warwickshire, they're winning everything. And I would have been sort of 6 or 7, something like that, and sat over by the, you know, the old scoreboard at the far end, and I seem to remember Notts absolutely ripping through the Bears that day.
Notts got 500, a double century from Chris Lewis, 100 from Paul Pollard, and then both the Bears out cheaply. Lara out for Norton 15.
Yes, I remember Lara being out for a duck. As that over is complete, Sheikh lets that one go by. So 85 for 3, the Bears are second time round, 189 behind, so 190 just to make Notts bat again. There'll be a bit more from Dave Bracegirdle, and then alongside him will be Phil Britt.
Thank you, Adam. Yeah, we're just beyond 5 o'clock. The whole box actually shakes and reverberates whenever the tannoy system cranks into life. Mel Smith just announcing a change of bowling at the far end, the Birmingham end. Fergus O'Neill comes back into the attack. Wicketless so far in this innings, 6 overs, costing 11 runs. Of course, in the first innings, he took 5 for 19 as career best figures. 85 for 3. Phil's back alongside.
Hello, Dave.
Hello, Philip.
It's going to be a long old session, this one, I think, for Warwickshire.
I think this is your end, or is it?
It doesn't matter. Go on, and I'll do it. O'Neill in from the Birmingham end, and the left-handed Mosley pushes this one up to mid-on. There's no run. 85 for 3. So what's still best part of 200 runs behind.
Yeah.
And it's just 7 wickets remaining.
So you'd started here in 2005-ish?
No, I'd started before that. 2001 I started here.
Oh, crikey.
Yeah, so it was... but we hadn't started the ball-by-ball commentary at that stage. I think we started the following year. In comes O'Neill, and Mosley goes for a expansive slash at that one. He comes down to a ball outside the off stump and throws everything at it, misses it, goes through the keeper. He ends up facing the wrong way. I'm not quite sure what the rationale behind that one was.
He's batting for a draw, isn't he?
Certainly wasn't.
He's aiming to be still here tomorrow night.
Don't think that was out of the textbook of shots. If you're in trouble.
If he'd hit it, he'd have gone for an 8, let alone a 6. Gone for an 8 out of the ground, but he missed it.
And he'll into him, and this time he plays a much more orthodox shot and runs it up to and gets a round of applause from 1 or 2 of the crowd, who I don't think were particularly enamoured with that shot. Perhaps if he'd connected Dave, it might have been a better response, but it looked pretty ugly, didn't it?
Yeah. Got a duck yesterday, didn't he?
He had a duck. He's had a couple of ducks, yeah.
Yeah, bowled by Fergus O'Neill for North. So he's trying to get down the track, trying to negate the movement.
O'Neill to him. He runs this one away to just a point. It wasn't cleanly fielded, but they decided not to go for the run. It was Hayes who did the fielding, slight misfielding, but it. No run to Mosley. 85 for 3. And remember, 23 they got in the first innings. So nearly got to the first innings score, which is the first little objective. That's O'Neill in, and this one is tucked to mid-wicket, but no run. Josh Tongue does the fielding there at mid-wicket. Generated a bit of pace then in his spell. Josh Tongue got a couple of wickets, so wasn't wicketless in the first innings, but he made up for it so far in this second innings.
Yes, they don't like it up 'em, Captain Mannering.
Absolutely. It's O'Neill who this one is run away by Mosley off an outside edge. It's going to come down to third man. It beats the chase, and Mosley gets 4 runs for that. He moves to 8. It's 89 for 3 off that final ball of Fergus O'Neill's over. So it was a fairly forlorn chase from King, isn't it?
Yeah, subfielder Sammy King.
Sammy King.
Yeah.
Fabi, did you find out what was wrong with Joe Clark?
No, no. We've sent messages to the dressing room and asked the Notts media man to try and crack the code, and no information at the moment, Dave, etc., etc. Don't call us, we'll call you. 89 for 3. There's Brett Hutton. Going to be bowling to Hamza Sheikh, who's on 27. Hutton bowls to him now and remaining on the crease line. It's just defended out onto the offside. So in all those years, personal favourites, 2 or 3 personal favourites of Bears, you not necessarily crikey he was the best player that's ever played here, but just personal favourites. People. You know, they might be nice blokes, they might
Trevor Penny,
yeah,
absolute gentleman, really nice. I played with Trevor as well, so that helped a bit. So I'm a little bit prejudiced.
You taught him his fielding as this is pushed into the offside, and there's no run.
The first time I played with Trevor, we were on tour. We were down in Taunton, at Taunton Dean, and they said, "Oh, we've got this young lad who's come over from Zimbabwe." Because we'd hosted Zimbabwe in the ICC competition,
right.
So we had this tie-up with Zimbabwe. And this blonde-haired lad, who was about 16, was on the boundary, and he picked a ball up and he threw it, and he knocked our wicket-keepers off his feet.
Hutton bowls again, swings away from Hamza Sheikh as another aeroplane just descends into Birmingham Airport, aka Elmdon, as we were mentioning earlier.
Elmdon Airport. That's what I. In fact, I still called it Elmdon Airport.
Yeah. Fine player, Penny, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was a terrific player. Yeah, and a really nice guy, and did Warwickshire really proud. He was a real integral part of that '94 side, and afterwards, of course.
Hutton comes in to bowl from this end to Sheikh. He did his level best there to get his pad across to the line of the ball to try and pad it away, but didn't need to in the end. It went past both pad and bat and through to Kyle Verena.
Dougie Brown, I was like Dougie Brown as well. I always found Dougie was, you could always talk to Dougie, and he would always talk, to you, and there was no edge or anything, and he was a really successful cricketer. He was a terrific one here. So again, him, Trevor Penny, I've got on well with.
Hutton bowls, and this is pushed into the offside. There's no run. I've got a tale, a personal tale of Dougie Brown that it's not a slight against him. It's absolutely true. I'm sure he'd remember it. I went on a few pre-seasons to Barbados when Notts went there as part of either 4 or 6 county teams going, and all generally flew together out there and competed together as Hutton comes in and bowls. This is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. And if you've been to Barbados at least once, you knew the drill when you got off at the airport was you had to fill in the landing card, name, address, blah de blah, blah de blah, what you're doing there, how long you stay in, where you stay in, etc., etc. Fill this card in, and then get in the line to go to customs and passport control and all this. And I can remember, it must have just been where I was sat on that particular flight, landing, and coming down and making my way in there into the arrivals lounge or whatever, and being handed a pen and or being handed an arrivals card, and there was pens scattered around, and I knew you had to fill it in, so I set off filling mine in, and then I saw Dougie Brown. He must have done his in about 30 seconds flat.
Is O'Neill starting a new over, and Mosley goes to drive, and again comes down and moves, but plays inside it, and goes past the outside edge of his bat and through to the keeper. He's dicing a little bit here, Dan Mosley.
You know how big these jumbos are. You must. What do you get? 300 people on them, or whatever. Yeah. And Dougie filled his in, and he was suddenly beat everybody to the draw by filling his in. Rushed down to the front to customs and passport control, and I'd done mine by then.
That's a lovely shot from Mose. That's much better. Taken off leg stump and whipped away through mid-wicket for 4 down to the corner of the Hollies stand.
So I went and joined the queue, and I was maybe 6th or 8th or 10th from the front. Dougie was at the front, and I heard him say, "I'm sorry, sir, we didn't tell you to do it in red. It says quite clearly you must fill your arrivals card in black. I'm sorry, sir, can you go to the back of the queue and do it again?" And by then there was all 300 people in the queue, and I don't think the Warwickshire head coach at the time was all that enamoured by the regulations arriving in the Caribbean. Go to the back and fill it in black properly.
And Ian bowls, and this one is not where Mosley was aiming it. He was looking to push it away through extra cover. He's got squirted away through mid-wicket off an inside edge. I mean, he gets a single for it. So he goes on to 11 rather, 94 for 3.
Those curly, twisty, snaky lines at airports when you arrive.
That's right.
Crikey. Yeah. And they leave them there as well. So if you arrive at 3 o'clock in the morning and there's nobody else, you've still got to do all the snaky thing, haven't you, to get to passport control? Yeah. Why won't they let you just lift the end up and walk straight through? But they don't.
He's in and bowls, and this one he played into the onside, and there's no run.
Done well this pair since tea. There was all sorts of talk from all sorts of people. Well, if they get this one and that one and this one, it might be done tonight, and get them 8-9 down, claim the extra half an hour. Light will be good. Could still play till 8 o'clock tonight with that light. Could do it tonight, but seems quite a long way off now with this partnership, just negating everything that Notts are throwing at them at the moment.
There's still quite a way to go though, so lose one, you never know, that door might open again as this one is played by Mr. Sheikh. Back up to mid-on, there's no run.
Peter Lee's been in touch. Hi Dave and all the rest of the wonderful commentators I've been listening to for the last 3 days. Edgbaston's live stream is nearly as good as Trent Bridges. There's a backhanded compliment for you folks here at Edgbaston. Did you get that, production team? Did you get that, camera crew?
We must have a word with our lads. It obviously needs upgrading.
Edgbaston's live stream is nearly as good as Trent Bridges. A little more. Thanks, Peter.
O'Neill comes in and bowls, and Sheikh is out. LBW, and O'Neill has struck, and Dave just saying there that these two have dug in. Sheikh goes for 27, 94 for 4, and Warwickshire back in trouble again here. It's a big wicket, so again Sheikh not able to go on. He's struggling to get in past the 20s this season. That's his 4th score in 20s.
Yeah, and Fergus O'Neill now level with Brett Hutton, 6 wickets apiece in the match. Just to finish that from Peter before we come back to the important matters going on in front. Some other grounds live streams are absolutely terrible, he says. So, like I say, a backhanded compliment to both Edgbaston and Trent Bridge there. But thank you, Peter. And he says, is the Blaze game on Wednesday going to be live streamed? I honestly don't know.
Yes, it is. I believe it is.
Thank you, Peter.
And I think here at Edgbaston, I don't know who's doing the commentary, in fairness. I've not been told. All I know, it's not me.
Okay. 94 for 4. New man is Ed Barnard, another one to miss out in the first innings, but another one that I can say I've seen score good runs against Notts. He got a terrific unbeaten 160 in one of his last games for Worcestershire 3 years or so ago now. Terrific Knott. Good player. Really top-notch all-rounder, Ed Barnard, but he had a very brief stay in the middle in the first innings, and Notts will clearly be hoping it's something similar here. 94 for 4.
He came into this game on the back of 101 in that successful chase Warwickshire had at Chesterley Street last week. But as you say, came in, went for just 5. But Neil's wicket has just opened up that Warwickshire middle order.
If I can just interrupt you half a second there, Phil. We've just been joined by listeners to 5 Sports Extra, and we can bring listeners just joining us news that here at Edgbaston, the second city under blue skies with lots and lots of overs left in the day, 28, Notts have just taken their 4th wicket in the Warwickshire second innings. The Bears are 94 for 4, still 180 away from making Notts bat again. Terrific bowling from the Notts seamers in this game. Hutton and O'Neill each got 5 wickets in the first innings. Josh Tong's come to the party in the second innings with 2 wickets. Brett Hutton got 1, and now Fergus O'Neill has just dismissed Hamza Sheikh LBW. Here's Phil Britt.
There's Hutton from the pavilion end, his first delivery. He's got that 1 wicket. That is in his 9th over, his first ball of the news over, outside the off stump. And Mosley, who's been just a little bit rushed on 1 or 2 shots. He's played a couple of fairly rash shots as well in this innings. Lets that one go. He's really going to have to dig in here, and Warwickshire will require him to make a really big score as he leaves this next one outside the off stump and through to the keeper. 2 slips and a backward point. There's a man in at short extra cover and a short mid wicket. And then we've got a man at long leg and a deep backward square leg, and mid on mid off are both up in relatively close positions. So it's a sort of semi-attacking field without overstretching it.
This is a seamer dominated game. We haven't had a single ball in the match bowled by anything other than a seamer.
This next one is short and it's pulled into the ground, not timed by Mosley as he looked to pull it away through mid-wicket, but he was really through the shot too early, and all he could do was hit it down in front of short mid-wicket. Just count himself fortunate that didn't carry to Lyndon James, who's positioned close in, ready for a miss pull or an upwards clip through the onside. Hutton again, who had 5 wickets in the first innings, already got 1 in this innings. He's in outside the off stump. That's hit nicely, but again, not properly timed. It looked initially, in the sound of it, like it was a really good square cut, but in the end, he played it into the ground and it bounced up to backward point, who was able to take a very field it comfortably, and Mosley didn't get a run for it. 94 for 4 it remains.
Despite how impressive the seamers have been, there's a strong contender for man of the match in Asiba Mead. 138 not out, just playing on a different pitch almost to everybody else, Phil.
Yeah, he was a terrific innings. Mosley's timing is all over the place at the moment. He's went for a pull again. Again, he was through the ball too early. It bounces off the arm, back down into the ground. And he doesn't look in great form at the moment, shape at all at the moment, Dave. His timing is really a miss.
Just got to ride through it, haven't you? And
yeah. Oh no, go back to Hamid. His innings was a wonderful innings. He played some magnificent cover drives in that innings, and carrying his bat and doing a real captain's job. This one from Hutton is wide outside the off stump, and Mosley lets it go through to the keeper. It's 94 for 4. We've got 27 overs remaining in the day. As it's got the sun, which has been out here at Edgbaston throughout most of the day, has now gone in behind the cloud, and the light has changed in the last half an hour. From being the ground bathed in sunlight, it's now covered up, and last night we played under floodlights for what, a good hour or so, didn't we? At the end of the afternoon, probably a bit more than that.
We got through though, finished about 10 past 7. Light's much better than it was yesterday, we should add, so Notts will be hoping to make further inroads. Forecast here for tomorrow is not great, depending on which particular weather forecaster you listen to or which particular app is. Fergus O'Neill, the Australian bowls delivery, just nips away from Ed Barnard, and that's Barnard's first delivery. Seems to have been out there a while actually, but that's his first ball, and gets nothing on it as it goes through to Verena.
I think Adam and I are looking at completely different maps. Yeah. In fact, I think we're looking at different cities. It might even be different countries, actually.
Well, the Bears supporters will be hoping that that Adams was spot on, and Nottinghamshire supporters that yours.
Monsoons hitting Birmingham.
One says a decent enough day, and one says, yeah, absolute washout as this is pushed back to the bowler. Notts will be hoping they can get 6 more wickets. They'll certainly be hoping they can get another 3 or 4 tonight, and then if you do that you get a little greedy, don't you, towards the back end. In this innings, Alex Davis out to Brett Hutton for 2 for the second time in the match. 2 wickets then for Josh Tong, who's bowled with really good pace. If England are looking at him, they can't help but be impressed by his pace at the moment. He's got Yates for 26 and Hayne for 16. This next one smashed into the stumps at the non-strikers end. The 12th fielder for Notts there. The sticks, which are just being popped back in at the far end by umpire Middlebrook. A lovely straight drive from Ed Barnard, and
just 2 straight.
Yeah, I'm going to say he remains on 0 not out, but really is 4 not out. It was a lovely straight drive, which certainly would have gone all the way to the ropes. The other wicket, Fergus O'Neill, is bowling at the moment. Got Hamza Sheikh out for a battling 27. Mosley and Barnard at the crease. If Notts can just prize these apart. There's still Kai Smith, the wicket keeper. Next ball is defended, and then Michael Booth, Ethan Bamber, Vishwa Fernando, and Oliver Hannon-Dolby, if required.
Fergus O'Neill's over for how many? Did you say 4 games? He's
This is his 3rd. He's Notts play Sussex next week, and then that's him done. Notts have a bye week then, week 5 of the season, and then Mohammed Abbas, the former Hampshire and Pakistan new ball bowler, will replace O'Neill. Leading wicket taker in the country, Fergus O'Neill, fields off his own bowling there. This is his 9th over, and he's now got 17 wickets in Division 1. This is his 3rd match.
And is there a reason why he can only play 4? Has he got other commitments, or is he?
He's hardly played any cricket, Phil. I was talking to Notts director of cricket Mick Newell about this yesterday. Really, he's just had a breakthrough season with Victoria. This has dropped on the leg side, and there's no run, end of the over, 94 for 4. His head coach is David Hussey, who played for Notts for many a year. They've got Peter Siddle there, another one with ties to Trent Bridge, and the contact came that way, sort of thing. Look at this young lad who's just come into our team. He ended up being the leading wicket taker in the Australian domestic season that finished in February or March, and was recommended to Notts, and because he hasn't got this background, this body of work, if you like, it was restricted on how long he could come over on a work permit.
Oh, right.
However, I understand the first time I interviewed him, he did sort of say, it's really frustrating. I can only play for 4 matches this year. However, I'm really looking forward to coming back next year when I can play all summer. So, I've sort of got that on record somewhere.
Hutton starts a new over from the pavilion end, and Mosley lets it go through outside the off stump without offering a shot. Well, he certainly looks impressive, Dave. Not just with the ball. He added useful runs.
Yeah, he got 50, didn't he?
Yeah, and he got runs in the last game, I think. Didn't
42
he?
last week. So he's a talented young cricketer. I guess the danger is he might get too good too soon, and no, he can't come because he's with Australia.
Exactly. Yeah, that's always the risk, isn't it? Brett Hutton in and bowls to Mosley, who runs this away into the offside, wants a single. It's a quick pick up and hit him shy at the stumps, and that would have been the end. So they picked it up and flew at the stumps. Mosley had set off, but Ed Barnard was going nowhere, and Mosley almost sort of he had to stop, turn and get back, and he hadn't made his ground. Had that ball hit the stumps, I think he would have been on his way back to the pavilion.
This man is not for turning.
He's a bit tetchy at the moment, is Dan Mosley. He hasn't really settled. As he waits as Hutton into him. This one he pulls and pulls well this time, away through mid-wicket and down to the ropes as it crosses now. So that was better. Even that one didn't quite come out the middle of the bat. It didn't. It had a sort of bottom of the bat sound to it as it came away, but he did get plenty on it. So.
Well, on about bat sounds, when he taps his bat in the crease, he doesn't just give it a pat. I mean, it's like he's digging for oil.
Yeah.
We'll listen for it again, but the left-hander, he has played for England, of course, in white ball cricket. Dan Mosley he's had a really good couple of years in all formats. Sometimes it's the way that one particular format or the other, he can just lose a bit of form.
Hutton in, bowls, and this is left. Again, coming down the wicket and then taking the bat out of the way.
Typically he shouldered arms then, and he didn't bang his bat down hard in the crease, but certainly the ball before, he was tapping away there like he was really frustrated, like he was rapping his knuckles on the desk waiting for a phone call or something.
98. So Warwickshire improved on their first innings total of 93. They still trail though by 176, so there's a lot more improvement that needed as Hutton is in and bowls, and Mosley will get runs, just be a single, turning it down to deep square leg for 1, and they walk that one through, bringing Ed Barnard back onto strike.
Tell you what, apart from it being a nicer day weather-wise, it's much more soothing watching cricket, being able to see those aeroplanes just descend down continually on the horizon, just to make their way slowly, it seems, and then drop away to our right. It's something we've not been able to see days 1 and 2. A slate grey cloud, low cloud cover, couldn't see the aeroplanes at all.
Last ball of Hutton's over, and Barnard cuts this one away through backward point. Again, not getting perfect timing, played it into the ground and it took some of the pace off, but they will get back for 3 as the ball is retrieved and back into the keeper. End of the over, and Warwickshire's 100 comes up with that shot. 102 for 4. It's taken 35 overs to get there with 10 extras in that 102.
Yeah, Warwickshire have got to go for the runs, play for their shots, otherwise they're not getting anywhere. You can't block out this and the next 25 overs, but at the same time I think Notts won't mind every time there's an attempt at a big shot, because there's the possibility of an error, there's the possibility of the ball nipping back. We've seen that happen quite a lot. We've got another sub-fielder on James. Yeah, James Hayes is out there. He's been out there a couple of times. Joe Clark's off the field and has been all day. Sammy King is fielding in the slips for him. Didn't see who just slipped off for a comfort break, but James Hayes is on as well. Here's Fergus O'Neill from the Birmingham End bowls, and again Barnard clatters one straight into the stumps at the far end. So he remains, well, he's on 3 now, but he should be on 11.
It was a bit fortunate there, I think, Dan Mosley, that O'Neill didn't get a finger to that, because he wasn't far away from that as he bent down, deflecting it into the stumps. But
they'd have needed Superman's reflexes, I think, to have got down there that quickly, because that came out of the middle.
Yeah. The way he's played, Dave, he may meet that description.
102 for 4. Next ball. Oh, just dangled his bat out there. That was very close to just kissing the edge. Verena dived down to his right and scooped it up, but there hadn't been an edge.
It was like a little dab he tried, wasn't it? Just as it was going through, he dabbed at it, which wasn't going to actually get him anything. But Warwickshire have got really some work to do here. They don't really want to lose another wicket. As this one wraps him on the pad. It's a shout, a muffled shout, or strangled shout from the slip cordon, and through, but not from the bowler. Adam joins me, so it's 102 for 4.
Good evening.
Good evening. Work to do here for the Bears.
Certainly is.
Not getting any easier for them at all.
Certainly for poor old Ed Barnard, he should be on 11.
Yeah, exactly. Here's O'Neill, Ian Bowles, and this will be runs. Run away down to third man, he'll get forward this time. That's the place to hit them, Ed, not beautiful straight drives. Edge them away through the slip cordon, although in fairness, that was a little deliberate dab which took it down to the unprotected third man boundary.
Yeah, opened the face nicely and ran it between third slip and backward point, and poor old Ed Barnard, he absolutely, particularly that last one, came right out of the screws, didn't it, and thundered into middle stump at the non-striker's end. In fact, Dan Mosley was lucky that the bowler didn't catch a little finger on that.
Just what I said to Dave, yeah. This next one is left as Barnard leans forward to it and then takes the bat out of the way, and it goes through to the keeper, and 106 for 4 it remains.
It's been an interesting passage, hasn't it, this last 15 minutes or so. I know they've picked up the wicket since tea, but they've been all in Notts, haven't they? They've set attacking fields, they've kept those 3 slips in, they've had that ring field with just the 1 out.
Neil Bowles, and this is beating the outside edge again. Interesting over there. Ed Barnard survives it, but it really is Warwickshire hanging on here a little bit. Dan Mosley's timing so far has been certainly a bit circumspect, and Ed Barnard has played 1 or 2 deliveries in that over from O'Neill, which he could have got a nick to. I certainly don't want to be losing a 5th wicket.
Certainly not. I mean, Kai Smith, Michael Booth, Ethan Bamber, and Fernando and Ali Hannon Dolby, the men still to come for Warwickshire after this. So you would say that there's not tons of batting left for the Bears.
No.
106 for 4 at the moment. Just getting some news from the Notts dressing room, actually, that Joe Clark has a stiff neck. He's off as a precaution. So that's what we're hearing from the Notts dressing room. That's why he's not on, as Hutton begins a new over from the pavilion end, and forward comes Mosley, staunchly in defence that time, and manages to keep that one out from Hutton. 106 for 4.
All the Blaze matches will be live streamed,
home and away, we're being told as well. So
so you'll be able to see Grace taking loads of wickets and scoring the odd run here and there,
and doing loads of sledging like she was earlier.
Yeah, I shall look forward to the batting.
It's got slightly cooler here in Birmingham now, as Hutton's in once more, left alone this time by Mosley, through to the keeper Verena for no run. Who's the first game against? Lancashire. So we're looking forward to that one going viral, that one-handed diving catch that you're going to do to win the first game, Grace. Yeah. In all seriousness, we hope it goes well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looking forward to the season really kicking in. As soon as you sort of get to late April and into May, you know the cricket season's here, as Hutton comes in once more and bowls, and that one tucks Mosley up, but he's forward in defence, and the left-handed batter keeps that one out. 106 for 4.
I think Grace is playing here for the Blaze in mid-May, so we'll be able to see that.
3 to go in this Hutton over. There's still 23 overs to be bowled after today. It has got
a little bit...
Yeah, the cloud is rolling in a little bit as he's in again, and this is driven out towards mid-off, but the fielding's done by Hamid, so no run there, and no. As much as in frustration, I think, from Mosley was the call, as to tell Barnard that there was no run there.
He's taken... It looks, Mosley looks now to be timing it a little better, but there was a spell for about 3 or 4 overs where he really did look very fragile and vulnerable to the seamers, particularly to Hutton, but he seems to have got through that now.
Tapping his bat on the ground once more is Dan Mosley, and In comes Hutton. That one's left alone. A nice bit of late swing as well off the bowling by Brett Hutton. Notts still needing 6 wickets of victory. They're 168 behind Warwickshire, so they need 169 just to make Notts bat again. So with 23 and a bit overs left, there's going to be cricket right into the evening here at Edgbaston as we come towards 20 to 6.
And Grace will join you for those overs.
As Hutton comes in to complete the 37th over and just tucks up Mosley, who works this one into the leg side. So a single to finish the over. 37 gone in this Warwickshire second innings. 107 for 4 the Bears find themselves. Still 167 behind. 23 overs still left to be bowled today. Dan Mosley on 19. Alongside him is Ed Barnard on 7. The partnership is worth 13 as we say a very good evening to the aforementioned Grace Bollinger. Good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, we've been through good morning, good afternoon, and yeah, just into the evening now, aren't we? Sun's gone in here at Edgbaston, and a good couple days work here for Notts. I think Warwickshire could be saved by the rain tomorrow, but well, there's still a way to go for Notts. 6 wickets to get in the next 167 runs to not bat again. But they're doing a good job, the Notts teamers.
Still not an over of spin, I don't think, has been bowled, unless I've
No, not in the entire game, I don't think.
No, I did nip away for 10 minutes or so, so I was frantically just checking in case Ahmed had rolled his arm over for an over or two, but no, this field has spread a little here. It's going to be O'Neill to continue from the far end, from the Birmingham end. 107 for 4 is the score. Grace will talk you through this forthcoming over.
3 slips then, and 2 men out on the leg side boundary as O'Neill's in, and Mosley advances down the track, plays a strong defensive stroke to mid-off. That was nicely timed.
Looking much more comfortable is Dan Mosley than he was. He was hopping around that popping crease when I was last on commentary sort of 40 minutes or so ago, but particularly on the front foot seems to have shored up his technique a little in the last half an hour or so.
O'Neill then into his 11th over, very economical, and that's a beautiful drive by Dan Mosley, but well fielded off his own bowling by O'Neill. He certainly saved 4 runs there, and Barnard, I think he thought he was in for a chance of getting ran out there. He was sprawled across the floor at the non-striker's end.
That was a real Superman dive by Ed Barnard at the far end. I think he thought, oh, O'Neill might flip this one back onto the stumps, and just went for broke, and well, he's going to need his whites washing if they are back tomorrow, because they're certainly a little dusty now.
There's a lot of action for a dot ball, wasn't it, as O'Neill in again, and this time Mosley plays with a straight bat into the onside. Back of a length delivery, just tucked away nicely by Mosley. Brings Ed Barnard onto strike.
Yeah, Barnard is just checking his guard here as the umpire at square leg just moves from the side of the ground that's got the hollies in front of it out towards the right stand at the other side of the ground, obviously going from a left to a right-hander. Can't see where the sun is at the second, but the clouds have rolled in the last 20 minutes or so at Edgbaston, so it's not dark, but certainly darker, and a forward defence this time from Barnard, and a big cry of no. And the slips are up for everything at the moment. They're still trying to apply this pressure. 108 for 4 Warwickshire are in their second innings. They're still 166 behind with 6 second innings wickets remaining. Dan Mosley on 20, Ed Barnard there, 7 not out, so the partnership is worth 14. And it's been a good spell of bowling this from Fergus O'Neill. He's in towards us again once more. Back foot this time. Ed Barnard defends, and no run.
Just seeing a couple of seamers waving their arms, Lyndon James and Josh Tongue. I can't imagine they'd be back on so soon. Both bowled a decent spell.
Well, it sort of depends what the plan is, doesn't it, from Notts? Do they go for broke tonight? Probably an hour and 20 minutes left of play, something like that. Or are they thinking about tomorrow? O'Neill in to complete the over off the back foot. That'll be 4. Lovely shot by Ed Barnard. Rose with the bounce and played it off the back foot. Josh Tongue had a bit of a dive at backward point but couldn't do anything about it, and the ball flew out to the Hollies stand. So 4 to end the over. Moseley moves on to 20 and the Bears 112 for 4.
Yeah, smart shot there from Ed Barnard. Just timed that really sweetly to the offside boundary, and it's like it will be Lyndon James back on from the pavilion end.
Yeah, that says to me that they want to go for it tonight. Particularly if we see Josh Tongue come on from the far end as well. I haven't checked the app for some time as to what the weather forecast is doing for tomorrow. Let's have a look. BBC weather app is saying 78% chance of rain from 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Tropical 11 degrees for you, Grace, when you're here tomorrow.
Oh, I'm not here tomorrow, luckily. It sounds a bit cold for me.
That puffer jacket might be back on if you were.
Probably be about -4 degrees in the comms box if it was 11 degrees outside.
Be seeing your breath and letting the polar bear out for sure.
Lyndon James then. Back on from the pavilion end. He's bowled 8 overs today for 31 runs. No wickets so far, and that first ball is driven nicely by Moseley. It won't run for 4 though. Just a single in the end, in fact, but it was timed sweetly by the left-hander.
Yeah, lovely shot for just 1 run. It was Hassan Hamid, the Notts captain, doing the fielding there in the deep. Sprinted round from mid-off and made good ground, actually, because that made a good sound off the bat. It sort of flew away. So he did well to restrict that to just 1, otherwise it would have been back-to-back boundaries. The last ball of the previous over was smacked for 4 by Ed Barnard.
Brings the right-hander back to face Lyndon James. 3 slips, deep square, and also a fine leg out on that boundary in case they want to bowl a short ball, but this is a good length delivery. Just looks like it got a little bit of lift there. So Ed Barnard seems to signal to his non-striker, Dan Moseley.
Yeah, definitely rose off the pitch, that one. Good carry as well. Watch this ball, nearly 40 overs old, but it's still going through at a good lick, and Carl Verena, the Notts keeper, is still a good way back. It's got good carry on at this deliveries from James.
As he bowls again, and this is another excellent delivery. Only just evades the outside edge of Barnard, and I think this is the area where Lyndon James has looked really dangerous. He's just bowled this consistent line where we saw it with Hamza Sheikh on many occasions. The batsmen are just not too sure whether to play it or leave it, and I think that's when he's looked most threatening.
He was stuck on the crease there, wasn't he, though? Barnard, like you say, doesn't know whether to stick or twist, and just caught in 2 minds. But he's still there, is Ed Barnard.
James. Good delivery there. Forward, Ed Barnard, and defends watchfully.
Crowd not exactly been massive today, but it certainly feels like it's thinned out a little bit since the sun's gone in. Those 2 men that were enjoying the cricket topless a little earlier have put some layers back on away at the far end of the ground.
It's brave, that. It's James in again. And again on the stumps and full, and dropped into the off leg side by Ed Barnard. Think about a run, but think better of it in the end.
Yeah, there's a few jumpers on, isn't there, and a few additional layers, but no hats and scarves at least, which for late April not been a bad day, as the Josh Tongue doing a few more limberings up here at mid-off, so I wonder if we're going to see another spurt from him.
Seems that way, doesn't it? Or if not, he's definitely suggesting to the captain that he wants another go. It's not being very subtle, and that's another good delivery from Lyndon James. Again in that channel, and that's a really, really good ball to finish the over.
Absolute jaffer to finish the over, that, wasn't it? On a length, line spot on, rose off the pitch. Barnard, to be fair, played that quite well and just let it go through, so 113 for 4 the Bears are, 161 behind. I think we are going to see Josh Tongue. Yes, he's given his cap and his jumper to the umpire. That spell either side of tee from Tongue was really potent, so if you can get another spell like that in, then Notts really are in the box seat. Hassan Hamid has the ball in his hand, the Notts captain. Wandering over to his bowler now. He's just tossed him the ball via the overseas player Fergus O'Neill, who's just manoeuvring something in the field. Was that like one of those markers for your run in, perhaps? I'm not quite sure what he tossed back, but he's limbering up is Josh Tongue. And once again, those 3 slips are still in for Notts, so they've been ever present in this Warwickshire second innings. Those 3 slips of King, of McCann and Lyndon James. So it's going to be Josh Tongue to bowl right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Dan Mosley from the Birmingham end. In he comes, and it's a rocket to start with that's worked on the leg side. They think about a quick run, but there's a bit of hesitation, and eventually Mosley sends Ed Barnard back to the non-striker's end. So a dot to start, but that was right on the money, Grace.
Yeah, I really like this angle. In at the left-hander, Josh Tongue, right arm round the wicket, and yeah, as you say, Adam, it just seems to just keep tailing into the left-handed Mosley. It looks uncomfortable there. I mean, he's played that well, but it's a really, really difficult angle for the left-handed batter with the pace of Josh Tongue just always coming in at you.
3 slips, a backward point. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Deep backward square is the field for Mosley. Oh, playing a miss this time. Another quick delivery, a bit wider this one from Tongue, and through it went to Verena behind the stumps, who must be standing, what would you say, 30 yards back, something like that?
Yeah, around that. He's getting it through here, Josh Tongue.
Making the ball talk at nearly 40 overs old. 113 for 3 at Warwickshire. A few twists at the bat by Dan Mosley as he takes a second to compose himself and then taps his bat on the ground, and Tongue is in once more. In he comes, he bowls, and this is worked to the leg side. There will be a single here, although a throw at the stumps is wide, or there could be some overthrows as well. No, good work eventually on the backing up by Ben Slater. It went through Lyndon James in the slips. Backing up was the ever-present Ben Slater to ensure it stayed at 1, or I think that probably would have been 4 overthrows, because he really did try and hurtle that one at the stumps.
Absolutely, yeah, it was quite a risky run actually from Warwickshire. I mean, safely back in the end, but I think it would have been close if O'Neill hit there, and a bit unnecessary, but harmless nonetheless. Now they've made it through, and Mosley's at the other end where I think he'd rather be. I'd definitely rather be.
Good place to watch fast bowling as the non-striker's end. So it's Barnard, the right-handed batter, on strike, and he's forward this time to Tongue. He's still got 3 slips in. The field has changed slightly for the right-handed batter. So you've got backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. In fact, Ben Slater is doing a bit of shadow batting down at the fine leg boundary at the moment. So clearly batting is in his mind. Bit of a change in the field now. Ahmed's coming out of that extra cover position to go over to the leg side, and they've got a bit of a leg slip in now. Have not, so Jack Haynes has moved into the leg slip. They've got 3 slips and a leg slip, a mid-wicket and a mid-on on the leg side, plus that fine leg, and Barnard punches this one on the back foot through the offside, but it's only as far as Fergus O'Neill does the fielding at mid-off. But there is a massive gap now at extra cover. There must be 40 yards or so between backward point. I can't see who's there at the second.
I think it's James Hayes,
yes,
subfielder.
I think you're right. Haynes is at backward point, and there's no one then till you get to the mid-off fielder. So they're saying to Barnard, if you want to have a drive on the offside, fella, go for it. 1 ball to go in this Tongue over from the Birmingham end. In he comes, and it's forward and well defended by Ed Barnard. A good over that from Josh Tongue, particularly those first 2 deliveries. 114 for 4, the Bears are 160 behind.
Yeah, relentless bowling from the Nottinghamshire seamers. Brilliant lines and length from both ends, and it's a really, really difficult period here for the Bears, but Mosley's looked good. He's looked a bit more confident towards the back end of his innings. He's defended well, but both Lyndon James and Josh Tongue bowling really, really good lines, in my opinion.
Oh, they've been excellent, these two, all afternoon. They really have.
It's good signs for Nottinghamshire dressing room that play was obviously dominated by the other two seamers yesterday, Brett Hutton and O'Neill, but they've had to take a back seat today, or they've been allowed to take a back seat today because the other two seamers are standing out, and I suppose that says a lot about the squad depth and the ability that all the players have to win the game themselves on the pitch.
I like the variety in Knott's attack though as well. You know, you've got the pace of Tongue, you've got the accuracy of James and O'Neill. I mean, I haven't seen Ahmed bowl, but well, today anyway, if you see what I mean. But whenever I've seen him bowl, he just seems to have a bit of X factor about him. I like the look of Notts. They seem to have got it right so far, I have to say.
James then continuing from the pavilion end, and that's a good ball. Just looked to tail into the left-handed Dan Mosley, who's happy to push that back to the bowler.
Bit of gardening being done by Mosley at the striker's end, having a bit of a wander. In fact, Ed Barnard's come for a bit of a wander from the other end as well, so don't know if that was a bit of a chit-chat or just the two of them happened to meet.
James at the end of his mark, Sawdust to his left. See, bounds in to the crease. Mosley went to track that one, and Lyndon James fired it down leg side. Keeper can't quite get to it. It would be a bye, I think. I mean, it's pretty poor delivery, but a bye is given in the end. Just a sloppy bit of work there from Notts, just as we've been praising them, Adam.
They weren't great wicket keeping either, really. He seemed to just lose concentration for a second there, did Verena. He sort of went to his left as the ball went to the right, and then he went down and they didn't quite get. It was one of those where it was just sort of a bit of a catalogue of errors that tots up and costs some side a run, but when you've still got 159 runs to play with before you've even got a bat again, we'll let them off, I suppose.
Just this once. And James in, and that's a good delivery.
That was full. That was full. Full on leg stump. Well played, Barnard. That was full.
He's done well. He almost played that, but he got a bit squared up, didn't he? He almost played it off the back foot. He's done well in the end to keep it out.
Absolutely, but what a delivery that was from James. Just went full, targeting that leg stump of the right-handed bat. Before you know it, it's on you. It seems that they just seem to be hurrying the Bears again at the moment, Notts, like they were either side of tee.
This one, Barnard leaves. Fifth stump line from Lyndon James. 3 slips, encouraging. Got both the 12th and the 13th, Sammy King and James Hayes on the pitch at the moment. I think it's obviously Joe Clark, who we haven't seen this innings, and I think it might be Brett Hutton off at the moment. Can't see him.
Is that
out
not
there.
Hutton there?
Oh, it is, yeah.
Just in front of us.
Got that one wrong.
No, Hutton was off the field because I saw him sort of trot on at the end of the last over, but we'll see who it is that's missing in a second.
James in, and that one pushed comfortably into the onside for a single by Barnard.
So we've got Josh Tongue in front of us here. It's the end of the over, I think, is it, or is it one to come? No, one to come, isn't it? So
might be O'Neill. Can you see him?
yes, Dave Bracegirdle confirmed that it is O'Neill that's off at the moment. So another sub fielder for Nottinghamshire.
It's James. Bowles and Mosley advancing down the track. He's done that last few deliveries, Mosley, but James gets Yorker length in. Dot ball to finish the over. Warwickshire 116 for 4, still trailing by 158.
Good cricket all round though in that over. Some good deliveries, some good fielding and some good batting under pressure as well for Warwickshire. These two have soaked it up well actually. If the bad ball's been there, they've managed to knock it away and get a few runs, but they've also been very good defensively, these two. Dan Mosley 22 off 50 and Ed Barnard is 12 not out from 27 deliveries, so they've been able to soak it up. The partnership is 22 off 54 deliveries. But it is going to be Josh Tongue to continue from the Birmingham end. He's walking to the end of his mark now. Those 3 slips still in place and the leg slip. There's also still mid-off and mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg and a backward point. Here comes Tongue, and that's slapped through the offside. There'll be runs here for Barnard, probably just a single as Hamid does the fielding at extra cover. So 116 for 4 the score moves on to.
Decent bit of work there from Hamid, sliding to his left. It's really impressive. Obviously only white ball cricket at the moment for myself, but I think it's so impressive when you see, you know, the boys have been out here for a couple of days and they're still diving, sliding around. Ben Slater still had the presence of mind to be backing up that one in the last over. It must take a serious amount of concentration.
Oh yes, the fitness levels of the players, you just got to hand it to them. There, here we are approaching 6 o'clock on. Okay, they haven't been out solidly for 3 days with the weather that's been around, but the concentration levels are through the roof. It's the left-handed Mosley on strike. It's a full ball that's delivered by Tongue that's played into the offside for no run. Apart from that slight moment for Verena in the last over as well, it's been faultless actually from both sides in the field. It's not been sloppy in the slightest.
Yeah, it's been really impressive. I don't know how they don't lose concentration. I mean, especially in the slips, you might get 1 or 2 chances throughout the whole day, but you've got to be expecting the ball every single ball.
I think it helps though when there's more than one of you in the slip cord, and you just sort of cheer each other on. As round the wicket comes Tongue, and that's played off the back foot by Mosley for no run.
Yeah, nicely timed by Mosley, but straight to Jack Hayes there.
Good bit of fielding as well, because that was hit on the up.
It was quick.
Hayes was equal to it, so another dot in the book.
Got both James Hayes and Jack Hayes on the pitch for Nottingham at the moment. It's a bit of a mouthful.
Yeah.
With the sub-fielder on. Very similar names.
Round the wicket once more comes Tongue, and on the full this time, Mosley plays that one up. So Brett Hutton at mid-off. Should have took his helmet off for a second as Mosley. I wonder if that's just a readjustment and not a need for a change of helmet. No, it's going back on now. He's just meeting Ed Barnard for a word or two in the middle, and they turn and return to their respective ends. 117 for 4. Warwickshire are in their second innings. 157 behind. Tongue round the wicket, and Mosley ducks underneath this one, and Verena takes that at head height, so it really is coming through at quite a pace. And Tongue here is having a really good session. 2 for 26 so far, his figures from his, well, nearly 10 overs bowled. 1 more to go in his 10th over. 3 maidens in that as well, but his pace is looking as good as I've ever seen it for the Notts bowler. Just pulls out of his run up there and wanders back to his mark. The 3 slips are still in place of McCann, of James, and the sub-fielder King. Backward point in place as well, and a good leave to end the over by Mosley. That one goes harmlessly through to Verena. 117 for 4 then as we go past 6 o'clock here in Birmingham. It's Dan Mosley and Ed Barnard, the 2 not out batters, but the Bears are still 157 behind.
Yeah, good over there from Josh Tongue, and nicely played, I thought, actually, by Dan Mosley. He wasn't tempted in to play in the short ball. He got out of the way of it nicely, and then good leave to finish the over. So he started to look more comfortable at the crease, and he's got a big job to do here.
Floodlights just coming on as well here at Edgbaston, so the natural light is definitely starting to fade a little.
It's Lyndon James into his 11th over of the innings, and it's a good ball to start just in that channel that me and Adam were speaking about earlier, that maybe slightly wider than some of his best balls, but he's just asking questions of the Warwickshire batters, whether to play or to leave.
I know you were just saying that you're not playing red ball cricket at the moment, but put yourself out there for us at the moment, either as Hamid or as the bowler. Are you going all in at the moment, given the situation in the game, the situation with the Rever, or as the fielding side, are you sort of playing for time a little?
As James is in, and that one's playing a miss. So yeah, I think they might as well go all in honesty. I think, well, as I've said about the bowling attack, that any of them can win it for them on the day. So it's not as if they're almost exhausting all their options now, and then if there was to be played tomorrow, that they've got nothing left, because I think all the players are capable of doing a really good job, and I don't see what Notts have got to lose at the moment. It's near impossible for them to lose the game from this situation, so I think I'd just go for it. But that might be a bit of a... Ooh, and is that an edge? Did something, didn't it? Because it caused the keeper to dive to his right, but maybe just a bit of late movement from James.
And if you were Hamid, are you plugging two guys in, or are you rotating your bowlers at this stage of the game? Are you saying, right, I need 3 overs from your Josh Tongue, from your, from Lyndon James, from your Fergus O'Neills, or are you thinking, no, these are the two that I think could do it from here at the moment?
James in again, and full and straight, and just turned square by Barnard for 1. Yeah, I think these two have done a really good job, but might be time for a quick O'Neill burst. I think he's looked brilliant on both days, and these two might be just, these two batsmen maybe getting used to James a little bit. I think maybe I'd give another bowler a go from this end, whether it be Brett Hutton or O'Neill. Keep the seamers on, but don't think a rotation would do any harm.
I think I agree with you. Particularly from this end, it's why not roll the dice and give it another whirl.
James in, Mosey advancing, and he's just, I don't know if it's caught his pad or his bat. It was a diving attempt from the keeper, and it's given byes. I think it must have come off something, surely. It went wide, but umpire signalled byes, so a bit harsh on the keeper that. It would have done well to stop it, I think, but...
My gut was byes, though. I don't think it hit anything from the batter on the way through. But maybe it's a bit of a distance to
hard
tell
to see,
from this
isn't it,
end
from
here,
this angle
yeah.
when we're not directly behind, but Lyndon James just offering an apology to his keeper, so...
Yeah, I think that's sort of the game's up on that one, Grace. When you've got the bowler apologising to the wicket-keeper.
Sheepish. Look at his keeper, I think. James is in, and again Mosley advancing, and a play and a miss. This advancement plan, I'm not sure it's working for Mosley at the moment. He's had more misses than hits with it, but a dot to end the over. 17 remaining in the day. Warwickshire 122 for 4.
Yeah, the light is certainly starting to fade here at Edgbaston now. All the floodlights are on. I wouldn't say taking effect in terms of the old you can see 4 shadows just yet, but it certainly has got a little darker. Clouds above us now. Although out in the distance towards Birmingham city centre, it's nowhere near as cloudy as it is here, I have to say. So we shall see, but play is certainly continuing for the moment, and it's that man again, Josh Tongue, that's got the ball in hand from the Birmingham end. Ed Barnard, the man on strike, and Tongue is in. It's banged in short, and Verena had to sort of dive like a football goalkeeper to his left. And he could only palm it round the corner. Good bit of fielding in the end, actually, from the ever-alert Jack Hayes at leg slip to ensure that they couldn't scamper through for a single. So Barnard's still the batter on strike. He's there on 14. Dan Mosley having a chat with the umpire at the second at the non-striker's end. He's on 22, 122 for 4 of the Bears, 152 behind as Tongue is in. It's a straight full ball that's worked out and really dug out, actually, if I'm honest, by Barnard. And he gets up the non-striker's end to bring Mosley onto strike. And the field will change now for the Warwickshire left-hander. Slips all move round to the other side of the wicket-keeper. The fielders that were in go out, the fielders that were out go in. But predominantly the field is the same for whether it's the left-handed Mosley or the right-handed Barnard that's on strike. In fact, Mosley just marking his card as to where the fielders are. There's 2 out deep on the leg side. As round the wicket comes Tongue, and it's worked into that area, but along the grounds, and it's deep backwards square. It's Ahmed out there patrolling that boundary, so it's just the single. And that brings the right-handed Barnard back on strike, so the field will change once more. The umpire's step count going through the roof at the moment at square leg. He's trotting again to the other side.
Had to break into a run there as well.
The shadows are just starting to appear a little. I'm not saying they're going off for light or anything like that, but it's definitely getting a little darker here at Edgbaston now as a couple of people put their coats on in the Hollies stand and head for the exits. 124 for 4 Warwickshire are. Still need another 150 before Notts will even need to bat again. Obviously Notts needs 6 wickets for victory. It's Josh Tongue who's bowling, and that's left alone by Barnard. And it's through to Verena. Another dot in the book, 124 for 4. Goes for a little walk, does Ed Barnard. The ball gets polished on the offside. Who's chief polisher at the moment? Is it Jack Haynes down there? Is it? I think it is. Giving it a real working on his trousers before throwing it to his skipper at extra cover, and round it goes to Josh Tongue. So 2 balls left in this over. It's Ed Barnard, the right-hander, on strike. He's bowled at good pace as the Notts bowler. In he comes now, and that's left alone once more by Barnard, and through to Verena it goes. 124 for 4. Still the chirp comes, as you can hear in our effects microphones at Edgbaston. On his mark again is Josh Tongue to complete this over. Right arm over is the delivery, and once again left alone by Barnard. So a couple of dots to finish that over. 124 for 4 currently is what Warwickshire are. They're 150 behind. 44 overs gone in the Bears' second innings. There's still 16 to be bowled today. So as long as the light holds, we're going to be here a little longer yet, but it's been a great day of cricket. I've really enjoyed it. A really absorbing day, hasn't it? It's ebbed and flowed. Notts, yes, have been on top, but the Bears have dug in, particularly after tea, and they've been very good at restricting Notts, and with the weather that is likely to be around for tomorrow, they've given themselves a chance in this tea time session, this evening session since the tea break.
Absolutely, and we spoke about that strong-willed character of Dan Mosley when he came in, as we see him here playing a defensive shot off James, getting up, bouncing down the wicket. Yeah, we spoke of that strong-willed character that he has. Still relatively young in his career, but also very experienced, and he's really dug in here, hasn't he, for his team. He's done well under pressure, and he's stuck around.
Well, and you've got to play the situation sometimes, haven't you? Particularly in games like this, against a local rival like Notts. It's West Midlands versus East Midlands. All those bragging rights are at stake. And these two have really dug in well for the Bears.
It's James in. Again, this time Mosley stays in his crease, pushes off the back foot. Hamid in the covers, prevents any runs being taken.
What I've liked about Mosley as well is, even though he was struggling, I think that's fair to say, that he didn't seem panicked. You know, it was, okay, I'll get through this session, this spell. I'm going to give that to the bowler. And since then, actually, he's I wouldn't say freed his arms by any stretch of the imagination, but he's tried to put pressure back onto the opposition, which is good to see.
Yeah, he's played nicely, and there he advances, and again, James goes down the leg side. Mosley tries to pick it up but fails. First I thought James was reacting to Mosley coming down the track and it was accidental pushing it down leg side. Now I think it might be intentional, because he's done it a few times. Maybe he wants to get him caught down at fine leg, but I'm not sure. It seems to be his response to Mosley coming down the wicket.
Well, they've had a fielder stationed out at fine leg for pretty much all day. I think that's Ahmed down there at the moment that's been given that task.
James in again, and glorious shot from Mosley, driven straight back to him, but Lyndon James gets a hand on it, prevents any runs. Barnard makes sure he's back in his crease there.
It is Farhan Ahmed, and he looks like he's limbering up, so we may see our first over of spin on the third evening.
I bet he's bored. The youngster.
Oh, you think it was more of a hint than following an instruction? Can I have a bowl skip?
Give the young lad a bowl. He's been here all day, fielding all day.
His brother's got 100. He needs something to talk about in the family WhatsApp group later.
Absolutely, bless him. It's James in again. Again, Mosley advances short this time from James, and Mosley thinks better than to have a play at it.
He's certainly mixing it up, isn't he, in this spell, James? He's gone short, he's gone wide, he's gone straight at the narrow at the stumps, and to be fair to Mosley, though, he's been equal to it so far. It's been a right old contest these last couple of overs.
It's been enjoyable, actually, hasn't it?
Oh, it's been a great day's cricket. I've really enjoyed it. I hope you have too, wherever you're listening or watching the pitches with us here at Edgbaston at the moment.
In comes James and full and driven, not convincingly by Mosley. I think he wanted to get that through the offside. It goes wide of mid-on, but just for a single. Brings him back onto strike for the start of the next over. Warwickshire then trailing by 149. There's 15 overs remaining in the day, and they are 125 for 4.
Bit of a dive for the cameras there from Josh Tongue, wasn't it? Except to just sort of roll towards him, and over he went to pick up the ball. So he's given his cap and his jumper to the umpire once more, though. So it is going to be him to continue from that Birmingham end. Situation in the game is Warwickshire in their second innings on the third evening here at Edgbaston in this county championship match. In the Battle of the Midlands between Warwickshire and Notts. 149 is what Warwickshire are behind Notts at the moment. So with 6 second innings wickets remaining, the Bears need to score another 150 just to make Notts back again. And it is going to be Tong bowling right arm round to the left-handed Dan Mosley, who works this one into the leg side and is fielded by the captain Hamid at sort of a wide-ish mid-off. Sorry, a wide-ish mid-on, I should say. Then the left-handed Mosley for no run.
3 left-handers in the top 5, haven't they, Warwickshire? Bet that's uncommon.
Yeah. It certainly is a bit of a specialty, I would say, at county cricket. As round the wicket once more comes Tong, and this is whipped away. There's a man down there who does the fielding well. It's actually Fergus O'Neill, the overseas player, who celebrates that like he's just scored the winning goal and a penalty. Shoots out, double fist pump. He was absolutely where he should have been to stop that one going over the rope, but it went like a rocket to him, but only 1 run. So Mosley at the non-striker's end now, and the right-handed Barnard is on strike, and that poor old umpire is walking again across from square leg to square leg. Still those 3 slips remain in place, and Fergus O'Neill comes up to more of a backward point than as a third to the right-handed Barnard. Tongue in now, and a play and a miss by Barnard. It through to Verena it goes, and Hamid applauds that one from extra cover.
Must be really frustrating this for the bowlers, and I don't even mean specifically the Nottinghamshire bowlers, I just mean bowling in general in situations like this. You bowl so well, you're toiling, you get so many plays and misses, and you don't get any reward. I don't know if I'd have the temperament for this.
That's why we love cricket though, isn't it? That's why we love cricket. 126 for 4 are the Bears, and this one's worked through backward point. No run though. Good bit of work once more by O'Neill to ensure that doesn't go for a run, and the ball's back with Verena, who tosses it to the slips, and then on it goes for a bit of polishing by Jack Haynes at mid-wicket. Brett Hutton is standing with a double teapot, hands on hips at the moment, waiting for the ball before he can toss it back to the bowler. It's been one of those passages of play where it's been just really absorbing brilliant red ball cricket, soaking up pressure well the Bears have been. Here's Tongue once more, and this is working to the leg side. It'll be at least 1 towards square leg. In fact, I think it'll just be a single. It is. Fielding is done down there by Jack Haynes, so another single to the total. 127 for 4, and Barnard moves on to 16 off 40 deliveries. Mosley just twizzles his bat in his hand like Alex Stewart used to do. before taking guard once more, just checking where the field is. They've still got the 3 slips in. There are a few gaps on the leg side should you want to take on the pull or the hook. Last ball of tongues over around the wicket, and it's a forward to 5 that's cut off by Hutton. 127 for 4 is the score, the end of the over. Barnard finds himself on 16, Moseley on 25. The partnership is worth 33. And the Bears find themselves 147 runs behind at the moment. 14 overs left in the day. The Warwickshire second innings is 46 overs old now. You're with BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR, BBC Radio Nottingham. We're on the BBC Sport website and app as well for ball-by-ball commentary of this 3rd day here of this Rothesay County Championship match between Warwickshire and Notts. It's going to be Lyndon James to continue from the pavilion end. In he comes now. It's Barnard that's on strike, and it's left alone. And through harmlessly for a dot it goes to Verena, the wicketkeeper. And we say good evening once more to Dave Bracegirdle.
Hello, Adam. Yes, I'm not been far away. There's an ice hockey final on BBC Radio Nottingham, and been waiting for the second period to end for an update. I've just been told there's still 7 minutes left. I don't know how long a period lasts in ice hockey, but they said it'd be 20 past 6. Now they say it'll be another 7 minutes. Here's Lyndon James in to bowl in this over. This goes through to the keeper. 127 for 4. Tell you what, those lights that came on before the floodlights in the Hollies stand, they're gleaming bright, aren't they? They really do stand out in the gloom. And then the floodlights came on, and then for a moment or two we just had a little bit of a return of the sunshine, but it's quickly disappeared again. Really good this from the Bears. Notts have obviously been desperate to try and make inroads into the middle and lower middle order, but this pair have held firm as Lyndon James bowls. Nice looking push into the offside, and Josh Tong fields.
Yeah, I was just saying to Grace before you joined me, Dave, that it's been a really absorbing hour of cricket. It's been really good bowling, but these two Warwickshire batters have stood firm, have soaked up pressure, but also when they've had the opportunity to, tried to put the pressure back onto Notts, and it's been all right. The scoreboard's not exactly flown round, and they're still 147 behind, but the Bears have really shown some fight here.
There's a no ball from Lyndon James this time. It was met at the other end, the sharp end, by forward defensive block by Ed Barnard. That'll have to be re-bowled. Another no ball against Lyndon. 2 more to the Bears. 129 for 4.
It's Barnard that's on strike actually at the moment as well.
Yeah.
And he's just readjusting his gloves, I think, at the moment. There's a slight pause here. Just waiting at the end of his mark is James, but he's coming in now.
Past umpire Longley. Bowls, and Ed Barnard with an open face just tries to run it away, try and find the gap, but smartly fielded at the 3rd slip by Jack Haynes. No run. Magpie, 1 for sorrow, 2 for joy. Morning captain and all that just flies by just in front of our commentary position. There's a TV gantry. I think it's just swooped down on that.
Oh, no, it's down on the outfield at the moment, just below us.
That must be another one then. So you always want to see 2, don't you? Because it's 2 for joy. Is Lyndon James looking for a bit of Nottinghamshire joy, but not finding any, because the umpire again will have shouted out on the field. We can't hear him, we're too far away. He'll have said no ball, but out comes the left arm outstretched to signify another no ball from Lyndon James. Just hurting him and his figures. That's 5 he's bowled now. 10 runs added to the total. 129 for 4. Warwickshire trail by 145, 145 as James bowls again to Barnard, and he defends. It's an interesting tussle that you described with Tong bowling to Barnard. Of course, former Worcestershire teammates. Josh Tong would have desperately trying to force his way into the Worcestershire side on a regular basis in Ed Barnard's last season at New Road.
Yeah, it's been a really good battle, that I have to say. It's been thoroughly enjoyable to sit here and watch it this evening.
James bowls again, nice and fallen. Played with a modicum of defence. Up again to mid-off. That's the end of the over. 131 for 4. Now comes a helmet. I wonder if we're going to see some spin at some stage.
Well, Ahmed was turning his arm over. I don't know if that was under instruction or trying to catch the attention of Hasim Hamid, but he's just handed his cap and his jumper to the umpire. So we are going to see a change of bowling, and I think this is the first over of spin in the match. Is that correct?
It is, yeah, it is.
Here we are on the third evening.
So the helmet that's been brought on appears to be solely for Kyle Verreynne. There's no short legs or silly points going in there. They're not overly attacking. I guess they're just trying to have a little look at seeing what happens, what response Farhan Ahmed will get from the surface. Just give him a bit of protection, just in case there's one or two looseners to start with. There isn't usually, but let's just see what happens. There's one slip in there, Freddie McCann.
Yeah, there's two back on the leg side, either side of square, because it's the left-handed Moser that's on strike. Hamid is pointing towards the subfielder Sam King, who I think is going to go into mid-off. So you're going to have a mid-on and a mid-off, mid-wicket. You've got a slip-in, a backward point, and then two on the offside as well, as Ahmed just goes through his rituals of blowing on his fingers and getting ready for action. Verreynne is up to the stumps and it's Moseley on strike. Here he comes now, Ahmed, and that's slapped away through the leg side for 4. Not a filthy long hop by any stretch of the imagination by Ahmed, but Moseley was equal to that one. It flew away towards the Hollies stand, moving the score on to 135 for 4.
Yes, I did mention that they put protection out just in case there were a loosener or two. And first ball was a help yourself delivery.
Ahmed readies himself again, just waiting for the ball to come back to him from his skipper Hamid. He's bowling right arm round at the moment, is Ahmed the spinner. Taking guard once more is Moseley. There's still that slip in. So they're being as attacking as they can as Ahmed comes in, and this one is defended on the front foot by Moseley for no run.
Might help the umpires. They're just getting a little bit twitchy about the light with Josh Tong sending down a succession of bumpers, but wonder if we'll end up with spin at both ends. Wonder if Freddie McCann will get a go at this end.
I wondered that myself. Ahmed in once more, and it's worked into the leg side. It should only be one, it is. Good work in the deep there by, who's that in the deep?
That's James Hayes.
James Hayes.
So he's the sub on, I think, still, no, O'Neill's at mid-on, so who's gone off? Hutton's, in fact, Hutton's loosening up at this end.
Yeah.
Might be Josh, no, there's Josh Tong.
No, Josh Tong's out there, so they've not snuck a 12 on, have they?
Now it's Lyndon James after his spell.
Ah, yes. 136 for 4, midway through this Ahmed over. 5 runs come from it so far. The Bears still 138 behind. It's Barnard on strike for the first time to Ahmed, who's staying around the wicket. It's a full delivery that's tapped into the offside, and they'll trot through for a single. So 137 for 4 the score moves on to.
Don't seem to be too many demons out there, do they? They're playing him with relative ease at the moment.
No, it doesn't look like a Bunsen, does it?
No.
It's watch one rag square in a minute and rip out a leg stump. But 2 to go in this Ahmed over. The fielders are walking in, and he comes and he bowls, and it's just swept round the corner by Moseley. So Josh Tong out in the deep doing the fielding. Another single to the total, 138 for 4.
Lots needed wickets right at the start of the innings with the new ball. They got one, they got Alex Davis, but then a healthy little partnership between Hamza Sheikh and Rob Yates just frustrated them for a while.
Ahmed then to complete his first over of the match, right arm round, and it's defended into the leg side. It's Hamid that does the fielding, so 6 from that first over by Ahmed, a boundary and a couple of singles. Mosley's there on 31, Barnard 17, the partnership up to 44 now and 138 for 4.
Yeah, keep them nice and honest. Another bowling change, then it is Brett Hutton coming back into the attack. Number of games have already finished for the day at Chelmsford. Worcestershire 185 for 6 in their second innings. Still require 110 to beat Essex. 4 wickets left, so giving themselves a bit of a sneak of a chance there. 138 for 4. Just getting a message that we've hit half-time in the hockey, so just see this one delivery with you, Adam, and then I'll have to go and do a quick update for BBC Radio Nottingham. The Hockey Cup final. As Brett Hutton bowls, this is turned on the leg side. 138 for 4, back in a minute.
So a double bowling change for Notts. I said to Grace, who was with me on commentary a little earlier, do you think Hamid will rotate his bowlers or try and plug 2 in? And she wasn't sure, but it's the rotation that he's gone for. He's gone for Ahmed for the spin at the far end, and it's Brett Hutton from this pavilion end who's in now and bowls to Mosley and tucked up and works into the leg side for a single. So 1 more goes onto the total, 139 for 4, and that brings the right-handed Barnard onto strikes. So the field will once again change for the right-handed batter. Out goes James Hayes, who's on as a substitute fielder for Notts at the moment. He's going out sort of deep mid-wicket, really. There's a deep backward square as well. It's not really a fine leg. He's quite round towards the umpire, is Fergus O'Neill. Mid-off, mid-on. 2 in the slips, a backward point and an extra cover. Here comes Hutton, that's left alone this time by Barnard, and it goes through to the keeper for no run. So 139 for 4, the score remains as we come round to 6:30. There's still 11 overs to go today after this one. So if the light holds, we will be here for a little while longer yet. The crowd is really starting to thin out though at Edgbaston now. 6 wickets that Notts need. 135 Warwickshire need to make sure that Notts have to bat again. They trail by 135, so 136 they'll need to make Notts bat again, as that one goes aimlessly through to the keeper from Hutton, just left alone by Barnard. And Josh Tongue is stood at the second at mid-off with his hands in pockets. Hamid just doing a bit of jogging on the spot at mid-on. Still 2 slips in and a backward point. Crowd really starting to thin out now as another plane descends into Birmingham Airport, and not sure where that's coming in from, but they're going to have 2 lovely weeks in Brum as Hutton lets fly with another delivery which goes past Barnard and goes through to the keeper.
Come from Cyprus on their holidays to Birmingham, do you think?
Well, absolutely. There's a big boxing match tonight, as you were telling us.
Yes, so. yeah. Big bill on at the, at the local village hall, or whatever it is.
As the plane just disappears over the horizon into Birmingham Airport on the outskirts of Birmingham. So enjoy your fortnight in Brum while you're here. We've got more canals than Venice as Hutton comes in to complete the over, and it's into the leg side from Barnard, and the trot through for a single. So 140 for 4 they are as the time ticks past 6:30 here on the 3rd evening. The Bears are 134 behind, and Dave Bracegirdle, it's got the feeling at the second that I think you're going to be back tomorrow.
Oh, very much so, yeah. I've always sort of expected that to be the case. And the big question tomorrow is there going to be enough gaps in the weather? If it is going to be a wettish shorter day, are there going to be any gaps to get out there and get some cricket in? At the moment, Notts need 6 wickets. They can help themselves a little bit if they can perhaps pick off 1 or more this evening. Of course, we're getting to the stage and the gloom and all the rest of it, where if a wicket did go down, then there's the possibility, the thorny old question about a night watchman. Will they stick to the normal order or send somebody out? As Farhan Ahmed starts a new over, bowling to Barnard. He just leans on his bat really and pushes it into the open spaces on the offside. You send a night watchman out and all sorts of things can suddenly happen. There might be a cock up in the running, a miscommunication, a calamitous run out. There might be a wicket go down straight away, because it's not going to be easy to start in this light.
All academic at the moment, of course. But
no, I'm just...
I don't know who's been doing night watchman duties for Warwickshire this season. I suspect it might be Ethan Bamber. Should a wicket fall.
It's Farhan Ahmed. Bowls, LBW Shat. We're going to find out, because he's got his man. Mosley goes LBW for 32, and Farhan Ahmed in just his second over has made the breakthrough. 141 for 5. Just sort of pushed at it from the crease without getting a long way forward, and clearly we're not in line. We're a mile in the sky looking at it from sort of third man sort of area, so no real indication from here. I don't think it would have gone over the top, and it wasn't really much of a stride from Mosley. He looks very disappointed because he's battled hard for his side there and swishing away angrily with his bat as he makes his way off. But Mosley LBW to Farhan Ahmed, and at last not only have we got some bowling from a spinner, we've got a wicket from a spinner. 141 for 5.
Yeah, it was certainly not going to go over the top, that delivery, and like you say, there wasn't much of a stride in by the left-handed Mosley. So it's going to be Kai Smith. It is the wicket-keeper coming in at number 7. He's just getting his gloves on now as he strolls to the middle to meet Ed Barnard. And that wicket just changes things a little bit, because Ahmed had been okay but not sparkling in the first over or so that he bowled, and then that one just seemed to grip and turn a little and convinced the umpire to put his finger up that was hitting into the stumps. So with the Bears still 133 behind, still after this 10 overs to be bowled tonight.
Yeah,
be nip tuck, I would say, with the light as to if we get all of those in, but then if they go for spin at both ends, which you said was an option, then maybe we will, Dave.
So difficult or otherwise it is for Kai Smith to start in this light. I think Notts would be desperate to try and stay out there. They've still got enough runs in hand to risk a few overs of maybe a relative part-time bowler. Freddie McCann bowled a little bit last season when he first came into the side, picked up 2 or 3 wickets, and every morning you see him practicing along with the other bowlers. 141 for 5. Took a good catch yesterday morning and then fell for 14 on his birthday. There's Farhan Ahmed, bowls to Kai Smith, just drops this down in front of him. Hamid comes in from short mid-wicket to field. Notts need 5 wickets, not one on this ground since 2010 in red ball cricket. Only won here twice in the county championship this century. Farhan Ahmed bowls again and Smith defends. Not won here by an innings since 1994, incredibly. The Brian Lowry year where the Bears won absolutely everything, but they lost here to Warwickshire, to Nottinghamshire by an innings. 141 for 5. Another aeroplane descends into Birmingham Airport. Smith leans forward and defends once more.
Been a good over this from Ahmed. Kept it nice and tight, picked that wicket up. The pendulum just swings a tiny bit, doesn't it?
Fair play to the spectators that remain inside the ground. Ahmed, the final ball of his over, and Smith, despite the field on the offside dropping out to give him one, just defends. End of the over. So Farhan Ahmed amongst the wickets, 141 for 5. Don't think the light has either improved or deteriorated. It's as we were, and we've got 60 legal deliveries to squeeze in if we can. 10 overs left.
And it's going to be Hutton to continue. So it's going to be seam up for at least another over from this end. The light deemed good enough, but those shadows are definitely getting a bit darker, a bit more into vision. Ben Slater, I can see down in front of me trotting out. Certainly you can see shadows coming around as he's making his way out into the deep, but Hutton will continue. We've got 3 slips in place, a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, deep extra cover and a backward point. Hutton bowls to Barnard, and a play and a miss by the Warwickshire batter.
Yeah, this session of course started at 20 past 4, didn't it, after tea, so we've been going about 2 hours 20 minutes. No real surprise that a good majority of the Notts players have popped off for a comfort break, getting themselves off the field for an over or two. Always difficult for the wicketkeeper. I don't think Verena's gone off, and Asiba Mead never goes off.
Hutton in once more, and Barnard defends on the front foot for no run.
He'll be very proud of the fact that he's been on the field for every minute of this game, and he'll want to try and stay on the field for every minute of this game if he can. Of course, for the umpires as well, it's a long old final session as it was yesterday.
It's good that we've got cricket though.
Yeah, very much so.
Because there's nothing more frustrating than when we have to go off for whatever the reason. Here comes Hutton to Barnard, that's left alone and goes through to Verena, who stops with his pad on this occasion, and it's picked up by one of the slips. Who's that in there? Second slip, do you think? It's not King, he's at first slip. Who's at second slip? Is it Slater?
No, McCann.
McCann at second. Round to his mark again comes Brett Hutton, who's bowling right arm over to the right-handed Barnard. 141 for 5, and they'll get a run here as Barnard defends on the front foot and they scamper through for a single. So 142 for 5 the score moves on to.
Despite your conviction that it's going to be a wet day tomorrow, despite many of the apps telling us it's going to be a wet day tomorrow, despite the weather forecast, gentlemen and ladies telling us it's going to be wet tomorrow, I'll guarantee come 10:30, 11:15, there's going to be a decent crowd inside Edgbaston, just hoping that they're wrong and that the cricket will take place and there'll be a dramatic conclusion. There'll be a battling rear guard for the Bears, there'll be a dramatic victory for Notts or whatever, depending on who they support.
This is played on the full by Smith, and it's Hamid that does the fielding for no run.
County cricket fans love their cricket. They pencil in when they're going to go, and nothing will stop them. However bad it is in the morning, they'll be here.
Yeah, I hope you don't arrive to a forest of umbrellas in the morning, but it doesn't look great, the forecast, does it, for Easter Monday?
Notts require 5 wickets to win this match. Well, can help themselves if they get 1 or 2 tonight.
Once again, though, Smith on the back foot defends, and that's the end of the over. So another one ticks by. There's still 9 to be bowled tonight. 142 for 5 for Warwickshire.
Of course, well, not in theory, in the regulations, if the umpires think there can be a result at the end of a day, whichever day it is, except for the final day, they can accede to a captain's request for an extra half an hour, an extra 8 overs, but I don't think we're going to get in that sort of territory unless the Bears were 8 down, I would say, and also the light would improve, because I don't think an extra 8 overs are going to help Nottinghamshire in their quest for 5 more wickets. I think the umpires would say no, not that Hamid would ask, and certainly in this light as well. In fact, you can see James Middlebrook looking up, and I'm sure he's not looking at the seagulls, he's looking up in the air right now, look.
Yes, he's also sort of gesturing in that direction, isn't it? That it's it's starting to get a little gloomy. But whilst Ahmed's got the ball in hand, I think the game's going to continue. And like you say, you've got McCann that can be plugged in from this pavilion end as well. I think Notts would take that.
Well, what's happened since the last delivery is we've all waited and watched Jack Haynes get ready and put the protective pads on and whatever to go in at short leg, but he finds himself out saving one at mid-wicket, so he's clearly going to go in there when Smith's on strike. I presume we're going to find out now, because there's a single turn to Jack Haynes. He fizzes the ball into the gloves of Verena, and I would imagine he'll be brought in here. If not, what's the point?
No, he's having a fiddle with his box.
Wardrobe malfunction.
Yeah. And I think he's just realised that that's his call to come and don the helmet.
So in he comes, Jack Haynes then under the lid at short leg to Farhan Ahmed.
But he's not tired with there being all these overs bowled. He absolutely fizzed that ball in, didn't he, to the wicket-keeper Verena.
So Haynes at short leg, McCann at slip. Verena goes down behind the stumps and Kai Smith works this round the corner. There's Brett Hutton in close, saving one on, say, on the 45. I'm no mathematician and I've not got a protractor. It's probably more than 45 degrees. But he's saved one nonetheless, 143 for 5.
I don't think we'll quibble about the odd degrees here or there, Dave.
No. I've just heard other commentators say he's on the 45s. And this one's flashed through probably where third slip would have been, and he's got 4 runs because there's nobody down there behind the wicket to prevent that from going away for 4. So Smith gets a welcome boundary, and said it yesterday, and I don't mind saying it again today. And, in crucible starting weekend, we've got 147 on the board. 147 for 5. Day 2 of the snooker championships. More aeroplane activity overhead.
Yes, that one's really quite loud, isn't it?
Farhan bowls. Smith turns this again round the corner to Brett Hutton, who has a bit of a glory roll as he dives to his left and gets the acclaim and accolade from his teammates.
Oh, it's not as juicy as the one Josh Tongue did earlier, where it was rolling towards it, but he did a proper goalkeeper's dive for it. If he'd done his knee or something like that, Notts fans would have been furious, because that was not required.
Ahmed bowls. This is clipped past Jack Haynes. It would have been just a blur a couple of yards to his left at short leg, and a single taken. Smith onto 5, 148 for 5. Warwickshire trail by 126. Of course, if we come this morning and it's fine and we get underway, and there's going to be the other side to them not losing this game, the fact that they're closing in and on wiping out the deficit. It's still 126 away, but Notts need 5 wickets, of course, before Warwickshire can wipe out their deficit. Notts won't want extra time to be required to knock off the runs. End of the over, 148 for 5. And where are we now? We've got 8 overs to go, half an hour-ish.
So we're going to be around that 7:15 mark if the light holds, but it's not been getting dark, as in really dark, till, more like 8 o'clock at the moment. So with spin at both ends, I don't think we'll be far away from getting those 104 in. So we shall see. Now, are we having a change of bowling here, or is Hutton going to continue? He's walking round to his bowling mark now, so it is going to be Brett Hutton to bowl another over for us from this pavilion end. In he comes, and a play and a miss by Smith. That was a good line and a good length from Hutton, and to no avail though for the Notts bowler as that goes through to the wicket-keeper.
The Panthers of Nottingham still lead the Devils of Cardiff 3-1 in their cup final, their ice hockey cup final, apparently. There's Brett Hutton, 148 for 5.
In he comes, and that's once again left alone by Smith through to the keeper.
Sorry, I forgot whose end it was.
It's all right. We're all friends here, Dave. Don't worry about that.
Don't speak until you're spoken to, David.
Well, it's more if we both speak at the same time and we're slightly out of kilter and there's a wicket fall or something that's... I suspect people at home would get a bit annoyed.
It's maybe just as bad if neither of us speak, though, to be fair.
Might be the highlight of the day if we just shut up, to be honest. Here's Hutton once more. In he comes and he bowls, and slightly slower ball that one, but same result, just dabbed away for no run. 148 for 5.
Probably count them left in the Holly stand, maybe.
Maybe not quite double figures.
Yeah, or if so, only just. That gentleman's there that's been on the back row and was there all day Friday in the rain, all day yesterday, and been there all day today. Gets there early to bag his seat. Not that anybody else has sat within 50 feet of him.
Smith defends this one on the front foot and once again goes out to the fielder at backward point for no run.
That's my seat and I'm having it.
Yeah, it's quite the spot there because you're right on halfway and you're up high, so you get a good view.
But he is actually behind some of those stanchions which are obviously needed to hold the roof of the Holly stand up, so from time to time his view will be partially obscured.
2 balls to go in this Hutton over, and once again Smith defends, this time into the leg side as the slips go up once more. Cheering everything.
It's been very good, Brett Hutton. 14 overs now, about to be completed with this next delivery. 1 for 27.
4 maidens in that as well.
Yeah, even I can just about work that out at 2 and over, just under.
Last ball of his 14th then, in he comes. 148 for 5 and resolutely defended by the Warwickshire wicket keeper Kai Smith, so he's still there on 5. Sorry, Dave, I've just thrown my pen at you.
No, I didn't. I was just wondering where it sounds like somebody's had a glass or 2 of Merry Juice somewhere near.
I hope it's not my friend Steve, who I saw at lunchtime. He's sat below us as well, so the effects mic could probably pick that up.
Well, there's singing coming from somewhere. We don't mind happy people in the background. 148 for 5 for Farhan Ahmed. Has ball in hand. He'll make his way back to his mark and then stand there very deliberately with his feet a metre or so apart. It's almost like the dark days of COVID. Make sure was it 3 metres apart from everybody?
2, I think it was, wasn't it?
Here he comes and deliberately sets himself up to bowl to Ed Barnard, who's on 21 and defends this one.
Yeah, I remember being sat in that stand underneath the scoreboard a few times during the COVID era. As desperate as I was to see some cricket, but like you say, making sure that there was a 2 metre gap in front, to the side and behind you was sometimes tricky.
This ball works on the leg side. There's no run, although Kai Smith just about completed a run because he came halfway down from the non-striker's end and then halfway back.
I think that's sensible though from Barnard, isn't it? They just want to try and shut up shop a bit for the night now to the Bears. 6 overs to be bowled after this one.
Seen a lot of things so far in the 3 matches I've attended and commentated on this season. I've not yet seen a run out. 148 for... I'll just throw that in there. 148 for 5.
Has there been a streaker yet?
No. I've seen some fabulous bowling, some fabulous batting, and as I say, 2 very strange things. The bail going off the wicket and then landing back on the stumps in the first match when Lyndon James bowled Colin Ackerman. Bail went up in the air and came down in the groove, so he was not out. And went on to get 100, and then the sprinkler's coming up at Trent Bridge on the hottest day of the year so far.
Oh, as in actually on the outfield during play.
And we had a 45-minute delay once that was all sorted out and mopped up.
I'm going to say a bit of mopping up to do after that, I would think, if the sprinklers are on.
148 for 5. Barnard has 21. And this is pushed back to Farhan Ahmed. It's just before the start of play. The players came out at a couple of minutes to 11 and we had a 45-minute hiatus. That was in the Durham game. We've seen some fabulous bowling, some fabulous batting, and we've got a really tense conclusion here to the third day of this match between the two sides that were at the top of the table going into this round of games. This is turned away on the leg side, there's no run. Notts will take, let's have a look, 6 points, 6 bonus points from this game. Warwickshire will take 3 points, and then obviously depending on the result, if it's a draw they'll take a further 8 points apiece. So it makes a big difference for Notts if they can get over the line here. Fergus O'Neill's going to have a bowl from this end. I won't stick my neck out and say for the first time in the match, but I will say I can't remember him bowling from this end in the match.
He's certainly not bowled from this end today. He bowled from the Birmingham end earlier and bowled mighty well indeed, but he
may have done in the first innings, but I'll stick with what I said. I can't remember him doing, I think he got most of his wickets, if not all of his wickets, from the far end.
It's Kai Smith, the Warwickshire wicketkeeper, that's on strike, and in comes O'Neill now, and the first ball's left alone by Smith, and through to the wicketkeeper it goes. 148 for 5.
Yes, heading towards the last knockings of day 3. Tough games to win, county championship games. I don't know as Notts could have done a deal different before you tweet in to say they should have declared an hour earlier.
O'Neill in again. It's a full delivery that's left alone on the offside.
I was fully endorsing what Seabermead did, and I think he'd have batted a bit longer if he hadn't just run out of partners. Those last 3 wickets went down bish bash bosh, and that was it. They went from 357 for 7 to 367 all out, so he didn't really get much opportunity, the captain, to formulate any further plans. I'm sure he'd have wanted to get on to 400 if he could, that extra point.
O'Neill in, and once again a very straight one that was always rising is left alone by Smith. He stays on 5. 148 for 5 the Bears are, 126 behind. Yeah, it sort of just happened in the bit of a blink of an eye, didn't it? The back end of the Notts innings. It was sort of, they went bang bang with those 2 wickets, and then before you know it, it was Yates and Davis strapping their pads on and coming out to bat. Halfway through the over, another play and a miss by Smith. In fact, that's more left alone, let's be kind.
But do you know what? Those shadows out there at the moment, and it'll be gone, I'm sure, in 30 seconds, they're from natural sunlight. They're not floodlight shadows, are they?
No, because they're not from all 4 corners. You can see the floodlight shadows if you're watching on the stream, sort of to the other side, really.
Josh Tong's whirling his arms around.
Well, I don't think there'll be much. Oh, this appeal for LBW, caught on the pad, but it looked high and it looked a little leg sidey, and not out is the verdict.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if they try and throw the ball to Josh Tongue, it might be a no from the umpires now, because already that sun's gone behind the clouds again, and the natural light is definitely starting to disappear here now. I know it's late April, not late September, but last ball of the O'Neill over then, on 48 for 5 as Smith's in, and it's left alone. Good leave actually by the Bears keeper. He's still there on 5. Ed Barnard alongside him on 21 not out. So with 126 behind the Bears are, they find themselves with 5 overs left in the day's play as we creep towards 7 o'clock on 148 for 5.
I think they are going to try. Yeah, Josh Tong has gone up to the umpire and peeled off his sweater. So he might like to make this first ball count here. 148 for 5. Is that 5 to go?
Would you think this is a case of we'll give Tongue a go, and if they say no, we're happy to come off? Is that the?
You don't know what communication, if anything, has gone on between the captain and the umpires, if any. But,
that's what I mean. Do you think Hamid's thinking, well, I'll give him a go, me quick, and if they say sorry, you're going to have to come off, folks, then so be it. We'll come back tomorrow and see what the day brings.
I think in his hoping he'll get these 5 overs in and he'll get some more wickets tonight. But you know, he may well have had a word for the umpires. You know, are you all right with this light, umpire? You're not putting restrictions on me. You know,
on who I can and can't.
Yeah, can and can't. And you know, I don't know if that level of conversation goes much deeper than that, or whether it has happened. But here is Tong wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. You know, sometimes you have to ask, don't you? Ask these things and see what response you get. And
yeah, but sometimes it's better to seek forgiveness than permission, though, isn't it?
Yeah. So. If you know, if they suddenly say, or if they answer him and say, no, I don't really think it's light enough for Josh to be bowling, then he knows where he stands. But he is bowling. First one wide of off stump. Ed Barnard's on strike, so we've got the ex-pair versus the ex-pair again, the Worcestershire players, and Barnard drives this up to mid-on and there's no run. Barnard's on 21, but should feel, or probably feels he should be on 29, because early on, right at the start of his innings, he smashed 2 back, didn't he? And they both clattered into the stumps at the non-striker's end.
That second one in particular was a glorious drive. You know, if it was 2 millimetres either side, it probably would have gone for 4, but instead it clattered into middle stump at the non-striker's end.
There was no stopping either of them. He bowls now, and with an open face, Barnard has guided this down to third. Farhan Ahmed's down here and does well to restrict them to a single. Nicely fielded by Farhan. 149 for 5. 125 the difference between the two teams.
The Bears have battled really hard since tea. Yes, Dan Mosley's got out, but it did look worrying at one point, didn't it, for them? But they've come through it well, and it will go, all being well, into a 4th day.
Next ball wide of Smith's off stump, tailed back towards the leg side after it had gone past off stump.
And when I say all being well, I mean from a Warwickshire perspective.
Yeah. But Notts have chipped away, unlike in the Nottinghamshire innings when Hamid stood fast. They've surgically removed them in batting order. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 have all been dismissed. So we're right down into the heart of the middle order as Smith drives into the offside. The captain fields without losing his floppy sun hat on this occasion.
You need your sun hat on at the moment, don't you?
I don't know if you do.
I always field in a floppy hat, even if it's, you know, a late September and you can barely see the bowler with the mist. I think it's a vital part of cricket, the floppy hat. It's underused.
Tong then to conclude this over, bowls now and just played out into the offside. Nothing more than a gentle push under the over. 149 for 5, and we've got 4 overs left in the day. And looks increasingly likely that we'll get them in as we hit 7 o'clock.
Yeah, it's going to be Fergus O'Neill, I think, to continue. He's certainly took his jumper off and it's been thrown to the umpire, so yes, it is. The New Zealander?
No, he's an Aussie. He's an Aussie. He was born in Tauranga, New Zealand, but he's an Aussie.
Here he comes. From this pavilion end, it's Barnard on strike, and full delivery is defended well on the front foot.
What was the old saying? It's like if a kitten's born in a barn, it's not a horse. Or something.
If a kitten's born in a barn, it's not a horse.
Yeah.
He's here all week, folks.
Yeah, it's, you know, just because he's born in New Zealand, he's not a New Zealander.
I'm with you, I think. He's looked good today, though, with O'Neill. And is this the last game he's got before?
No, one more.
Yeah. Well, he's in again and he bowls, and it's driven through the offside, but a good bit of fielding there. Prevents the run by Ben Slater. 149 for 5.
Yeah, battered well. Entertaining 50 this morning for Fergus O'Neill. 5 wickets in the first innings, so he's having a good match here. very much like to help Notts get a second victory whilst he's here. His debut ended in a victory over Durham, and he said he was going out celebrating, so I believed him.
Here he comes again, and this is smacked into the leg side. That'll be 4. Great shot. Oh, it's going to just slow up, actually. Hamid might get there. Oh, it's a teaser, but I think Hamid just did. Wasn't quite timed by Barnard. He hit it with plenty of might, but it was brought in just inside the rope. That was excellent work in the deep by Hamid. So 2 more to it. That's the 150 up for the Bears. They want to 151 for 5.
Yes, the sound off the face of the bat, I thought that was comfortably going to smash into the advertising hoardings, but Hamid did well.
This one tucks up Barnard, but he's gets through for a single. Hamid forced him out a throw at the stumps and then decided better of it. So 152 for 5. They're 1-2-2 behind now, Warwickshire.
There was the loss of the floppy.
Yes, the floppy ended up on the surface for a moment there, and the sunglasses as well. Actually,
Yeah.
It was both departments.
I wonder how many actual deliveries today he's had the sunglasses on his eyes.
I would think not double figures, and Smith defends this one from O'Neill, so stallingly forward and ensuring that the block comes out.
There's nothing wrong with being ready, but it always seems like it's just an extra burden, an extra little bit of baggage to carry around with you all day. And in his case, to pick up every time he runs after the ball.
And I'm guessing they're not prescription, because they're not on all day, if you see what I mean, or indeed he stood there with glasses. So I think they are a sun statement, if you see what I mean. Here comes O'Neill, a full delivery that's driven through the offside, but it's a good bit of work actually by James Hayes, the substitute fielder for Notts. So another over ticks by. We've got 3 more of them in the day's play. The shadows are really starting to lengthen now, but I think they're going to stay out there. The situation in the game is this. It's the second innings for Warwickshire. They find themselves on 152 for 5, and they're behind by 122, so they need 123 more just to make Nottinghamshire bat again. So it's 7:05 here at Edgbaston. You've got Dave Bracegirdle and me, Adam Pinder-Smith. And Dave will talk you through the next over.
It's going to be bowled by Josh Tong from the Birmingham end. Targeting the wicket of Ed Barnard if he can. Lots have still got an attacking slip cordon of Sammy King, Freddie McCann, Lyndon James. And there is Tong, bowls, shortish delivery, pulled away. He's bisected the 2 fielders out here impeccably. That's a really good shot from Ed Barnard. You have to say, just maybe it was a little fortunate that he got it between Jack Haynes and Fergus O'Neill. He couldn't have bisected them any better. It was absolutely to perfection in the right part of the outfield, where it crossed the rope, because a yard or 2 that way and Haynes would have cut it off, a yard or 2 this way and O'Neill would have done, but neither were up to the job. 156 for 5 is the score.
He was due a bit of luck though with getting 4 runs with Barnard, having had 2 clatter into the non-striker's stumps.
Tong bowls to him, and Barnard would have been a prime LBW candidate there, but for the fact that he hit it, moved right across his stumps and just eased the ball up to Brett Hutton at mid-on. A single taken, and there'll be, I'm sure, an intensity or a closing in of the field for Kai Smith. It's Jack Haynes who's come in from the outfield into the leg side, saving one. He's at mid-wicket, about 5 strips away from the one we're playing on. Here's Josh Tong in wide of the pegs and through to Verena. There's digital advertising on the boards on top of the Wyatt stand, as there has been all day, but really, really bright and intense now when you look at it.
Really starting to ping.
Gloom, yeah. You know, they always say, you know, don't stare at the sun, you'll damage your eyes. Well, don't stare at those adverts, you'll damage your eyes.
The scoreboard's looking really like it's pinging as well, isn't it?
157 for 5. Another defensive block from Kai Smith, who has not really been troubled since coming to the crease. We just wondered when the wicket of Dan Mosley was taken, would it be difficult? How difficult would it be for Kai Smith to start in the gathering gloom? But he's not really been troubled too much.
Agreed, he's looked good out there. As the Warwickshire wicket keeper.
Next ball on its way now, and just guided down to third man for a single. 158 for 5. Michael Booth listed at 8, Ethan Bamber 9, and then Oliver Hannon-Dolby and Vishwa Fernando, if they come in the same order as the first innings.
I think that's fairly likely, unless a wicket falls tonight and they send the night watchman in, which I think would probably be Bamber. But we shall see. Just over 2 overs to go here tonight now.
Here comes Tong. Bowls, and Barnard leaves it alone, so that's another one chalked off, another delivery, another over closer to stumps being drawn. Poor old ground staffer ready to come on and put the ground to bed. They were here before anybody else this morning, except Phil Britt. Leave. They'll be the last to leave after they've put the ground to bed. They've got maybe a good hour's work yet ahead of them. They'll want to get out there and look after the wicket properly and have it ready for tomorrow. They'll get the hover cover on, they'll get all the tarpaulins, all the sheets. They'll be aware of the imminent rain, if that's to be believed.
So Neil continuing from the pavilion end, and the first ball of this over is defended on the front foot by Smith for no run.
Long hours, aren't they?
They are, but you do it because you love it, that sort of job.
Oh yeah, yeah. And what they don't love are those days where you've had lots of overnight rain and you spend an hour, hour and a half mopping up and getting it ready to play, and then they play for about 2 overs and then the rain comes again and you're back to square one, and again you've got to mop it all up and start afresh.
Smith waits for O'Neill and lets this one go through, but a late swing there as well from Fergus O'Neill as it goes through to Verena, the keeper.
Like at Trent Bridge last week, where the first week's wicket had been reseeded. Of course, then once play starts, all the players were on the other side of the square and no ground staff available. You can't plant or plonk a scarecrow out there to scare off the birds.
You certainly can't. Oh, he's bowled him! Wonderful delivery from Carl O'Neill, Fergus O'Neill. Kai Smith didn't see that one. It jagged back a little late and took middle stump. Brilliant delivery. The stumps get castled. And with just over an over and a half left in the day's play, the Warwickshire wicketkeeper has to go for 6. The score moves on to 158 for 6.
If there's any surprise in your commentary there, I share it, because it's just not looked like happening, has it? Weller's knots have bowled. Smith, who we were just talking about, has looked relatively at ease out there. He's not been unduly troubled, but got a really good delivery there and pays the ultimate price. It's like a goalkeeper who has an absolute blinder for 89 minutes and then lets in the only goal of the game, hasn't a chance with it late on, and everybody looks in his direction, and it's a little bit like Kai Smith there. Everybody looks in his direction. What happened, fella? What happened? That's what they'll be asking. We have got a night watchman, and it's not Booth, and it's not Bamber, and it's not Fernando. So you can have a guess who else it might be.
He's got number 20 on his back. It's Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who strolled out to the middle as night watchman. 1.5 overs left to go tonight. He joins Ed Barnard in the middle. 30 not out, Barnard, at the moment. And that one really, from O'Neill, came out of nowhere. As Dave said, if you saw that we were a little surprised in our voices as that took out middle stump. It's the first ball in probably an hour that's actually done much off the pitch. It's really caught us all, including Kai Smith, by surprise, and he's back in the dressing room having done such a good job for the Bears, but you feel like with just the 4 wickets to get tomorrow for Notts, even with the rain, that they're going to be in the box seat well and truly to pick up the victory here. But we shall see. Hannon Dolby's just checking his guard with the umpire and doing a spot of gardening.
Thing is as well, if Notts only require 4 wickets tomorrow, they'll be perfectly prepared to sit about till 5:30 tomorrow.
They will. Here comes O'Neill round the wicket. Oh, and that wasn't far away from the outside edge of Ollie Hannon Dolby, as the noise from the slip cordon will tell you.
Charlie is watching on the stream. Magnificent leg gutter, that. Heck of a delivery. Sheffield Outlaw. Joe and I just been thinking, you'll both be starving after your long session. What's for tea tonight? Don't know. We had the Sunday roast, didn't we? We had a candlelit lunch on this Easter Sunday together.
Here's O'Neill in, and that's a full delivery played into the leg side by Hannon Dolby.
No, I have to say it. You know, I always say it. There's 2 or 3 grounds above all others where we're magnificently looked after, and Warwickshire is one of them. The hospitality here is absolutely top notch, and today we had the Sunday roast. It was fabulous.
Oh yes, no, we're always well looked after here at this famous old ground. 1 ball to go in O'Neill's last over of the day. It's round the wicket, and Hannon Dolby digs this one out. He thinks about a single, but is sent back by Ed Barnard. So there's 1 over to go in the day. 59 overs old now, this Warwickshire innings, and they're 158 for 6.
Yep, so this can't finish today unless, let's just say it can't finish today. Very often say things and then something completely different happens, but by the regulations, last over of the day, a wicket goes down. They'll troop off and come back tomorrow. If a wicket went down here, I just wonder if Asiba Mead might say, umpires,
what do you think?
Could we have the extra 8 overs, please, or as long as we can get? And you know, you wonder what they'd say if they don't think it's dark enough to go off now. Might they just accede to some sort of request like that? Let's see. Anyway, here's Josh Tong to bowl to Barnard. Would really make Nottinghamshire's day, even if they couldn't carry on tonight as he defends this one. Would really put the cherry on top of their cake if they could get Barnard as well.
I think you have to be fair to both sides, though, don't you? And it is definitely, I'm not just saying this with a Warwickshire hat on, it's getting a little bit dark out there. I think another 8 overs after this is probably pushing it a little bit.
No, I did put my qualifier in there. I don't think there's any way that it could finish. Well, Ed Barnard might want to stay out there now and continue to larrup the ball away to the Holly stand for 4 like he did just then. Quick from Josh Tong, but just a little too full and too wide, and Ed Barnard helps it away to the fence.
Nice little shot that from Barnard.
The scoreboard is so bright, the numbers are just a little hazy. He's at 34 he's on now.
But the score at the top is really pinging, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's
next ball on its way, and Barnard will take a single. And that is the right thing to do. Some would say, well, he's the batter and he's been out there for a couple of hours and this and this. But no, if you're sending out a night watchman, he's there not only to protect the next fella to come in, although in this instance it doesn't count, but he's certainly out there to protect Ed Barnard. Oliver Hannon Dolby is the Warwickshire sacrifice here. He won't want to get out, his team won't want him to get out, but it's more important that Ed Barnard is at the non-striker's end and doesn't run into any difficulties whatsoever this evening, and he's ready to go again in the morning. 163 for 6. The Devils of Cardiff, by the way, have scored another goal. Do you call them goals in the ice hockey?
I would think you
Nottingham
do.
Panthers 3 somethings, Cardiff Devils 2 somethings. Tong. Bowl! I thought he'd bowled him.
I thought he'd bowled him there as well.
It's difficult. I'll accede. It's getting gloomier and gloomier. I'll accede there. That I couldn't see the bat come down and make contact with the ball there. I thought it had gone straight past the bat and had got him. Well, absolutely cleaned him up.
It was actually well played by Hannon Dolby, because I thought that had took out his leg stump.
Yeah. It doesn't help actually that his bat, when I can see it again, I can't see it at the moment, it doesn't seem to have any stickers or anything on the back.
No.
And his bat is the same strawish colour as the wicket, or the same light brown colour as the wicket. So as he brings it down, it's well camouflaged. He's played this down the ground for a comfortable single, but of course, quite rightly, well done OHD, well done Ed Barnard. They say no, we won't take the single.
There was no chance Barnard was running there. He was stood at the non-striker's end with the teapot on.
Yeah. It was a match at Trent against Warwickshire about a decade ago, famously. It frequently gets brought up, especially after a drink or two, when night watchman Luke Fletcher and set batsman Samit Patel both ended up at the same end. As this is pushed back to the bowler. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is that. 163 for 6. There's a lot of handshaking going on out there. The Notts players, fielders have put in a shift, but well done Ed Barnard as well. He fights his way through to the close and potentially to come back another day, but of course potentially also Ed Barnard's efforts here. I'm just going to turn off the effects microphone for a minute. I know we like to hear what's going on outside, but we don't like to hear all the announcements. Oh, has it stopped? Yeah. Ed Barnard there potentially has just earned Warwickshire 8 points for the draw if it rains all day tomorrow.
He's played well as Ed Barnard. He's that scrappy middle order batter that you want in your side, and he's actually looked relatively untroubled. He's got through. Ollie Hannon-Dolby alongside him right at the end as the night watchman to ensure that a further wicket doesn't fall. 4 needed by Notts tomorrow to take the victory. The Bears will be doing their rain dance in the dressing room, I'm sure, to pray to the cricketing gods that when they open those curtains tomorrow it's a little bit gloomy. But from here at Edgbaston, it's been a cracking day's cricket. From me, Adam Pinder-Smith, and from Dave Bracegirdle, have a cracking evening.